but like he said before, he died at home. He was able to come home 3 years. We got him out earlier, and he called my partner, Larry, right before he died, and he thanked him. Like, thank you so much for giving me, the time that I could spend with my family, because he had cancer, and he ended up dying, and that was more or less could have been the last person he spoke to. So again, these are people. Some of them are real cruel, some of them are real bad, and you know the difference. I mean, I'm sure we all know the difference, but some of them are not bad. They just get caught out there doing their thing. So.
Hey, it's March. I got to talk about some stuff about DraftKings and some other people.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I'm going to take a 5-minute breather and we'll be back, Jack. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, everybody's looking for crazy rewards. And if that's what you're looking for, DraftKings Casino is the right place. They got huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. It's time to get on the action. What have you been doing all your life? Listen, I love DraftKings Casino. Why? Because I can do it anywhere. At the dentist office, in the bathroom, on a trip. Bing, bang, boom, I got my favorite game. I'm entering into my pool. I'm entering into my points. And voila, the excitement is only getting started. Because right now, new players, you ready for this? $5. And I'm going to get you 500 casino spins on a featured game. Say that again, Joey? Yep. $5, new players. Don't come back. New players, $5, 500 casino spins on a featured game. Just sign up with code Joey Slots, JOEYSLOTS. Again, JOEYSLOTS. And wager a minimum of a $5, 5 pesos, and receive 500 casino spins on a featured casino game. Who's better than you? Nobody. DraftKings, only the most rewarding place to play. DraftKings Casino, where the crown is yours. You're walking in there with a cigar, taking your Johnny Bananas, and it's you in your living room. You know what I'm saying? That's where your mind goes. DraftKings Casino.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Physically present in Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Connecticut and Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins valid for featured game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 4/27/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, Uncle Joey here again. This episode is also brought to you by the best nicotine pouches out there. Nicked. They use the best ingredients and give you the best experience. These pouches are made with natural coconut fibers that won't cut up your gums. They have a bunch of different flavors and different strengths so you can mix and match. These two are my favorite right here. Strawberry watermelon is tremendous. And lemon twist, I can't see without my glasses. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all their flavors are delicious. These two are my favorites. Check this out. Nick is launching a new 0 milligram option soon, helping you gradually reduce your nicotine usage at your own pace. Whether you're trying to kick chewing tobacco, traditional smoking products, or vape, Nick flavors just hit right. Listen, it's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners, you're going to get 35% off when you order through our exclusive link at nykdpouches.com/church, CHURCH. And you can use this code up to 3 times. Who's better than Uncle Joey? Nobody. So don't wait. Get 35% off right now on nykdpouches.com/church and check out the new church bundle with some of Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's nykdpouches.com/church, nickedpouches.com/church. Nicked products are only for adults of legal age. So you're too young, take a hike, go drink a cup of tea. And every order is age verified. Warning. This product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical, okay? Uncle Joey loves you. Thank you for supporting our show, and thank you guys at home for watching. All right, we're back, Jack. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, wherever the fuck you are. Anyway, my man's still here.
Still
Myron, I want to ask him some questions about the Mexicans. Before I ask you a question, Myron, just to be honest with you, I'm a big book guy.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing I hated more than reading a book and 6 years later finding out they turned the book
into a movie.
And you go there with your dick hard and it's completely different from what you read.
Yeah.
All of a sudden there's a sister involved and she's dating the midget in the basement.
For
And
sure.
you're like, where the fuck did I come from? There's only 2 books I stand behind. Silence of the Lambs is just the way it is on book, as it is in the movie.
Great movie.
And there's another one. God damn it, it was just Sleepers.
Oh, Sleepers. I didn't see that. Silence of the Lambs was a good one.
Sleepers. But those 2 books, everything else I watch, I know where I just came from. I know people's story, and next thing you know, they rewrite it. You're fucking pissed, but they throw you another $1 million to shut your fucking mouth.
Of course.
Because if not, you're not going to have dick, okay? You told that little mistress you're going to be in Hawaii with fireworks and a pineapple. That's over. That's over. So now you go, okay, add my sister and make my mother black. It doesn't make a difference anymore. And that's it. And you don't know it until he goes on a show 15 years from now and says, did you know my mother was white? They wanted me to do that for the script, okay? So when I watch Narcos and shit, I know it's 50-60, 40-60, I'm sorry. It's 40% correct and 60% made up for your imagination. You know, I understand too. But when I first saw the first season of Narcos,
was that with Pablo?
Yeah, I dove into reading. I didn't watch the other stupid shit on Netflix. There's 82 shows. Netflix should just be the Pablo station. Look at it. Look at it.
To be honest with you, I watched all 82.
No, you didn't.
Just
horrible.
Recently,
horrible.
You can tell I live a fucking boring life.
No, man, but no, get into that shit. It's just the same fucking Puerto Ricans over and over.
It's hard to follow, too, man.
It's hard. You don't know. The best 2 that I recommend is, I love Narcos until the last season. He shifted over to The Godfather of Harlem. And shit the bed completely. They just got a bunch of fucking people jumping up and down. The last season is god awful. God awful. Because I'm telling you, as a fucking fan, you know what happens.
It peters out, man. You know what I mean? After a while. I mean, it's redundant.
The writers get deals somewhere else. So now it's me, you, and him. We wrote it. We wrote the first 9 episodes with Pablo, and we got fucking 9 more in the can. They're going to sign us up. All of a sudden, you got a weird bug up your ass. I want to be on, one of those fucking Lifetime shows. Really? We just fucking wrote something tremendous. They're going to double my pay, and I got 3 kids in college. But there goes the original Jackson 5. Now we bring in 2 other guys. They don't know what the fuck. They just came from a fucking soap opera. We're here trying to write about people getting mugged and gangsters, Lee.
Yes.
It's going to be all right. You want an Alka-Seltzer?
I do. I need
It's
that.
good. You want some?
I got a little sniffle. I'm good. But
So I read about it. I really read about it. And the other show I really like is Hota Hota.
I never
Have you ever seen that show?
What's it called?
Hota Hota.
No, but I saw. What's a good one? If you're talking about drugs, because that's what I'm here for, to do drugs. But the Griselda was pretty good.
Yeah, Griselda Blanco.
Yeah, Griselda. You know what? That's actually DEA locked her up at the end.
Wasn't that the guy from Miami?
But that was also tremendous bullshit. First of all, the show was going to be real. You got to get somebody look like me to play Griselda.
Well, you know what?
That woman was ugly as dog shit.
No shit, bro. You're right. I mean, in real life,
that was terrible.
I
love that girl. I love her. Don't get me wrong. I love all her work. But that fucked up nose, she looked like a Pink Panther when he played the fucking Italian
He's
guy.
Right though, man, because honestly, in real life she was a dog, but
nobody did her.
Yeah,
you did her with a blindfold on, dog. You're crazy.
But she had strength, man. She was legit. I mean, to be honest with you, they really were scared of her. She ran a fucking great organization. I mean, I wasn't around for those cases because DEA again did that. I know they picked her up at the end, but they were looking at her. She was doing shit in the Bronx, but she was legit, man. She made a lot of money. I mean, that's when, like you said, when the times were roaring in the '80s with Miami. That's when everything came out with Miami Vice, the Go Fast boats. You know what I mean? They were sending shit in planes and just dropping them in the water. I mean, there was so much money to be made.
I've never. There's only 2 changes that I ever saw that were dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Before I get into it,
Yeah, I'm gonna
there
grab
was 2 changes. You came from Woodridge.
Woodbridge, yeah, not Woodridge, yeah, Bridge.
So you saw changes when you were in high school, and especially if you went outside of Woodridge. We were raised in this fucking neighborhood,
right,
with your wife. So we saw, and all I remember is this: we were spending $4 a night. We would do a hit of acid, split a hit of acid, and get a 6-pack from Nick's or whatever.
Yeah.
Not Nick's, that's a pizza
Nick's.
joint. The liquor store in the corner or
Nick's.
something like that. And then, okay, everybody got cooler. We started eating Quaaludes. Now your night went from $4 to $4. And you drank two drinks if somebody served you, and you were good to go. Then out of nowhere, people started going, come here, come in the bathroom, try this Coke. And you're like, I'm over here at Joe and Mary's on Burger Line Avenue. What am I, this ain't no discotheque. And you started, and all of a sudden everybody was cool. Everybody was doing a package between 4 people. Nobody was ODing, nobody was jumping up and down. At 2 o'clock, people were like, good night, good night. There was no drama. I leave for Colorado, I come back. Oh my fucking God. People went from going home at 2 to going home the next day.
Yeah.
Like people started going out on Friday nights and not going home till Sunday afternoon at 5. Just in time for Mom's meatballs. Like nothing happened. What's up, Mom? Where you been? Oh, I gotta tell you what happened. I went to a concert. What happened? What happened to your head? It was always something. And then it just went for people going out on Mondays and staying out till Thursday. And all those Tunley Avenue hotels, my friends would rent 4 fucking rooms.
Wow.
From one side to the other. The end was a jacuzzi room, and they would just go in there. From one, and I was like, the growth of this shit.
Yeah.
When I left here, you had to really look for cocaine.
Yeah.
You had to go into the city. You had to know a cousin in Union City. Something. When I came back, just on 82nd Street, there was 3 coke dealers now.
Yeah.
All you had to do is walk on Smith Avenue and, hey, did I tell you I got some coke? If you can move it for me. You're like, dog, you went to Catholic school. I knew you as a kid. You never even had a beer. Now you're dealing coke. So the explosion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a money game, all of it. It's all cyclical. Look how long, Coke is making a comeback. You know what I mean? And
It never went away.
Yeah, no, I know.
It never went away.
No, I know, but
comeback.
Everybody, come on. All these kids with the fentanyl and the heroin and stuff like that. I mean, that's been big, and that's why we're losing, all these kids to really the fentanyl, which... it's a shame because some of these kids might try it one time and they're just unlucky, and you get a couple of little pieces of fentanyl on you, and if it's a bad type, you're gonna die. And we changed all our rules too with the fentanyl. Once I left and stuff, we had a whole new lab area where if you did think that you got something related to it, you would have to have special gloves on. It'd be a special room, with all kind of special filtration systems in there. So the game has changed, but it's horrible how these young kids today in their 20s, even older people, are still doing this stuff, and it's sad. It really, it's truly sad because life is precious.
Myron, it's never fucking changed.
Yeah.
Since 1980.
Yeah.
This has been a revolving door. I'm very fortunate to still be here.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed going over to Harlem. I enjoyed it. It was just it was who I was for a long time. But listen, when we were growing up, people were dying too.
Yeah.
They were fucking going into the city, whatever. And now I wouldn't try anything out in the street. Not even. Look, when I left California, you could already tell there was an issue at a marijuana dispensary where when you ate this guy's cookies, you didn't get high. You saw fucking Pluto. And for me to see Pluto, there's got to be something in that cookie.
Yeah, I like to. I need one of them cookies now.
No.
Put me to sleep.
I ate one of those cookies on a flight to Pittsburgh. My leg wouldn't stop twitching.
Oh.
I was sweating profusely in my leg. It was horrible. Anyway,
Yeah.
fuck that edible.
No.
So what I'm saying to you is that they put an edible out of that in Mexico.
Yeah.
Because you could, God bless New Jersey. A lot of people are going to hate me for this. Because I came here and I was withdrawn on Xanax. And I thought I was going to walk into a doctor and go, hey, let me get a script. Guys like,
no, they don't prescribe that shit.
We don't give you that shit at all here. And then I had the knee surgery. And it was tough to get pain pills. Like, tough. Like, come on. I just had to. Well, we don't know. We got to contact the doctor. And he's got to contact CVS. And CVS has to call DC and see if you're on the list. And you're like, what the fuck? And then somebody told me that next time get surgery and go to Staten Island. Because they just go nuts out there.
Yeah,
they don't give you 28 pills. They give you 90 still.
Yeah, we had a group that actually just dealt with that. It was called our diversion group. So if you get a script, that third copy, I believe it's pink, that goes to the DEA, and they can tell by and not that I did, I wasn't in this group, but the pharmacists, the doctors, they were locking them up left and right because and the pharmacists, they were getting like $500,000 cash out of their fucking apartments because that's how lucrative the business was with like you said, whether it be oxys, whether it be Xanax or Dilaudid, all these things. So it's a big business.
Well, I saw some documentaries that like people who got addicted to the pills would switch to heroin because it was cheaper, which is crazy to me.
No, it is cheaper. It is.
That heroin is cheaper than a pill.
Of course.
Remember when we did heroin?
I don't know if we did heroin. When did we do heroin?
Don't worry, I got the date. I got the episode.
I can't see him doing heroin.
No, I didn't. I just wasn't even think. But
just his little marijuana joint, man.
Let me ask you this, because I just moved to New York in September, and I had one guy ask me for if I wanted party supplies, but other than that, that's it.
What, like paper plates and fucking?
Who knows?
But
like, how much on a daily basis?
Yeah.
How much shit is going on in like plain sight in New York?
I mean, it doesn't even have to be New York. It's all over. I mean, like you said, I mean, even with the marijuana, the dispensaries, I mean, I got places in town where I live. You go in there and get what you want. The other stuff, I mean, I'd be honest with you. I haven't been in a big city since I've been retired. I hate to say that. I have no interest in going back to New York, man. And again, that's just me because, to be honest with you, man, I had enough of it. I'm living in a small town now and, by the beach somewhere, and it gets boring. But, some of these big cities and the people around them, whether they're doing drugs or it's something else, they're fucking nuts. People are nuts today. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, there's different cultures out there, right? They're coming from different countries. You see what's going on. I mean, actually, a guy I work with who's now in the head of the DEA, and I'll mention his name, Derek Maltz. He's on TV all the time, and he's out there in Colorado sending all these guys back to Venezuela and doing all these cases and stuff, But, I mean, I'll be honest with you, those are some dangerous people. I mean, we could laugh in here and be like, but they'll do whatever, They'll do whatever, these people, because they don't give a fuck,
How we get to the fucking Venezuelans?
I don't know. I don't know how we got there. Because what they're doing is they had that one gang from Venezuela now that was causing, they want to start shipping these guys out, obviously.
Right.
We got a new guy in there, Trump, and he's saying, hey, you got to be legal to be here. And they're going after the people that are causing, havoc, that are dealing drugs, that have records and stuff. And they're easy to find, you know what I mean? Because they let you know where they're at. They're that dumb, So,
but it's crazy how the Pablo Escobar stuff was good to me.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoyed it as entertainment. The one that really got to me was when the Mexicans started selling the weed. And then in the middle, they go, fuck you. Let's put some cocaine in
I know
this bitch.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And I went and read up on the people. And, I was blown the fuck away with the money they were making. And they made a big mistake when they killed, rest in peace.
Yeah, our guy. Yeah.
Yeah, Kiki Camarena.
Kiki Camarena. That's a matter of fact. Recently, he was just in the news.
Right, 2 weeks ago. So.
What had ended up happening was they got one of his torturers, and again, the name escapes me.
Miguel.
Miguel. And when they brought him to arraignments, they put Kiki Camarena's cuffs on him, which okay, you know what I mean. it's sad that we lost the agent. It was a while ago, but they got him. You know what I mean? And that was a great thing, and it, at least gives the people, from DEA anyway, to say, hey, listen, we got you guys, and Kiki's cuffs are on you, and now you're going to do your time, probably rot in jail, which is a good thing. But Mexico's a whole nother story, man. Like Mexico, like they kicked us out of the country for like a year or so because, it's so crooked. Even like when I used to back in the day go to Cancun, Acapulco, I did a lot of fucked up things when I went on vacation. You know what I mean? Johnny's over here too, and he remembers a couple of stories we did. But I tell you, man, you go out there. I remember I went to this place. They said I was all fucked up, drinking beers all night. I was with a guy by the name of Pete. Make a long story short, I want to go to like a go-go joint. I was sick of seeing all these young kids, whatever. I was only 24, and I get in a taxi, and they go Chili Willy's. You know what I mean? And I go, yeah, let's go to fucking Chili Willy's. I get into a taxi, me and Pete. I'm bombed, man, and I'm drinking beer in the taxi, and I'm whipping beer bottles out of the fucking taxi. That was stupid, We ended up getting a Chili Willy's. I go to the front door, and there's two fucking big Mexican guys, but they were carrying machine guns, and they had the fucking bandolier, the bullets all over here. I looked at Pete, and, I kind of sobered up a little bit, and I'm like, hey, you want to go in here? Fuck it, we're here. We go in. It was the nastiest fucking bar. They had girls up there. They were nastier than that girl, Griselda, you know what I mean? Griselda face and shit. And I remember I had to take a shit so bad because I was drinking that Mexican beer. I went in the bathroom, and there was no doors or anything, just a fucking I don't know, something you shit in. I don't even know what you call it. I fucking lowered my ass over the bowl. What I mean? I let it explode because I don't even think there was toilet paper there. I don't know what the fuck I did. But I know when I got out of that fucking bathroom, I says, Pete, he goes, what? It's time to fucking go. You know what I mean? And I look back at that day and I say to myself, man, that was stupid. Because normally what the cops would do, they see younger kids and whatnot, and it happened to some of my family members. They'll pull you over and they'll want whatever's in your pocket, $300, $400, $500. Getting back to it, they don't make no money there. You know that. And that's why they don't make no money. That's why they were all crooked. Even during, with Pablo, he bought whatever he wanted to buy. He owned it. He was the man. He owned everything. You saw the movie. That's legit.
No, but I read up on that.
No, but some of the shit they showed in the movie was a little I'll even say so. With the DA guys, they weren't doing all that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But they were there and they did a very good job.
I forget what the bottom line was.
Yeah.
The bottom line was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was an amount that you could not even fathom coming into your home every fucking week. And the more money he made, the more he paid out. He took care. He did what the fuck he wanted to. I remember I was reading something online about him one night that I was just blown the fuck away. Yeah. Just the thing that he built his own prison.
Oh, that's that happened, man. That's legit.
I was just starting comedy in '91, and I remember it would come up on the news that they're building the prison for this fucking guy. And I remember even writing a joke. I didn't even know who the fucking guy was. I wrote some stupid joke and bombed. Yeah, he opened up a hotel. Yeah, and it was funny because Boulder, where I was, the county jail was voted the #2 county jail in the country. Mm-hmm. It was clean, sanitized. Yeah. They gave you cigarettes. They had cable TV.
Wasn't like Chili Willy's, man.
No,
that was not like Chili Willy's. I still remember that.
But I'm going to tell you just in perspective, I'm a fucking nut, okay? And when you add an addiction to a nut, it's never good. And I'm going to be honest with you motherfuckers. You can either believe me or not. I worked El Paso as a comic. The first night they came to me and they said, we're going to Mexico. You coming? I was a little apprehensive. And I went in the daytime. Yeah. And that was enough for me. Yeah. And then I worked San Diego one time. And I went to that side of Mexico. And that was okay for about an hour at night. And I'm like, it's time to go. Yeah, and I like crazy shit. I'm all in. I'm all in for yells in the night and people screaming, but that was just a little too out there for Uncle Joey. And I just came home and then I went back down there with my wife when we were dating. A bunch of people were going to go down to Mexico. We got lost, dog. It was the worst. It cost me like $2,000 to get out of there. and fucking nickels, because that's all I had. Every Mexican had nickels. I was giving out nickels like fucking, I swear to God, I just had an ashtray and the center thing, and it was all like nickels and dimes because they don't work on the fucking.
And the kids would shake you down too.
Yeah, the kids shake you down.
You come out of it and they go chickle-it.
Yeah,
and they start like going like this. You like they're trying to get your fucking wallet. So you got to honestly, you got to like backhand them, man.
Steroids.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
get whatever you want at the pharmacy.
I'm like, even if I buy this, how am I gonna get over? That's my biggest thing. I'm not a fucking smuggler. I've never been a smuggler. I don't mind. You give me an ounce of weed, I'll take it to Jersey. That's for me. I'd rather get caught than have to be out in the street in some fucking stupid weed store. Let them roll the turbines. Go fuck yourself. It's 22%. It smells like my dog shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry.
That's all right, man. No,
but anyway.
Yeah, so you're talking about Mexico. You're talking about Pablo, right?
I'm talking more about Mexico. How they did it. Yeah. How they, went to the Colombians and said, we're going to be your transport.
Yeah.
They pretty much locked them out. It was, it was fucking brilliant. Like, when you look at these guys, it's a shame they became criminals.
Well, because they were in the right business to make the money, but sooner or later they were going to get caught. If they spent that energy on a fucking legit business, even to keep it to weed, there wouldn't have been a problem. But getting back to Mexico again, I was a senior partner too, and I'm going to bring up another name because, he deserves it, Pete Gudowitz. He's the one that indicted El Chapo. So I was his senior partner. If you see when he comes off the plane, you'll see the two DEA guys. The taller one with the glasses is Pete. And he worked hard on that case, and that was a rough case because a lot of people had him indicted, but they always bring these people to the big house. The big house would be New York. So they gave they arraigned him in New York, you know what I mean? So, but that was another guy, you know what I mean? El Chapo. And
that dude was like a fucking magician.
Yeah.
Was he not? He was getting out of prisons with a suit on.
Yeah.
Like, what happened to El Chapo? We don't sorry.
Yeah, they were building tunnels. He was the tunnel guy.
Tunnels. But I did read something. This motherfucker was buying up land.
Yeah.
And digging tunnels underneath from the U.S. side to the Mexico side.
Well, he thought about that. That was unbelievable because
all this shit is like,
yeah,
you're like, all right, I'll eat a bunch of pellets and shove the rest up my ass. Meanwhile, this guy's buying a house from the other house, and it's like they dug underneath, they put roller skates on it with a fucking thing that you push. I'll tell you, and they push it.
Yeah.
And it gets to the other side, and that's it. Who thinks it was simplicity?
Well, how the fuck could you even think about a tunnel and the way they built it, even to get them out without? Well, I mean, the thing about it is they were making a lot of noise for the prison, so they were all paid off. Right. I mean, you can't tell me that they ain't hearing like fucking people blowing, or even picking shit out. I mean,
come on,
so yeah, but getting back to what you're saying, like how the Mexicans with the Colombians. I mean, back in the day when I first came on in the 80s and stuff, it was the Colombians, especially, in New York, you know what I mean? And that's where I was doing my stuff. But the Mexicans are a lot more powerful in regards to, I got to say, they got bigger cojones, they got bigger balls, you know what I mean? So if you fucked up with the Mexicans, honestly, they were really, they tortured people. Like, they were ruthless, you know what I mean? You had some Colombians like that, but a lot of times the Colombians would be little, no disrespect, little motherfuckers, you know what I mean? And they got their business suits on. You know what we used to do to the Colombians back in the day? When I first came on, we would go to Queens, right? And they would have all payphones. And we would know what payphones they used because they had so much fucking money from Pablo and stuff, you know what I mean? And we would know they would be carrying a suitcase. So we would just randomly go up there, take their fucking suitcase, and what's in that suitcase? $2-3 million, and you know what? Once you took it from them, they just fucking ran. We let them go. You know what I mean? We just take the money, and again, it goes into a big kitty for the Department of Justice and stuff. And I never did anything fucked up. Like there are guys that did do that, but you know what I mean. And they got a lot of them got caught. But there was a lot of money, and the problem with drugs is, what do I do with this money? Where does it go? Because me, you guys like us and shit, I don't know what people make here or whatever, but you got a couple of dollars, you feel good about yourself. Imagine having enough money to fill up fucking 3 of these fucking places here. What are you going to do with it? What do you do with the money? You don't even know where to put it. That's why, even now, they have the Chinese laundering the money. and what the Chinese do, and you can see that they've been buying up a lot of real estate. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because think about us going to China and getting real estate and buying a house or something. It ain't happening. You ain't coming to China. But yet, politically here, we let everybody come here unvetted. They come in and they're buying places with this illegal money. And
they're growing weed, brother.
Yeah.
They're buying farm.
Yeah, they buy. Well, yeah, they grow by military.
Growing fucking weed. Like, yeah. They got it down
this is happening.
Science.
Yeah.
And nobody gives a fuck, so I'm not smoking weed no more, so you know me, I'm good. Yeah. I'm not smoking that commie weed. I like Chinese people, I'm cool, but...
Yeah. I like the lunch specials, man.
You know, it's really like that dude that they just brought back. He was one of the leaders. That's the dude that was in charge of, and it's so weird looking back at it. And this was 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. This is like, you look at this shit, you go, wow. I kind of remember this. Like, I remember the bust in Stockton. Mm-hmm. That big bust in Stockton. I kind of remember that.
Yeah.
And me going, somebody's getting backhanded right now.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking coke in that warehouse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got to think about it like this, though. And I'll tell you got to remember all these products, whether it be heroin, coke, marijuana, they're all plants. So we had groups back in the day, back in the 80s. We called them Operation Snowcap. In fact, we lost some guys come out of a helicopter and whatnot, and they're plants. So what happens when you fucking exterminate them? They just grow more. You know what I mean? So it's like you really can never stop it because you remember they're plants, right? I mean, you know, you just got to find a location and you know, whether it be coke, right? Coke paste and, you know, every way they make it and the heroin. I mean, there's all kind of heroin, but it's always going to be there. Like you said, like you were saying about it's going on, you know, it went on back then too. Yeah, it did because they're plants. They're always going to be available and you're going to always make money. You're always going to make money on them, right? You're going to. Because we have a society that really wants this stuff, like even alcohol, you know what I mean? I know I'm getting off tangent here a little bit, but it's the same thing. People get addicted. There's addictions, you know, and sometimes it's hard to break, you know?
You know, I remember Lee asked a question before, and I'm going to answer it. Lee, one of the main reasons I left this area was because, how far are you from New York City right now?
10, 15 minutes?
I was 15 minutes away from any drug I wanted to buy. At whatever time you wanted to buy it. If you want something at 3 in the morning, you'll find it in New York City. You have to walk a few blocks. You might get mugged, you know. But you'll find it.
That's great.
And it's, you know, and that's the scary thing to me. That in those days, from keep going over there, you bump into more and more people. Who are you going to bump into in New York City at 3:30 in the morning? You're going to bump into a stockbroker or a fucking army recruiter.
No.
You're bumping into people trying to fucking scam people.
Yeah.
And now you're talking to people like, hey, dog, if you ever need a 45 or any guns, I got you. I'm 19 years old, and you're asking me if I want to buy a fucking gun. Now, that sits in the back of your mind. If I ever get into a beef, I'll be over the bridge getting a gun for $1.25. Whatever the fuck, you know, whatever the fuck it is. That's how accessible that city was. I can't imagine what it is today. I got to guarantee that there's not as many spots as there were when I was growing up, but there's got to be something happening in Washington Heights.
Oh, yeah.
And there's got to be something happening in the Bronx and all the other things. It's not as visible,
right?
But the scary thing is downtown.
Really?
Because downtown, I know a guy named Tony. That's what he tells me his name is.
Good.
He tells me to send me his driver's license as long as that's his address. From now on, I'm your delivery guy. Call me 24 hours a day. Something will be there in a half hour. I will send you a menu every day. You will not look at the prices. You're already paying $4,000 a month for rent.
Right.
You're already going dead anyway. You might as well pay the prices. He's going to have an 8-ball of Coke for you there. In 1 hour, the best shit he ever bought. That's the business that. That's what I assume.
Right.
That's what I'm assuming. That there's got to be an app now. I ain't that fucking, you know, I'm an old man, but I'm just thinking about some Chinese kid in the city that loves to jump up and down with the lights and all that stuff.
Right.
He's got an app somewhere that you buzz. This guy gets buzzed here, and every day the code changes. That's how slick these kids are today. Don't tell me.
The kids are so slick. I mean,
Slick.
But even it still goes on in the heights. I mean, I remember when we first started doing the heights, and it was just easy. We had a lot of informants there. Make a long story short, man, they had the kids working on the corners with walkie-talkies. So as soon as you came on the fucking block, they know you're 5-0. They know you're whatever. So what we used to do was get like maybe a Spanish guy. I'd be in the back of a van. He'd park the fucking van. The van might say like painting or plumber or whatever. And I'd sit in the back of the van like they wouldn't think anyone's in there. So then you could take pictures and see what's what. But the kids, even at the ages of 11, 10, you know what I mean? And the stash houses. I mean, we had special guys that used to basically know how to infiltrate any kind of special trap they might have, because it was like really fucked up, really crazy traps that these guys think of. I mean, unbelievable. You know what I mean?
I was there the summer of '93 when there were kids on the roof and a cop was walking, a uniformed cop, and they dropped a bucket of spackle on him.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that, and I remember it was tight. But it's interesting. In 1993, I used to go to a place. I mean, it was like stealing. You just had to get over the bridge. And you made a left, and you went right in that place, and you double parked your car. Cops would even go right past you.
Yeah.
Beep, beep. And you parked. Somebody went into the building. You rang the bell, 503, come on up. You went on up there, and there was a guy sitting there with a gun and a bag of blow. 2 bags of blow.
Yeah.
One was for 25 a gram, and one was for 35 a gram. He gave you a taste of it, and you had to make your choice. If you busted them, that's all they had of them was 2 ounces, maybe a little less at that point. They're going to be out in an hour, these guys. They already had it down to a science. Now I see these weed stores that open up in L.A., and they put their whole inventory on the wall. Mm-hmm. When the feds show up, they lose everything. And I'm like, those Colombians had a point. They only showed you what you needed to see.
Right.
You need that? Give me 10 minutes. And they make a call, and it's around the corner, hidden in somebody's fucking Corvette, or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, it's difficult, even for us it was, in regards to trying to find, where the stuff is. First off, everyone's a bullshitter. I mean, like, I got the money. Nobody had the fucking money. You want to see the dope first, you know what I mean? Whether it be coke, heroin, or whatever. And that's the games we would play. I mean, sometimes we would flash them. I actually was giving the guy 40,000, but sometimes we would have, like, flash rolls. But really, like, cops only flash money. You know, and that's what I always say. Like, for instance, a cop will show you money, like, to think he's legit. But the real fucking bad guys, if you're good, you get the shit on the arm. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, like, if you got juice, you're going to give me 10 kilos, you're going to trust me. So, I mean.
Just like that.
Well, yeah, because it's not a lot of people trust anybody. I mean, even today or back in the day. I mean, I'm talking 10, 15, 20 years ago. It was hard to do these cases. You really had to have good people that infiltrated these organizations, whether it be the Heights, whether it be the mob guys, whether it be the Mexicans. I mean, you had to have, like, serious guys that had connections, you know what I mean? You just can't go in there and, do whatever the fuck you want to do. No, it doesn't work like that. The people don't trust people, but, money does talk. What's the old saying? Money talks, bullshit walks, man. Like I said, when I was giving them the 40 G's and it went the first time, they were like, fuck, this guy ain't no cop. And I did it 2 more times, 3 more times, right? And he ain't no cop. Until the end, when motherfucker's a cop, None of that.
You don't even figure it out so that you got the handcuffs on. And once they put you in that cell, not on the drive, but in that cell to wait for your arraignment or whatever the fuck you're waiting on, you just sit there like, God damn it, I never figured out that motherfucker. You start thinking about shit, where you fucked up. Where you were too high, you were too caught up on what you were doing. You got caught up in walking into the club and there's VIP. You just get caught up. Yeah. And you make dumb mistakes. I did it. That's all that happens.
Everybody does. I mean, even the best guys. I mean, we, like I says, in regards to what we locked up, people, you wait. It's like a stock, you're waiting on this fucker. You buy whatever. You buy, Tesla and shit. You want to buy low, sell. You got to hold it. You got to wait. You got to have patience. And people fuck up. When you're on wire, sometimes you might have to be on a wire 3, 4, 5 months before they make one fuck up. That one fuck up will put you on another line, and then you're going, bro. And then you got a talker. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're like, holy fuck, you're meeting with the attorneys, you know what I mean? oh, we got this amount, we're going to lock up this, we're going to seize this, we're going to take that. The game is patience too. But everybody makes mistakes. So, I mean, in the end, like you said, people can go 15, 20 years. They got all the money in the world. And then that one day comes and you're fucked. It's like these guys now you're talking about. I mean, I know El Chapo, you know what I mean? He's done. You know what I mean? His family's done. I think his son tried to come into the business. He's done now. His wife, it's new people come on the block.
Just like
change.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all done. You're done. You know what I mean? You had your ride. And it's over.
Didn't El Chapo get caught because he did an interview for a movie, about him? It was like something stupid.
He got caught because there was a movie like that, but that was
Sean Penn.
I thought, but that's whenever I watch a movie like that or hear about something like that,
get it?
To think about someone building a case against you and you have no idea for months or years, and they're building a case, and you just are going about your life as normal.
They weren't even building a case. They already had him by the balls. Let me just find that.
Well, just anybody, just any.
They were just finding that motherfucker.
You know what it was? Not only it was find him, but the other thing too is do they want to give him up? Do they want to extradite him? That's the whole game. When we were playing, when we were trying to play nice with the Mexican government and stuff like that, they'll give you some things, but then they won't give you everything. Like I said, it all goes back to money. Life always goes back to money. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. These guys are making so much money off these guys. Even if you're a top politician in Mexico, this guy's giving you $5-6 million. You don't listen to some American DEA guy or some, you know what I mean? I don't know, cabinet member.
Who Lisa Ann is? Never heard of it. No, sorry. Anybody Lisa Ann? No. Try Colombia. Bye.
Right.
They don't know nothing down there. That's why, listen, I don't have a passport. And there's times when I was still living in L.A., people go, I get you in. And I'm like, not in a million. Yeah. I ain't going in there undocumented. There's no fucking way. They do some nasty shit down there. Yeah, it's cute. You get great burritos. I'm okay. I'm good. I just didn't trust it.
Yeah.
There was something about Mexico. And though I was a coke fiend, I didn't trust it. There's no reason to go to Mexico and get coke. Snort it, they're going to rob you. And what, are you going to bring it over that fucking bridge? Now you're going to do 55 years. Just to go, leave me alone. I can find it in San Diego.
How frustrating is it from your point of the agents, the politics of it? Someone gets away because of a mistake or just the politics of it. Does it piss you guys off?
The politics plays a big part. It actually played a bigger part with the and I have a lot of friends that are first grade detectives that are retired now, but the reason why they retired, probably when I retired, is when you start locking up people and, for instance, they got 2 guns on them and then the ADA's letting them out fucking a week later. That's what hurts. You know what I mean? Because then, drugs is one thing and that kills people, but guns, I mean, come on, man, you know what I mean? And you see what happens when these kids or guys go back on the street. They're doing harm. And you know what? It frustrates you, you know what I mean? Because you could take the fact that, okay, I was going after this drug deal, I didn't get him. There's a lot of guys I didn't get, our group didn't get, but, eventually somebody will get them. But a lot of the times they weren't really hurting anybody. There's certain ethnicities, I hate to say, but that really will hurt you. Like the Mexicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? The Jamaicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? Italian guys, they that's business to them. These guys like Sammy the Bull, and I know he's out doing his shows now, and a lot of these guys, they were doing things to their own people. You know what I mean? And you got to expect that in the game of life. If you're going to hurt somebody that's a drug dealer, well, they're going to hurt you back. Is it fair? I don't know. I guess it is. But when you start hurting innocent people and kids and bullets start flying, that's when you got to draw the line. And, like what happened with our agent, Hatcher, this guy, he was out of control, right? And he ended up killing him over what? Because he was high and, he just wanted to do what he wanted to do. I mean, Faraci. And again, me and my partner, Eric Stangby, we locked up the guys that, Mario Gallo was one of them on that first case I did, and Jimmy Gallione. Now, these guys were the ones responsible for killing Gus Faraci. They killed him, because of this. And when we locked him up on the drug charges, we also superseded with the murder on Faraci. So they did their time. They're out, and I think who knows where they are now. But that's the only guy. I mean, I'll say Mario Gallo was one of the guys, and it's just a name you guys don't know. But when we locked all these motherfuckers up, he was the only guy that basically said to me, "Go fuck myself." He's not cooperating. You know what I mean? And I shook his hand. I said, like, wow, all right, I'll leave you the fuck alone. You know what I mean? And he did his time. The other guys, no, they right away. I mean, I was moving one guy, and these guys are all over. They're all in these podcasts and these YouTube shows that they got these guys hosting these shows, and they're talking about mob related things and whatnot. And I know it's sexy and people like that, but the reality of it is, man, it's a dangerous game, and it's a shame that, like I said, when you're a young kid and you get involved in this shit, and you're going to do 20, 25 years for what? You know what I mean? I don't know. Jail is fucking horrible. I started as a corrections officer. It's horrible to be in jail. You know what I mean? It sucks.
Nothing like a man kicking your bed.
Yeah.
And telling you to
get the fuck up, right?
You don't know what that
Or ready to eat. Let's go, motherfucker.
What eat? They would kick the fucking bed until you get the fuck up and put the light on. And your first instinct is to grab him by the neck.
Yeah.
You just got to sit there and go, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
So that was enough for me. But I got to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I don't know where I would have ended up. I love smoking pot, and then the 80s came along, and I'm not going to blame the death on my mom. I have a mind, and I can make my own decisions. But I saw what drugs did. I saw people getting high and taking hits of mescaline and drinking. They were fine. And then there were the idiots. There was always a patch in North Bergen that did heroin, whatever. But all of a sudden I saw this community just get taken by cocaine. And that's, never mind West New York, Union City.
Yeah.
That was that's where they were cleaning it down there. It was just, so it's kind of weird how for fucking 50 years, right? 84? When was Reagan in?
Yeah, early 80s, right? Yeah.
His wife went on, and we're going to fight the war on drugs.
Yeah.
What the fuck has happened?
It happens quick, man. It gets out of control. Listen, again, it goes back to money. There's so much money to be made because there's a lot of people that are depressed out there. There's a lot of people that, are just in a bad way. And, for whatever reason, that might be their cup of tea, whether it's drinking, whether it's this. And, you're always gonna find it's never going to end. But somebody's got to be there. And I'll say, like the DEA, NYPD, all other cops, someone's got to be there to make them know that there are repercussions and there is a risk, So you always got, you know what I mean? You just can't let, like a lot of people will legalize this, legalize that. Nah, I understand the marijuana. I don't have a problem with that at all.
I do at some stages.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that some other time.
Yeah.
Lee, what were you going to say?
No, I was actually going to ask about that, because there are some cities that have completely decriminalized it.
Done. That's it. It's either legal. Who's got the nerve to take a joint off you when you're in a fucking rental car and bring you in? Unless you act like an asshole or have alcohol in your breath.
Right.
Then anybody would bring you in. But forget about the marijuana. Look at all the synthetic stuff they're bringing in. You got meth that's making a comeback. Meth is never gone.
Yeah.
Like my buddies, or whatever,
Yeah, I got
in
you.
L.A., and he told me, he goes, during the pandemic, I sold a bunch of coke. When the pandemic ended, it became meth.
Yeah.
It was meth by the fucking ton. I couldn't even get it in on time.
Because they're making meth also in the Midwest with a lot of things you can buy at the pharmacy. It's like hillbilly shit. You know what I mean? They actually, there's been so many times where they're cooking, and they're blowing themselves up. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, someone opens the door, and the whole meth lab explodes. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts, man.
It's just, you sit here now, 30 years, and listen, I was a consumer. I remember when Nancy Reagan said that, I'm like, man, you better start snorting coke.
Yeah.
Because of the war on drugs, you better get as much as you can.
Yeah.
Because it's real, cocksucker, and it never ended.
Yeah.
And then, listen, I really love smoking marijuana. I can't do it anymore.
God bless you, man.
I enjoyed it as a kid. Thinking back, it just took away that piece of anxiety.
Yeah.
Just did something.
Yeah,
whatever.
It made you feel, you turned the button a little
I
bit.
didn't like drinking. I loved that. So I could fall asleep at night.
Yeah.
Did I think? I always thought buying marijuana is getting your check on Friday,
You ain't getting a bag.
Stopping at the liquor store, and then stopping at Benny Blanco's house and getting an eighth for $90.
Did you say Benny Blanco?
Yeah.
From the Bronx?
Yeah, and putting it in your trunk.
That was a good movie.
And driving home in fear. Like that you might get pulled over. That was the whole thing. Now we walk into a store. Hi, how are you? Let me see your ID. Oh my God. Returning customer or first time?
You know what? It's fucking funny you say that because I'm not going to get into names again, but for someone's 60th birthday party, first time I ever went in as a DEA guy, I went to a town down the shore, and it's a big place. And long story short, again, I go there. I'm a little nervous. I mean, but it's like fucking legit. You can go in there. So, no, what does Myron do? He pulls in the parking lot. I'm surveilling the place. Is this legit? Who's going in there? You know what I mean? Okay. I walk in there. It's like you're at Best Buy. I go to the fucking counter. How are you? Where's your license? No problem. Now go through these other two doors. I go through these other two doors. Now I'm in a fucking assembly line. It's like the DMV. You know what I mean? And I'm behind a whole bunch of people. Then all of a sudden, a guy goes like this. Over here. I go, okay. I go, I'm looking to buy some marijuana for a birthday present. You know what I mean? He goes, well, and I go, I don't know what the fuck you got. Okay, what do you think? I don't want to kill the guy and shit. He goes, well, I would try this. And I go, this is the first time I've done this. I said, I used to be a fucking DEA guy. And we used to like, he goes, DEA, you get 25% off. I go, holy shit. I says, nice, But it was like, I'll be honest with you, it was fucking funny because, like, wow, you know what I mean? What's that?
Who would have
thought? And the guy was like, it was almost like, hey, park closed, you know what I mean? Like Wally World. Remember that fucking show? It was like the guy looked just like that. I was laughing. I went home, told my wife. I said, I took care of him. I got 25% off. Yeah.
Plantopia has a drive-in. You go online, order it, and you go to the window, and you don't have to get out of your fucking car.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, and then you have to pay cash. That's the only thing they have. They don't have the ATM set up.
Yeah, cash is king.
At 7 a.m.
Yeah.
For you fucking early birds.
Wow.
And for you insomniacs, they close at 11.
Yeah.
And then midnight or 1 on the weekends. Are you fucking kidding me?
Holy shit, that's big business, man.
That means 10:30, got nothing to do. All of a sudden, 11 o'clock, The Exorcist coming on. Fuck it, I'll take a run to ShopRite. Drive through the weed store. Ba-ba-da-ba.
Yeah, I still can't watch that show. That scares the shit out of me.
Which one?
Yeah, that's one.
Meanwhile, you see a guy get hit in the head with a golf club and there's blood on the fucking
Yeah, no, that don't bother me, but I'm telling you what.
That don't bother me.
No, The Exorcist one, that bothers me. As a kid,
have you considered writing a book? I know you're retired now, and you can't sleep, and you won't go to
that's
yoga.
the fucking problem. Did you ever think about writing a book?
You need to start writing a book.
Yeah, there's a lot
You're
of
an interesting guy. Get yourself a little security job where you just watch a guy walk from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Listen, you're on your own. They start shooting, I don't know nothing. Right?
Well, I got to say one thing. Besides the DEA, you know what I mean? And I know Johnny, I bought a friend over here, Johnny. He can tell you stories, man. We had the best times in our lives. We always had shore houses. He still had them up until last year. He just purchased a house. But, I mean, the shit we seen and the shit we did is, I mean, I could write a book about that. Never mind the fucking DEA. Now, he could tell you stories about fucking vacations we went on that, I mean.
What did you specialize in the DEA? Like,
I
what
mean,
division? You were everywhere.
I was first. We were mob guys. We worked the mob, and I did that for years. And then, it was just then like a knock around kind of group where we did whatever, which turned out to be some mob guys too. And then I ran at the end of my career. My last 5 years, I ran asset forfeiture. I had like 35 people under me. But like, for instance, when we do all these cases, long story short, if we take airplanes, we take your money, we take fucking everything. We take horses, we take cars. I can go on, gold bars, coins, stocks, and they all come through me, through my group. And we were going to Brinks once a week. And I kid you not, in the 5 years I was doing that, every week there'd be at least $2 million in cash that we would have to take to the Brinks. And we'd have to have 2 or 3 guys go, so nobody could, you never know, somebody might get a tip on us and, try to fucking steal the money. You know what I mean? So I ran asset forfeiture, which was it was a slowed down pace, but it got to be too crazy. you know, and I said, let me pull up the stakes because of the things I said with the way just law enforcement was going. And I've been there 30 years, over 30 years. So I think that was enough blood to give, you know what I mean? I mean, I could have done more, but, you know, I was tired. Now I'm fucking tired and I can't sleep. So I might have to take you up on one of these fucking Slim Jim things you got.
You'll be up for 2 days, happy as a pig and shit.
I tell you what, as long as somebody wakes me up every 4 hours to eat,
yeah,
you know what I mean? I gotta fucking eat.
Nah, we got one of those piss tubes that you take home. We'll just push you onto the mattress.
I like the piss tubes.
Yeah.
I asked Johnny before. I had to take a squirt before. He had a can. Back in the day when we were on surveillance, man, we couldn't get out and piss, so we'd piss in, you know, like bottles. I didn't piss in front of your place here if there's any cameras, but I did across the street. Right, dude?
Myron, whenever you decide to write a book, let me know.
All right.
I'll hook you up with a girl that's really good.
Oh, yeah?
You got some good stories. Why fucking sit there like a baboosh? Guys like you can't fucking retire.
You know what?
I've been around you for 3 hours. I'm like, this motherfucker won't retire. You still got a lot of life left to you.
Yeah, I know.
You're not ready to go to South Carolina.
No.
And to sit there.
Although I do like Charleston. It was nice. But
you know what? I like Hawaii, too.
Yeah.
But that don't mean I'm flying there tomorrow to sit and look at a beach.
I agree with you,
We're
man.
not PI 100.
Yeah.
We're not going to move to the beach and arrest people. So
I'm not dumb. I'm glad I got out of the house. You got me out of the house. I know my wife probably said, hey, get this fucking guy out of here.
No. But, I was just sitting there one day, and I told Myron I wanted to get him on and talk to him about whatever, and here we are.
Yeah.
Not blowing smoke up your ass. You're an interesting fucking dude.
I appreciate that. I
know you had to keep some of the names and dates, you know, to
protect
the innocent.
So like I said, my memory has to be jarred a little bit. But again, I thank you all, you know, for inviting me. A good group of guys here, and you know, I tell you what, it brings back a lot of memories. You know.
Yeah, good. I'm happy we got you out.
Thank you.
We'll give you an edible on the way out, and empanada.
Good.
You'll be
nothing with caffeine in it, bro.
Listen, those Spanish people, they know how to cook.
Oh, absolutely.
You just pass the fuck out. They put Xanax or something. Mexican, the Cubans put something in there.
Yeah.
You fall asleep eating the empanada.
Klonopins and fucking, right, the Valiums and...
No, they put something in their fucking food, the Cubans.
Yeah.
1 minute you're home eating empanada, next minute you wake up before and Telemundo's on. You know what I'm saying? People are fucking going back and forth with maracas. You're like, what happened?
I just wanted to give one little shout out. I mean, because I was talking about a lot of these cases, and when we first started bringing the cases to Eastern District, the mob cases, it was AUSA over there by the name of Jim Walden, and Jim Walden's running for mayor now from New York as an independent, and you know he's a very good guy, very knowledgeable, and I wish him well, and I just wanted to throw his name out there. You know, he's got his stuff together, and it might be a good change to get away from what New York normally elects, you know what I mean? I don't want to again get into politics, but
the show is all felons, so forget it.
Oh, okay.
This is not a
good vote.
You
can't vote when you're in jail. That's
Listen, all of you are felons. Cover your ears. You know.
Do you have anybody else calling in over here that are for you got any other guys, mob guys?
Or take Paul in?
Yeah. No.
I don't like people calling in.
Okay.
Just random people.
Yeah.
They're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
They'll sit there on the phones and.
The
next thing you know, they're banging on your window. I've been on the phone for an hour.
Yeah.
And you're like, no.
They're probably going to have some of his empanadas if they find out how good they are and shit.
Listen, man, we saw... This is my world right now.
Yeah.
We saw The Godfather. We saw Goodfellas. And then at the end of the day, no matter what the fuck you tell me, we saw a TV series that swept America off their feet.
You talking about Miami?
What Miami? I'm talking about the fucking Sopranos.
Oh, the Sopranos. I thought you were going back to Miami. I'm sorry, brother.
For an example, Miami Vice was Miami Vice. But it's like I tell people, in 97, I did a show, and I had to send a resume. And the agent called me immediately. She's like, I got to talk to you. I'm like, what? She goes, you got to take North Bergen, New Jersey off your resume.
Yeah.
She goes, I don't really want people to see that.
Really?
Always go to New York City. I go, all right, put New York City down. It's going to get me a role. This is when Springsteen was out. You know, all these animals are out. The Sopranos came out. It was completely different to put New Jersey on your resume.
Oh, yeah, man. I love that show. I mean, I never missed an episode. That was amazing.
And I'm at the point in my life right now, at least I am, that I think I've seen the best of it.
Mm-hmm.
When people approach me for Mafia scripts now,
Yeah.
if I see Gino or Vinny,
Yeah.
the second page it goes back. I'm not interested.
Yeah. I don't blame. I'll be honest. I don't blame you.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
It's not interesting no more.
Yeah.
Give me the Mob 2025. You got 3 black dudes now.
There ain't.
You got a Dominican.
Yeah.
80 years are in jail. The other ones are fat and old. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's kicking up to these guys.
No.
They're 80. You're done.
That don't
if you
work.
can't shoot nobody, you ain't good to me.
There's
Get the fuck
there.
out. You know. I mean, give me something like that that's real.
Yeah.
So I just can't. What were we talking about? These edibles are kicking
The Sopranos.
No, you were talking about The Sopranos and how
The Sopranos was so good
yeah.
that what's gonna match that now?
Nothing.
What story are you gonna come at me? As a matter of fact, your boy just became councilman in the town next.
I know who he is.
Okay.
John.
Yeah. You saw all the news.
No,
He's all over the news. People,
he was legit too. I mean, he was.
He's the real deal.
You know who he was with, right?
Yeah, I go to the weed store. People are like, do you know John? He went to me. I don't know fucking John. I don't know John. He's like the mayor of Englishtown now. So that's the best weed store in town. The fucking.
Well, that's. How could you believe?
And
that?
I love John, and I believe John.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, there's 22 guys now running their mouths.
Yeah.
And 11 of them turned evidence.
I mean,
and I'm a big fan of Sammy.
I seen some of his things, and listen, no disrespect towards anybody. I mean, they did their thing, but they're doing their thing now. They still want to be there. They still want to talk about it. They love it. It's like, you know what I mean? It's in them.
I stop by Sammy on Instagram every other day.
Yeah.
And he's talking to you like it's 1984. So I talked to Paul.
Yeah.
And I told Paul, and you're like, do you think these kids even have an idea what the fuck you're talking about?
No.
Try to sell anything Gotti now.
No.
You're not going to sell a ticket. People don't want to hear that shit no more. Gotti's been beat up to death. If not, just throwing mobsters every Sunday. It's the same episode. It's just 1998.
But back when Sammy, let me just cut you off. Sammy, he went back after he got out, and DEA, and I know about this because I know the people that were involved with that. You know what happened to him when he went out when he was in the program, right? Mm-hmm. He went to Arizona and he got his kid involved with a lot of things, and they got locked up again with that ecstasy thing, which I never even hit on because I worked a lot of the Russian guys, and that was fucking unbelievable stories with the Russian guys and the ecstasy. But yeah, and another little thing that, perhaps if you have me on another time, maybe you don't want to hear my shit anymore, but because I get very dry in the mouth right now.
Drink the fucking water.
No, I've been doing it, man, but I've been thinking about that, taking that edible, and that's even drying me out more. But getting back to, we were working a guy on Mob Wives. We locked up my group. I was a supervisor there, but we had locked up Renee Graziano.
Right.
And the big person in that is Hector Pagan. I mean, I don't know if you look him up. I mean, yeah, but he was with us when he was on the show, if you catch my drift. You understand? But he did his own, then he come out, and I think Graziano Anthony, he testified against her father, who was a big weed guy over in Brooklyn. So that was very very interesting.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and you could see his shit. A couple of YouTubers did a nice little thing on him. You know what I mean? That I saw recently. It was pretty interesting because I didn't realize all the shit he did. He was actually pretty well liked, and he was with like big guys.
T.G. Graziano.
No, I'm talking about Hector Pagan. He was good friends with Joe Massimino, who was very big, and But they all get caught.
He ratted at the end.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And he was fucking brilliant at the end.
Yeah.
Because he came out, he said, "Fuck these hangouts. I don't want you hanging out no more. Everybody's got to get a job. Everybody's got to get off the corner. No more fucking jumpsuits. No more gold chains."
I have the silver, bro. There's a guy over there. There's a Sergio Takachino.
Yeah,
that's what it was all about.
We'll fucking hide. You know what I'm saying? And he shut it down for a while, but you're always going to make big fucking mistakes with cash.
Always.
The accountants came in. The FBI forensic accountants came in. You just might as well get the fucking noose ready. When them motherfuckers come, those are the people that killed Jesus. When they show up, 4 of those motherfuckers show up. You might as well just go, put the cuffs on. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. I'll tell you on the way there. You know what I'm saying? And because it's over. They're all nerds with glasses. They don't know nothing. They don't want to know pussy.
Yeah, you know when they got a fucking calculator in their fucking hand,
Trust me.
and the number 2 pencil in their ear.
Trust me. When they come, dog, Giso. They come with the chemistry set. It's over. It's over, guys. So once the forensic accountants come, just call your mother. Tell her, listen, Ma, it's over. You gotta give back the jewelry I gave you 3 years ago. Because they're coming to get that any minute now.
You're right, brother.
Man, it's a real pleasure to have you on.
Well, thank you for having me.
I want to have you on again.
No problem. Sure. There's more stories and stuff, and maybe by that time I'll have like a book written or something, you know.
Oh, I would love it. I'm telling you.
I mean, I got a lot of things in my mind, but I got to get them somewhere before the mind goes. You know what I mean?
You got to run it through an attorney. You got to send it to the DA for clearance, and that's a hand job.
Yeah. I don't know if I got to do that anymore because I'm retired. I don't know.
Out of
how that
respect,
works.
so they don't call you back in and bust your balls.
Yeah.
But it's pretty interesting. This is the most interesting thing I'm going to tell you. Then we'll get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Fucko was on the podcast before the pandemic. Wolf. What's his name? The Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh,
remember
shit.
again
Jordan
the
Belfort.
Quaalude from the fucking 80s.
Oh, the Wolf of Wall Street. That was
Jordan
The movie.
Yeah, I understand. I know what it was.
Benicio del Toro. Well,
Yeah.
he was on the show. The real Wolf
Yeah.
came on the show. We were talking about shit. And all of a sudden he goes, I don't know if you know how I wrote my story. And I go, why? He goes, Chong was my jailmate, my cellmate.
Oh, okay.
In the federal. He told me.
Yeah.
I was telling him stories about the stock market.
Yeah, because all the mob guys that's what they were doing.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
There was a couple of names, but what they were doing, you know what they do?
Yeah.
They push
The
certain
penny
stocks,
stock
and these guys don't even have licenses, and then they close it down and they short it, and that was, we were looking into a lot of those guys too.
But
I mean, yeah.
He talked them into writing a fucking book.
Yeah.
And it became a fucking movie.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And it was a good movie.
You're sitting there, boy, write a fucking movie.
Yeah.
Just to give you a heads up, he is going to take 10 points just for as the manager.
Five.
Just five?
His family.
He can have more than that, man. I don't give
He's
a fuck.
family, dog. Come on.
How come you always charge me 10?
Because there's
I'll leave it
reasons.
till 5%.
I gotta hold your hand. You're gonna call me at night. Can I make the right move? I mean, I need that in my life. 2 a.m. Lee, what's up? I can't sleep. This manager's got me going crazy. I'm over here, dreaming about fucking hanging out with the DEA, and all of a sudden.
Yeah, but it was nice coming. Nice, you're a great guy. All you guys are good guys. You bought some great fucking empanadas. You got a funny fucking laugh, and you got to work on that head cold, man.
Trying.
Yeah, take some Vicks. My mother used to put some Vicks by my
Come
nose.
back in 10 minutes, he'll be healed. Because he got sick once I came back with
I didn't.
the Mac Daddy of Mac Daddies. He started getting sick last Wednesday when he saw the box. He started getting twitches and shit. He knew that Lent.
Listen,
that Lent was
What are
here.
these things
You
here?
know,
What is this? Just like
This is
nicotine?
nicotine pouches. They come in 3, 6, 9, 12. Forget about it.
What, do I got to put a couple of quarters in there?
No. I'll hook you up with one on the way
No,
out.
I'm good, man.
You put one under your chin, forget it. You'll be fucking.
No, I can't do that.
You'll
I'll
be
throw
doing
up.
90 on the Parkway.
Yeah.
Hey! You got your old badge. I just put it there with a disco light. Now.
I do have it.
They don't know nothing. Just put the badge up with a disco light. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. Nobody will even stop you. That's the fucking funny thing.
Johnny, you got anything to say, brother?
Oh, God.
And don't get him started. Don't get him started. We got to get the fuck out of
Oh,
here.
the Goat Bar, but holy fuck, don't tell
No,
that.
we'll get the fuck out of here. Next time we'll talk about the
The
Goat
Goat
Bar.
Bar is
Now
in
it's
Bronx.
10 to 8. I'm already hungry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm already
All right,
thinking
man.
about shit.
We out.
We out like
cutting.
fucking whatever.
Finito.
Lee, where you at this weekend?
March 29th, Broadway Comedy Club, 5:30 p.m.
Look at them.
wow.
Don't forget to be there. Austin, Moon Tower is officially sold out, but you got May 18th at the Parks motherfucking Casino.
Yeah?
Right? Or August. May. We're working on May here and come out, and that's it, and that's that. I'll keep you posted. Lee, that's all you got?
That's all. I got Josh Wolf at Stanford Comedy Club in 2
You
weeks.
going to
Make
Stanford?
something up, brother.
When are you going to Stanford?
Stanford, New York Comedy Club in 2
Oh,
weeks.
Stanford, New York. Okay.
Stanford, Connecticut.
I think you're going to the old Stanford. The guy had the wig. That's a complete other story. I love you, savages. See you next week. Have a great week and get ready for April. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. It's March the 25th. Yes. Listen, I want to talk to you about something. Summertime is coming. You know what that means. It's time to head down to Pound Town. Da, 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 da. You need to be able to get that thing up there. And that's where Uncle Joey comes in. Blue Chew makes sure you're ready whenever the mood arises. Whether you're on the beach, under the tunnel, wherever you're at, you're ready to go. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Meet with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you get approved, forget about it. Your prescription will be there in days. Blue Chew works. They're serious. They come in little pouches. You put one in your wallet, and when you're ready for war, bam, there you are. Anyway, no more wishing, no more praying for your little fucking dick to work. Those days are over with. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's summertime. These women got tons of options. Tons of options. So you better show up with a cape, a helmet, and a box of Blue Chew. Now, this is what I'm going to do for these nice people. You can get Blue Chew for free for 1 month. That's right. You can try it on your own. After you try it for 1 month, you're going to go, Joey, where have you been all my life? It's that easy. First month, Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Again, Joey, Joey. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and for helping young men sling some dick in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. 4th of July is coming. I love you guys. What's happening, you savages? Happy belated St. Patty's Day. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Tuesday, the 18th of March. The church, New Testament, is here. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's going to get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast, and it seriously lasts. And if that's not enough, Blue Chew's online service sends your ED meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor. He approves it in 2 days. And listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with a new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting started is easy and totally online. You chat with a licensed medical provider, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days, guys. And listen, whether you don't have ED or you do have ED, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. You follow me? She's not going to want it. She's going to call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And there's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're going to get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about, okay? It's March. What is it? March, April? Forget it. You start now in March. By July, you'll be a savage. You understand me? So do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Chew and press in promo code Joey, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand me? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down when you get through with that Blue Chew pill. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? Then you really fucking knock people out. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Welcome back to We're back, bitches. It's a beautiful Tuesday to be alive. It's just me and Lee today. Just how you like it. You know, you guys, you put a fucking girl on here, you don't like her. You put a penguin on here, you don't like him. You know, you guys don't like nobody.
Who's the penguin?
Huh?
Who is the penguin?
I don't fucking know. I get emails. Why'd you put the girl on? What the fuck? How many boys can you put on here? How much dick can you smell? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring a woman in here to give it that fucking touch from time to time. I love having women in because, listen, I learned from them. She was great last week.
Yeah.
So was the Italian princess came in here and enlightened us. You guys are, why does there have to be a girl on the show? Well, it's better than looking at a fucking guy all night, right? What the fuck is wrong with you people? But anyway, the co-host tonight is the man himself. He was a little fucked up the last 2 shows.
I wonder why.
Today he went to a rehab. He went to a meeting, and he's making a strong comeback. I wonder why. What the fuck you think this is? This is the church. This ain't no fucking daycare.
Yeah, well,
We come here to get down. This ain't no,
I know, but then why are you saying I was, like, it's like a big mystery why I was fucked up.
You were fucked up.
It's not like I'm going around New York trying to find this shit.
I said, Lee, I gave him 2 grams of mushrooms.
No, you did not.
Maybe
2
2.5.
grams.
Maybe 2.5.
First of all, you sent me pictures of a scale, because I told you, I've been taking 3 grams on the road for a year. I know what it looks like, and it doesn't look like
to
those.
break that. 3 grams is time.
Well, then tell me what I'm taking. Don't say I'm taking a gram when I know I'm taking
3
4
fucking
to 5.
grams. And then, last week was the best. We got him on a timer now. Whenever
You
we give him a
faked the
mushroom,
timer.
we got
There's
him
no
on a timer.
timer.
Because it is the biggest store. Also, he wants to tell you stories.
No, I didn't want to.
He
First
looks
of all,
around. I'll fucking give him a cheeseburger. He'll wolf that thing down, okay? Give him a mushroom. He's looking around.
yeah. I think anyone
fucking,
watching this would wolf down a cheeseburger before
Last week we brought the meatballs from Special, the meatball kid out in Rutherford. This fucking guy, I go, get a piece of bread with a meatball and just put the mushroom in there. What does he do? He's sitting there cutting the meatball.
I didn't cut a meatball. I didn't know I did. I took 1 piece of bread, I put the mushroom underneath, and I put the meatball on top. That's all I did.
Every week. Just now we gave 2 little pieces.
2 little pieces.
And 3 pieces of chocolate. Guys.
Listen, my lawyer's here.
I ate the fucking 2 grams and the chocolate before him. And that's a fact. He was still over there looking around, dropping it.
Yeah, because you eat the mushrooms
he
dry.
Squeezes it with his
you've been on
fucking
hospital
Jewy
food for a
fucking
month.
sweaty hands. What the fuck you think is going to happen?
I never said that you don't eat mushrooms quicker than me. You do eat mushrooms quicker than me.
I eat everything quicker than you, but when it comes down to a cheeseburger, you fucking beat me, or a pizza. So I told him, I said, listen, you want to eat the mushrooms with no drama? Put it in the pizza and fold it.
Where's the pizza? I don't see any pizza.
Well, when we have pizza, you're like, I don't know. And then he eats these 25 milligrams when he's not.
That's all they sell.
When
You can't get all right. No, hold on. You tell you every week, take edibles, and the strongest they sell in the between Massachusetts and New York is 25 a piece,
Well,
maybe a 50. I've been taking at least 5, not 8.
He takes some with his girlfriend. They rub each other's back.
We don't rub our
They
back.
watch some fucking movie on Lifetime or some shit.
First of all, Lifetime has some good programming.
Okay.
Don't tell me.
We got no Lifetime here. We go for the kill here, Lee. This is the kill shot.
Yeah, but I'm also out every night. I can't go out fucked up every night.
What, dog? Yesterday I had a half a chocolate bar. I buy those GMO things with a syringe. I can't smoke anymore. So I went to the weed store a couple weeks ago, and he goes, Joe, if you can't smoke, put the syringe in with that GMO indica.
Oh, the RSO?
Holy shit.
That's good. I just had that.
Dog, I've been putting it on.
This.
Last Tuesday, it was like 70 degrees out. I sat there from 1 to 5. My wife left. They went to do 1,000 things. They came back. I was still sitting there. She's like, you're enjoying the sun, huh? I go, I'm too fucked up to get up. What enjoying the sun? I'm fucked up, dog. I was fucked up out there, just in my little rocking chair. The cat kept coming out. I would pet him, and then he'd go in. Then he'd come out. Daddy, come back. No, I'm too fucking high. I want to see the devil. That's training on a Tuesday.
Yeah, okay, that's great for you.
This is...
First of all, I have a day job, which is fine, but I'm out on everyone. You keep telling people to mug me. I'm not home by 9:30. I'm never home by 9:30.
9:30, Mama gives you cookies.
I'm not home by 9:30. Jesus Christ, 9:30. I haven't been home at 9:30 in 6 months.
I'm back. I'm home now. It's fucking 9:30.
I'm never.
What the fuck? College at midnight, cocksucker.
9:30.
He lives a good life, this fucking dude.
Clearly. I do live a good life, but I'm also not home at 9:30 taking 5 milligrams. I am not.
Yesterday, I didn't do shit Friday night. I didn't do shit Saturday. So Sunday I woke up, I go, I'm going deep today. I went to the gym. I did this thing. I ate a half a bar with that fucking, I put the whole syringe on. I'm up to the whole syringe now. I just
How long has it been? A week?
35. Just one big fucking squirt. I ate that chocolate. Let me tell you something. Then I went to my buddies, and I brought mushrooms with me, and I ate it with a corned beef sandwich with the cabbage. I was fucked up last night. I woke up this morning. I couldn't even talk. I was so fucked up.
Yeah.
And I got right back up, washed my pussy, and I got out there. Before I went to the dentist, I went to the gym, rode the bike. I was a little dizzy from the THC.
Yeah.
When I got to the dentist, even my friend said to me, Joey, you look a little out of it today. And I told him, I grew up with it, so I don't have to lie to him. As I got fucked up last night.
First of all,
What?
this is for everyone who doesn't know. This is what they give cancer patients. And how long is that tube supposed to last?
2 days.
No, it is not 2 days.
Whatever.
Second of all, this is why you have such a high tolerance.
They don't give those to cancer patients.
Yes, they do give. That's exactly
No,
what
they
it's
don't.
for. This is why medical marijuana exists.
At
because
least I won't get cancer.
you know
what I'm saying? I'm way ahead of the
that's
fucking
what it
game.
is.
Okay, so you got to beat the cancer. So why let it get to you? Then you got to start doing the tube. Beat it now.
Oh, this is not to beat cancer.
Well, what do you bring cancer up for?
Because it's
You're
for
the
the
kiss of fucking death.
Oh, so now you're gonna blame me if you get it?
No, but I'm just saying, who brought cancer up? You did, cocksucker.
That is true. I'm very sorry.
Unfucking believable. Just eat the fucking mushroom.
And they've been gone for half an hour.
Well, we might eat some more just to show people how slow it takes. That's what we'll do it. He wanted to do a video tonight of me doing a reaction to some black guy eating a rat. I'm not doing it. Okay?
It really
I'm not
wasn't
doing
gonna be
it,
that.
okay? I'm not doing it.
I'm also
We're
not.
gonna have we're gonna do a video tonight after this of how long it takes Lee to eat.
I'm not eating more mushrooms.
Why not? It's one more little tiny fucking rat.
one more little tiny.
Watch how long it takes him.
It takes me
You
a
have
while.
to
I
put
don't like
pepper
that.
on it and salt.
First of all, it's honey, which he never brings.
I brought honey last
I
week.
knew you were gonna say this. You brought mushroom honey.
Yeah.
You're the only person in the world who gets high on edibles and then is like, I have the munchies. Oh, let me eat some more edibles. No, I don't. Then you don't. What do you look? It's fucked up.
We're in training, Lee.
You can't keep saying that. For
We're
what?
in training, dog. 8, 9, 10 years because we're in training. You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know. If big bank, eat little bank. We've been doing it for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, how much? Well, let's say if they get Ukraine,
Right.
they're gonna come after the fucking Jews next.
Yeah.
What if they catch you? You want to be trained. What if they start
If they get all the way over
What
here,
if they start shoving you with edibles?
listen. When Russia reaches the U.S. borders, I'll take as many mushrooms as you want.
All right. Well, don't come crying to me. Because they're going to be giving me mushrooms. I don't feel nothing. I'm like Netanyahu. You can keep fucking sticking it to me, cocksucker. But you're going to be there. Wait, I need a cheese cracker. I need a half a meatball. No, there's no fucking meatballs in Gaza. Okay? There's
Yeah,
no
because they don't have
meatballs
pork in
Ukraine,
Gaza.
cocksucker.
Oh, Jesus
So
Christ!
they got to live with. Anyway,
I'm so sorry.
on a positive note, you're so sorry. Then
On a
get to it,
positive note.
cocksucker. You're in training. Training means we're Marines. We're not in the Navy. We're not in the Coast Guard. We're not in the Army. We're fucking Marines. We go in there first. So that's the deal. We're the ones that go in there and get blown up and lit on fire.
Oh,
You know,
so I'm pre-lighting myself on fire?
Sure, why not? You're Jewish, you know. You gotta be prepared. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. Look at all the Jew hate going on in the world right now. You don't know. You might be walking down the street and one of these.
You keep saying that. One guy keeps messaging me. You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet?
You're gonna get hit in the head.
I don't want to get hit in the head.
One of those college students from Columbia that hates Jews all of a sudden. All of a sudden he's gonna have 3 beers with him. He's gonna clock you in the head with 3 of his little faggy friends. And don't come crying to me the next day. That's all I'm saying.
I apologize.
I don't know if you people have been paying attention. I've been paying attention to this because it's a fucking great question to ask yourself. Today, basically, the 14th was 5 years since the pandemic started. Today was official. They shut everything down. 5 years ago, New Yorkers are going crazy. No, St. Patty's Day. You're done with it. Go drink at home. You know what I'm saying? Go drink and puke at fucking home. Same difference. But it's crazy. That's been 5 years ago. Now, I'm not here to talk about Fauci or the pandemic or the fucking shot. I don't give a fuck. But it's so weird. Like, I want you guys to think about 5 years ago, how much your life has changed since then.
It's crazy. Like,
It's
take the
fucking
pandemic out of it.
crazy.
Yeah. My life is completely Like, if you had asked me, if you told me this is what my life would be, I wouldn't have believed you. It's completely different. There's the only thing that's the same is this. And everything else is different. And it's, I'm not going to say not everything is better, but at least for me, I'm very, like, luckily, I'm like, it's like 1,000 times better than I would have imagined.
What were you going through when they said everything shut down?
We were living in LA. I have no idea really what I was, but I was close to 300 pounds, if not over it.
Over it.
Well, the thing is, I didn't know. Well, I don't think so, because by December of that year, it was 336. So between March and December, so probably close.
Yeah, the pandemic killed us.
But I was single. I wasn't very happy. But the weird thing is, like, I thought I was. I didn't think I was unhappy. There were parts of my life that I wasn't happy with, but I didn't think like this is probably the happiest I've been that I can remember in my adult life, which is crazy. But like comedy I was having a blast at comedy, but honestly, I wasn't tired of it, but it was just I was really only doing open mics, and that can get a little bit old. And I was single and living in LA, and it's my whole life has done like a complete 180.
How has your mind changed since then?
Well, it's kind of hard. I have like two different minds. I have like a stand-up mind and like a personal mind. My personal mind, I feel like I've gotten stronger. I've had some good and bad shit happen that like I feel like I'm definitely stronger. But we were talking before the podcast started about experience, and it's just, until you experience certain things, you don't know how you're going to deal with it or who you're going to be. And like moving, like this move that I did over the last 6 months has been like a lot of good and a lot of bad and a lot of like just not easy. Like, it's not that my life was easy in LA, but it was a lot more comfortable.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we did the podcast twice a week. I was in the same apartment for 6 years, and I wasn't really challenging myself, I guess.
No, we all got comfortable.
Yeah. And I like, the weight loss, you can say. I joined a gym 2 weeks ago, which I would have never. You begged me for years to do that, and I never would.
You went to a class looking.
I went to 2 classes. I went to a yoga class, which I thought was going to be easy. Turns out yoga is not fucking easy. No, and then I went to a class the next day that made yoga look really fucking easy. I can't tell you, to take comedy out of it, how happy I am. Like, I don't know if anyone else watching this can relate to it, and it doesn't have to be New York, but for me, it's New York. For me, New York has like always been the place I want it to be. And so for me, I was waiting at the train station yesterday before a set, and like there was a band playing in the train, and you're gonna make fun of me, but like I teared up a little bit. And I'm not really a crier, but like, I don't know, man, just there's something about if 16-year-old me saw where I was, like, he would be really fucking excited for what, and I don't know how excited he would have been looking at 31-year-old me. It's been pretty crazy, and it's crazy because it's a lot changed in 5 years, but it's also been like the last year has changed a lot, I think, for both of us. So I'm a completely different person.
Last week I was thinking about it's the same as the year of the pandemic. The 14th was on a Friday when I got the call that they were shutting down the movies, the store, and all that. And then Monday was official. And I remember when, you guys are going to think I'm fucking crazy. I was doing 4 theaters a weekend, right? 2 podcasts, 4 fucking planes. I was trying to raise a daughter, and I was fucked up 3/4 of the day. Fucked up. Edibles, getting up at 7, doing 18 bong hits. It was just too much. And it was, you think you're happy. You're picking up money. You're doing stand-up. Your sets are good. The store was fucking at its best ever.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget the day they said, like, we're done. And, like, I just was like, thank fucking God. And they were like, yeah, I might open up in June. Not for me. Like, after, like, the third day, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and I knew I was leaving already. I knew this was the perfect.
All right. So here's what I can do, because I don't want to mess up your account. I'll create a new account, and you may have to send me your name. You can send that to me in Discord or whatever, and then I'll create it under your name. I'll have to use like a different phone number, but you can always change that later. I'll create a password, and I'll pass the first test, or I'll do my best to. And then once I do, I'll give you all the information for it, and then you take it from there.
Okay. Now, there's a second. You said there's a second test, though.
Yeah,
Is
there's.
that correct?
Yeah.
So then with that would not. How much are you trying to charge me for the first test?
$1,000.
But if I failed the second one, I'm fucked, right?
I mean, you have to really say, like, is this something that you want to do?
Well, here's the plan, right? The plan is to move to the Caribbean.
Exactly, and this gives you an opportunity to do that.
To make money.
Right.
But I feel you.
I'll tell you what.
Let me.
I'll tell you what. If you don't pass the second round, we can always do it again, and I'll do it for you the second time for less.
Okay. Is there room to negotiate on price, or are you firm on the 1,000?
Well, here's the thing. I have to get a phone number for you. I've got to create the account. I've got to take like an hour-long test or 2-hour-long test. So there's some buy-in for me, and I'm working on my other projects right now. It's not something that I really necessarily wanted to do. But yeah, so that's what I'll do it for. I'm sure you can, if you want, I mean, I can tell you other routes that you could go. I'm sure you could find someone on Fiverr to do it for you for less. So that's fiverr.com, and you just put up a request for someone to be able to pass it for you. But yeah, that's what I'll do it for. And let's say I pass it, I give you all the stuff for it, and then you do the second test or whatever, and it works out for you. Then you have a job. If it doesn't work out for you, you say, hey.
But how often do you have to work?
As much as you want.
That's what I was trying to.
As much as you want.
Well, I mean, do you have a supervisor? Is there a boss?
No.
Are you your own boss?
You're your own boss.
How does it work?
You're your own boss. So they give you options to choose, and then you just choose which ones you want. And then if you are interested in them, then you take the job. If like you have, if you need to work. If you don't need to work, then obviously you don't have to take the job. But no, you don't have a boss. You log your hours, and it automatically logs your hours for you. And so the just someone, I'm doing something as you came in. The process is this: you create an account, you pass the first test. Once you pass the first test, then you have to pass the second test. And that's like a 3 or 4 hour deal, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, something like that. And you can do multiple tests, and then they, um, then once you pass those, they give you an opportunity to take different assignments. So you don't have to take any assignments. Like my account, I don't, I haven't taken any just because I haven't needed to. But should I want to, then I just click one, and then it allows me to do like as many hours as I want to work in a week. So anywhere from 0 to 40. When you just program AI,
Then how do you pay taxes on those?
they if you earn more than $600 um, a year on it, which you're probably going to, then they send you a I believe it's a W. It's a 1040.
1040?
1040, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
But
can I ask you another question?
Sure.
What's another way of making money? Say if this doesn't work out for me.
Yeah, I mean,
like, say I just can't withstand the attention span. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I've never done this before, and I don't know if I have the attention span for it.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I can answer the questions, but
sure. So another way to do it, or another way to make money. I mean, there are like little ways. Like there are ways to make, like, you want a work from home job, right?
Yeah, just thinking like.
Okay, so if you want,
just wondering how you do it. You know?
Yeah. So I have certifications in. I'm a certified project management professional, so that took me some years to do. But that allows me to work some very large contracts, $120,000, $180,000 a year, some $240,000 a year. And so if that's something that you're interested in, I can help you through that, and I can advise you on that without cost. If you are interested in, I also have some certifications in big data. Um, if you're interested in, like, not that big of a, like, those are big contracts, and those require you to have, like, like consistent internet, and you have to be like on camera sometimes, and some other things. If you're interested in, like, and those, you do have a boss. If you're interested in not having a boss and just being able to work on the beach or whatever, there are other AI programming sites that you can use and do. They also have like calling services, so like you get paid like $10 to $20 an hour just to do like customer service. But those, you need like a telephone, which you have. But sometimes they send you a telephone. With the project management positions and those kind of positions, they send you a laptop. So it depends on the type of role. Other ones, if you're just looking to make like small amounts of money, they have. I mean, I've seen people who do. What is it? Surveys. So you can make like not tons of money doing surveys, but maybe like an extra $100 a week or so doing surveys. And then they also have, well, I've seen game testers, which might be something that you might be in which you might be interested. Um, so a game tester, there are people who create games and they need people to test them, and so it's basically a way to do it. I think you make like $15 an hour doing that, and I'm not sure the amount of hours that you can work for them, but I mean, that's off the top of my head. Work from home jobs. I mean, like, there are serious ones that you can get that are, um, you just would get them on like ZipRecruiter or Indeed or like Career Builder. But those, again, you're going to have a boss, and you don't want a boss. You want to be able to live on a tropical island and just take work whenever you want and not have to answer to anybody. So at least with the website path that I've proposed, there's a way for you to be able to do that. And if you're, um, if you're inclined, then once you are approved for it, you can start taking work right away.
Mm-hmm. I would, how do I put this? I'd have to think about it,
Okay, I understand.
you know.
Absolutely.
You,
What I can tell you,
you know,
is, if you're gonna do it, then what I can guarantee you is that I can get you an account that has passed the first test, and I can give you all the login information for it.
okay. Let me, I'll be honest, the price is kind of steep, so that's what's deterring me.
I recognize
But,
that.
go ahead.
I recognize that, but you got to see it as this is your opportunity to not have to have a boss anymore.
No, I totally agree. That's why I'm just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Comes with, you get what I'm saying? Plus, I understood, like, it was going to cost money, right?
Right.
I just know once I go back to driving, like, I don't really have much time. I'm busy. I'm really, you know what I mean? My schedule is not that great for sitting behind a computer.
Right. You would either choose one or the other. You would choose to do AI training full time. I mean, you don't have to. The best of both worlds would be you drive for 8, 10, 12 hours or whatever a day. And then when you're really ready to just
You
chill.
can't do that on a beach, though. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, you can't do that on a beach. This gives you an opportunity to do it on a beach.
Oh. Right. That's what I'm saying. Is there any other business that you see in the horizon, or have you heard of, like that I can create out of my own pocket and make it profitable?
I mean, I named some for
Like,
you.
what is out there? Like,
Just any remote job.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, how can I start my own business as a remote? Because I'll be honest, like, that's great. I'll get paid, but like, I'm not used to. You get what I'm saying, Rabbi? I'm only doing this because I just don't know what's out there.
Yeah, I mean, there are. I wouldn't suggest starting your own business. There's a lot of overhead to that. There's a lot of risk in that, and you just don't have the experience in that. I know you have. I shouldn't say it. You have your own business now, but not like a technical business. So it would be probably a big risk for you. Um, what? So you want to know what other kind of jobs there are? I mean, the best thing to do is just go on Indeed and look for remote work. But again, those are going to have bosses. And if you want to avoid a boss, this is a way to do it. And
You want to do a business together?
No, I don't want to
Do you
do
have
it.
any ideas?
I have ideas, but I don't want a business together. And not anything against you, but I don't. I think that I have an opportunity, an incredible opportunity. I create robots. Like that's what I'm doing, and my robots are profitable for me to the extent that they get people to tweet about me and talk about me and things, and that's important for me to go viral. And
How much you charge for a robot?
well, I don't really charge for them. I can
I mean,
I can teach you how to make them.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, there's that. Okay, so there's this. There are things called crypto faucets. Do you know what a crypto faucet is?
No.
Okay, so there are crypto faucets. Basically, like a thing that you have to click like every hour, and it gives you free cryptocurrency. And you can create robots that can do it for you, and those can earn money for you through cryptocurrencies.
Hmm. How much are you doing that right now?
No, I'm not doing that, but I've had people request that I teach them how to do it, and I've taught them how to do it. It's not very hard. You just need like a computer and internet, and you can like basically leave it going indefinitely. And you just need like, it'd be something like your mom could look at, or you're somebody who you trust with your computer, just to make sure that it's operating correctly. And if anything goes wrong with it, they might have to click one or two things, but it's not any work they have to do. It's just like, let's say the computer shut down or something, you had a power outage or something. They might have to you might have to show them like, hey, if we have a power outage, this is how you turn the computer on, and you have to start this program, but it will just automatically generate income for you.
Yeah. Well, what kind of cryptos? Is it just shitcoin, or is it actual like Solana or Bitcoin?
Uh, you can get any kind that you really want. I've known of Bitcoin ones. I've known of Ethereum ones. I've known of Solana ones. I've known of Sui ones.
Hmm. I'm trying to think, Rabbi. I really wish I had the answers to what I'm looking for. And I'll be honest, like, I don't know if I want to sit behind a computer and fucking type shit all day. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
no,
don't know if that's... Like, I know I'm smart enough to fucking come up with answers, but, like, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's my forte, yeah. What about call center? You said starting your own call center.
no, not starting your own call center. They have remote work that you can do where they send you a headset and a telephone, and you basically take calls all day.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm looking at these Bitcoin faucets right now. Earn Bitcoin at your own pace. So you can get 15 Satoshi every time you click this button. Now it is limited to one every 10 minutes, but you just create. So what
How
you would,
much is 15 Satoshis?
that's not a lot, but
15 sats to you is 20 cents worth. It's not even a fucking nowhere near a penny.
right. But here's the thing:
Yeah.
you can create multiple instances and have it generate like a penny a second or a penny a minute. But like you need a computer setup to do this. You need like one probably like $2,000 computer, and then you could run multiple at the same time, like using different like there's
I
like
have a MacBook Pro.
not you're gonna want a PC to do this. And so you just dedicate it. So let's see what you could make. You could probably with a $2,000 PC, you could run maybe 30 different headless browsers simultaneously, and I would teach you how to do the macros. That's pretty easy. It's not, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy. I could even create them for you. Um, Okay, so right now, 15 Satoshi is like 0.00011 USD. Okay, so 0.0011 USD.
If I just launch my own shitters, is that better?
0.00011. Your own shitters, your own like things that you go to the bathroom in.
Never mind.
You're good. Okay, so basically, like with one computer, you could make um, maybe something like 3 cents every minute, perhaps. And then, so 3 cents a minute is like $1.80 an hour, and that times 24 hours is $43 a day times 365 is like $15,000. And then if you bought a couple of computers, you could probably just have these things going all day. And so let's say you bought, well, you'd make $15,000 a year doing nothing, just having a computer click something for you. Like what I program my robots to do is to like and upvote people's posts on Blue Sky, and like it's working for me right now. I just need to make sure that it continues to go well, and it automatically promotes me because what I have it do is whenever it likes or upvotes anybody, it says please join Rabbi's Discord and gives the Discord link. So it's like free promotion for me, and um, like basically, if I were to do the project for you, I would buy 5 computers, and I can buy like these computers at like $200 each, and I would just make more of them. Um, in your case, I mean, you want something that you can work like literally on the. You want to be able to sit in a lawn chair on the beach in the Virgin Islands or something like that, right? Like you don't want a bunch of computers around you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
How about doing like consulting?
Well, I mean, sure, but you got to find somebody who wants your opinion long term on something. You could definitely be a logistics consultant, but there are a lot of people who have much of your experience, and this is already generally handled, and it's just going to be handled even more by AI.
Yeah, but AI doesn't have real world.
Right. No, I understand
I don't
that.
know. I still think AI, like, you get what I'm saying, like you were talking about the automated trucks and all that. Like I can see that, right? But there's a level of experience that I have that thing doesn't have.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time until it's better than a human, and it's already working on like.
It can't though.
I get what you're saying.
You can't. Like I don't think there's nobody out there that can beat me, right?
Okay, I know you think you're that good.
Like, I don't think you realize I go from LA to the Midwest and come back in 1 week back to LA.
I know.
I don't think you can beat that.
You easily can beat that.
I don't think any.
Yes, because these AI trucks don't have to sleep.
No, but they do have to get fuel.
That's all they have to do is refuel. That's it.
Right, but
And it's all automated. It's all automated.
It takes you 10 minutes to fuel.
Yeah. So it takes 10 minutes for them to fuel. And then, actually, they don't even need that because many of them are electric. So they just need to recharge. And it's a little different.
That will take a lot longer.
No, it doesn't. They just switch out batteries.
No, that's not very common here in the U.S.
It's already.
That is the Chinese idea, but that's not.
It's already
not
being done.
in the US.
It's already being done. Waymo is already has fleets of these things. Uber, you can take a Waymo Uber, a Waymo Lyft, and they're all automated, and they're very successful, and they haven't killed anybody. They're in quite a few different cities. They're in LA, they're in Austin, they're in San Francisco, and so like issues occur, like somebody jumps in front of the car and blocks it. Well, what does it do? It calls the police, and the police come and move the people. Or it like I've seen them where like somebody's inside and a person on the outside starts like slamming on the window. Then there's a way for the passenger to call Waymo customer support and just report what's going on, and then they send the police or they have the vehicle drive to safety. I'm not saying that what you do isn't important. You're the backbone of the country. I'm just saying that give it 5 years and it's going to be better than any human. And what I mean by that is that they will have these fleets of these.
Maybe other humans.
Okay, I know.
But I don't
Okay,
think it'd be-
okay, that's fine. Every other human in the United States who's a truck driver, it will be able to beat. Perhaps not you, and I'll give you that. I'll grant you that. You're the best truck driver to ever be behind the wheel. So, with that being said, all of the other truck drivers will be put out of a job because these automated trucks, I should say, are more efficient. They don't have to take breaks. They're always on time, and they basically can do everything in a safe manner. They don't ever fall asleep on the road. They don't ever have to go to a rest stop. The refueling that they do is perhaps as fast as traditional diesel refueling when they just switch out a battery. I've seen these things. It just takes a battery pack off of the front of the truck, or the behind where the part where you sleep, and then just puts another battery in there, just like you do with a cell phone or something like that, and then it's able to drive for another 1,000 miles. But the key to it is that it doesn't have to stop. That's why these robots are replacing people, and the key benefit is they don't need benefits. They don't have any kind of rest that they need. They don't need breaks. They can work 24 hours a day when, a human can't do that. Now, with all that being said, you're going to be fine for the next 5 years or so, but after that, you're going to have some stiff competition. Now, I think that you really, with your confidence, could be the last human truck driver there is. And perhaps you'll be in some museum someday, which I think you could be if you're that good. You've been doing it for a long time without any major issues. That's really impressive. And you'll also need people like you, perhaps, are for the outlier truck driving is like where you need to drive a truck, perhaps, long. Even like ice road truckers, that's probably a better opportunity for AI drivers. But even things like heavy crane operators, those are all being replaced. So you basically can be on the other side of that and train the AI, and this gives you an opportunity to do that.
Mhm.
And I understand, I'm someone who thinks that you're very talented in what you do, and I want you to be able to do it for as long as you want, but you don't want to do it anymore. But you have to really see what you want to do. If you want to sit without any computers except one on a beach and basically live in peace, and let's just say like Puerto Rico or something, which might be the 51st state and might be a very good spot for you to post up. You're an American citizen, so everything transfers. Then this is a great opportunity for you. I mean, probably the best thing that you could do. The big issue with Puerto Rico or any of those Caribbean islands for this kind of job are power outages. They go like 3 or 4 days sometimes. Sometimes 2 weeks without power. So you buy a generator.
I would just use like a generator.
Yeah, but I mean that can run out, so you need fuel and things like that. But
and then I was thinking of like using that Starlink.
Yeah, that can work
for my internet.
Absolutely. So that's the way that you would do it. And I mean, there are other opportunities as well. There's let me see if we can find some other ideas. So I think I mentioned it earlier. Survey sites are a way to do it. I'm like reading about someone who made like $700 last month doing that.
What site?
Survey sites.
Yeah, that's too little money.
Yeah, I mean you don't you don't do just that. You do like a few of these things simultaneously if you want. I saw one that might be of interest to you. I think it paid $10 an hour to write subtitles for different like videos. If that's of interest to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, have you ever had a computer job?
No.
So you've got to say to yourself, is this something that I even want? I mean, you're already asking yourself that, but you know.
No. Okay, so I need to make a transition. It's not that.
Okay.
I can't do it, right? It's just I need to transition over because I can see the writing on the wall. There's a lot of like you're saying, a lot of things are going automated, and I need to be able to sell myself as somebody that could either do something online, that I could be some kind of asset, you know.
Exactly.
The only thing is like I don't know what I could do and how I could I'm pretty good at giving people advice and stuff like that. Maybe I could do relationship counseling. Maybe I can.
So why don't you?
What financially? Because
no, you don't have the experience to be able to do any of those things except in logistics, which might be something. Why don't you do this? Why don't you just focus for an hour or two and take the automation, the artificial intelligence test on your own? If you pass it, then you save yourself $1,000, and then you go and take take a few hours or days off and take the second and third test. I think it's just a second round of tests, I should say. There's not a third test. You can take third tests if you want. if you want to, like, you can I don't want to say you can specialize in different things, but basically, like, you should just take the test yourself and see how you do.
Yeah, I just feel like that's, you get what I'm saying though, Rabbi? It's like, I don't know if that's really me.
Exactly. So this gives you an idea if it's something that you would want to do long term, but you never know until you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So, I mean, that's the best thing. If the price is the issue, which I completely understand, then just take it on your own. And you'd be like, okay, well, I'm getting paid $1,000 to do this test because I'm not asking somebody else to do it. And if I pass, great. I saved myself $1,000. And now I'm on to round two. And I take that. And if I pass that, then they give me, in like 2 or 3 days, they'll give me an email and tell me I've passed what I needed. And then I can start working remote immediately. I don't have a boss. I can start doing this for 6 months to a year, whatever. As I also drive, and then eventually transition to an AI career.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're right. I just wish, I guess, I just wish I had the experience already. Yeah.
Definitely. But I mean, I think I've given you good advice. Take the test on your own. It's not like you can't pass it or that it's impossible. It's really something that you should be able to pass. And then from there, especially with the tools I've given you, um, you and if you don't pass it, then let me know and I'll create an account and pass it for you if that's what you want. Or you just may say, you know what, I don't like this. I don't like being in front of a computer for an hour, so I know I'm not going to like it for 40 hours.
The only thing is I haven't built the stamina. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know you're on your phone and you're constantly, like, you're constantly building stuff on there and you know how to maneuver through all these sites and stuff. So I can see why it becomes easier to do. And maybe for me it's a little tougher just because I deal more with hands-on stuff.
Absolutely. I get that. And
Like I don't know if I could see you driving for 18 hours a day.
absolutely not. I'd be bored.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why we have different thresholds and things. Not saying that you can't drive, right? I know you can drive, but I'm just saying, like, you have this stamina.
Yeah.
There's truck drivers that can't drive 18 hours a day.
Absolutely. I understand that.
They don't have it.
I don't want to.
And that's... No, I feel it.
Even when I did drive, I would use assisted cruise control as much as I could. That basically would help drive the car for me.
Yeah, I use cruise control.
Not cruise control. Not cruise control. Assisted cruise control, which would brake for me, and it could also it was essentially part of an automated driving package that I have. So that means like normal cruise control just says there you go, and as do many others.
Mercedes had that in 2010.
There you go. So my Honda has it. It's very nice that if I ever, basically.
You have a car?
You saw it.
I thought it was a Civic.
It's a Accord. Nevertheless, the 2018 Accords have assisted driving, and so it means it keeps you in the lines or in the lanes, and it also does. I mean, I'm sure it's better now. It's a 7-year-old car, and it will um, has assisted cruise control. So basically, if you're driving and there's a stoppage in front of you, it will stop for you. You just basically have to oversee the system. And when you get into Teslas and things like that, they have full automated driving now. Like, so you just basically type in where you want, and it will drive you there. So I'm sure that's going to be on big trucks soon. If it's not already, it's already being tested, and that might be something that is kind of something that you might be able to use to bridge. I mean, the real key is, do you have the stamina to do a 1 hour test? If you do, go do it and pass it, which I think you can. I would not say to you, Paul, this is the hardest test I've ever taken. I don't think you're going to do well. I actually think you will pass it. You just have to have the stamina to be able to get through like 10 questions or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So go take it.
No, I feel it.
So go take it. You get like 3 hours to do it, and it doesn't take that long to do it in 30 minutes to an hour. Go take it, come back, and tell me that you passed it or whatever. I'm sure. And if you don't, then just create another account and get it till you get it.
But wouldn't it recognize your name in the system?
So that's been what I've thought as well, and has been something that I think you may want to test out. So what you might do is, if you just want to take a practice one, just put in a blank name or whatever, just like maybe your first initial and your last name, or your first initial and your last initial. You only have to send your ID at the end when you're going to get paid. So you can make adjustments.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we'll see. I'll let you know how it goes.
Excellent. I think
Meanwhile, I'm gonna.
I think you'll be able to pass it, and then then it's a way to be able to subsidize your income. But it's not like, I wouldn't say that site's going to be available 30 years from now. You know what I mean? Like, there's kind of a window, but I think right now it'll be available probably for the next 5 years, and so that might be something that might be attractive to you. But once you get into IT, then from there you'll be able to transition to real jobs, because you'll have experience building AI models. And once you can put that on your resume and you've done it for a few years, then you'll be able to get big time contracts, and you'll also get certifications and other things like that. But go take that test.
Okay.
Go take the test. And let me know how you do.
Okay.
Excellent. And I know you can get it. And if I had any advice to you, you should see it as, I'm going to save myself $1,000 if I do this test on my own. And if anything, just create a different account and go under that account and try to pass it. And then just don't necessarily, I don't remember what the sign up is, but just wherever the first name and last name is, you just put your initials or whatever, and if you don't pass it, then just take another shot at it, and you'll eventually pass it. And then when you do, you'll have saved yourself $1,000.
Yeah, it's not about the money. It's just I don't. You get what I'm saying? I just don't know.
You don't.
If that's.
You said it. You don't know if you have the stamina to be able to do it, and I understand.
All right, Rabbi. I'll.
Keep me updated, okay? Excellent. Take care, big dog.
thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend.
Perfect opportunity. When I came back here to shoot the Soprano movie, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in LA? I really was. I would come over to eat at night over here, and I would be home by 9. I would go, what the fuck am I doing in LA? And then I went back, and that pandemic hit, and I was like, thank God.
Is
and they would call me like, do you want to reschedule your dates? I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm not rescheduling shit. Call me when this is over.
So?
Oh, well, it's going to be over in September. You better be prepared. Then they kept calling you to go to Florida and Texas because they were wide open. Like 2 weeks after the pandemic. Like, yeah, go to Texas. Agents are calling you. I guess Pennsylvania was doing comedy. I'm like, guys,
why don't you just join the fucking Discord, dog?
I ain't going nowhere.
Who is the
they were like, fucking
transgender princess? That's what I call it too.
Oh, because I was like, they're like, what do you want to do about these dates in July? Do you want to keep them? Do you want to reschedule? Cancel them. And they're like, what do you mean? I go, cancel them. Give them their money back. Don't reschedule them. And then I moved in August. And I remember that I went to a party. This is already open. Not full, but it was kind of open.
Okay.
And I went to a party at the Florentine's house. And the sister goes, she goes, I was there last week at Parks Casino. And they still got your flyer up. You're going on next week. And I was furious. I went home and called the agent. I go, give them their fucking money back. Well, you're there. You might no. Give them their fucking money back. I got so uncomfortable during the pandemic.
Yeah, you really...
Oh, I was uncomfortable. I was irritable. I didn't want to hear it. I was sick of living in LA. Like, I was just done. Like, I was done. Like, for me, the pandemic was a fucking godsend.
And no part of you... And Parks is a different story because it's a big deal. It's like a big place. But, like, no part of you, like, wanted to get on stage just to, like, get that out of your system?
I was burnt the fuck out. And I had no idea what it felt to be burnt out. And I was burnt out emotionally, physically, and mentally. Like, my body was done. The anxiety was up to a different level. I was popping the Xanaxes, and the Xanaxes were giving me anxiety.
No.
Yeah, they were like fuel. It just bounced. It's called the bounce or some shit. And I couldn't focus. I could not focus. I still remember Ari coming to the house and me going, when is this kid going to leave? Like, I can't have me. I couldn't have people in the house. There was no fucking way I could have people that close to me.
What was fueling the anxiety or the burnout?
Do it again.
The burnout was 10 years of not stopping. Dog, I didn't take vacation. You know me, dog. I'm not one of those guys that we're going to stop now and take a 12-day vacation to Hawaii. First off, it ain't going to work out for you because I see everything in 3 days. After 3 days, if I didn't see it, we'll catch it next time. I ain't got time for 12 fucking days, you know. That was my mentality. You know, I'm a basketball guy. If you're not practicing, somebody else is.
Absolutely.
Okay, if you're on the beach, for 12 days, there's a motherfucker out there that's practicing all day. And you're down there hanging out with Flipper. That works for 3 days for Uncle Joey. I don't drink. You know, I don't drink. So after like one drink, the sun hits you, I get a migraine. That ship sailed. You go to the water, you know, you see some people, you go to a restaurant. Time to go home. I got to make money. You know, that was always my mentality.
Right.
I don't understand people going on vacation. I never understood it. We ain't got time because I don't want to hear you coming to me going, I don't know what's going on with my life. Bitch, you went on 2 vacations. You went on 2 vacations for 18 days. One for a fucking wedding for 9 days. Who the fuck are you? My main thing was like, who the fuck are you to go on a vacation? When you got $1 million, then you go on vacation because you don't have to worry about it. But you go on a vacation, by the 8th day, you're like, this is going on the Visa card. And I just lost 10 days of work with my family, and they're at Disney robbing me blind.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you're thinking about. But these are the same people that are coming to you in 3 years. I don't know what's going on in my business. Well, every summer you go down the shore like you fucking earned it. Like you're Johnny Bumby. You're not Johnny Bumby. You got to work, bitch. You know, so I never understood that.
Has your mindset changed over the 5 years?
Fuck no.
Okay.
I still don't want to go anywhere for more than 3 fucking days. I got shit to do.
Okay.
Who's gonna sit there? You know, when you're 90, maybe you could sit there with your feet up like those dudes in a fucking Corona commercial. You know, Snoop Dogg and the white dude. They can't do that.
But knowing what you know, knowing that you burnt out, do you wish you took? I'm not saying 14 days in the south of France, but
I wish I would have taken time to smell the roses more. But that still didn't mean vacation. What do I mean by that is maybe going to a concert a week at the Hollywood Bowl. I should have taken Dean Del Rey up for more concerts, maybe going to a couple sporting events. I should have done that. But I had so many people that cry in LA. So many people cry in life. I never wanted to be one of those guys. Somebody offers you money, they offer you a $400 gig. Can you imagine 10 years from now, you're fucking $400 short on the rent and you're like, I should have taken that gig. Right. That's how I think.
Did you see Bill Burr's special yet?
Yeah, bits and pieces.
Because his whole thing, like a big part of it was like how he changed his point of view or his relationship with his wife. And it was, you know, it was interesting. I thought the special was really good, but, you know, changing your perspective. So, like, now that you're starting to do more stand-up again, are you going to smell the roses more? Are you going to do anything?
I have a daughter. That's my rose. That's my rose. Where am I going to fucking go? Like, you know, you have to be around them when they're young. Mm-hmm. You got to be there. If not, they grow up like everybody else. Fucking half retarded. I don't know what my dad is. You know, I don't want to live through that shit. That's my biggest fear.
Right.
For how to have daddy issues. I lived in LA for 23 years. Everybody I met had daddy issues, and you could fucking see it. So that's my rose. Yeah, spend time with her. But at the same time, you know I was spending time with her before LA.
Of course.
You know, I was always there during the week. On the weekends, I was gone. And she told me. She told me when she was 7, you got to stop. And I said, you're right. You're right. I got shit, like right now, I got shit people offering me. I ain't missing a softball game. Why would I? I don't want to miss a fucking softball game. Whatever you got to offer me, because every time I'm at a softball game on a Saturday or Sunday, I always ask myself to check myself. Where would I rather be right now? And you put yourself through scenarios. I'd rather be in a Chinese orgy, doing fucking, shooting up morphine and just sitting there with my mouth open. That sounds like fun.
That does sound like fun.
I'd rather be here.
Okay.
So that's how I feel. Like, I can't sit in a hotel room all day on a Saturday ever again. Like, ever again. Well, I did it for 30 fucking years. I did it for 30 years. To wake up on a Saturday, have a great breakfast, take a walk around the town, and now it's 1 o'clock. And your show's at 8 o'clock. And you got to sit in your hotel room, or maybe go to a movie, and then you call home, and my wife's out with the girls, and they're jumping up and down, and the kids are yelling, and you got to sit in your lonely hotel room listening to these kids having a good time.
Right.
You know? So that was my smell the roses. Ever since they put me in a fucking hospital a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I looked at my wife and I go, this is completely different. So I changed my perspective. This is completely different now. You know, I always loved my wife. I mean, no, you know, I like to strangle her sometimes. But I love my wife.
Right.
25 years. But yeah, you have to look at things a lot differently. But that shit I was doing in LA, like I told you, I would take it a boxing class or whatever, kickboxing. I get 16 calls in 45 minutes. I have to get up and go out and and for nothing. Nothing. You could tell me this shit later. Nothing. Once I realized it, I'm like, I'm not picking up these phone calls no more. Let them fucking call 80 times. I'm not picking it up no more. 16, 17 phone calls in 45 fucking minutes. Hi, you have a gig in 2 months or whatever, what music you want? Listen, go fuck you. They bother you. They fucking, and then the agents putting desperation in you. Oh, we got a gig for you. You got to take it. Got to take this gig. I'm like, no. It just was something that I just fell apart. That's what really happened during the pandemic. Mm-hmm. I just fucking fell apart. I was like, I remember still getting on stage here. It was an outdoor show.
I didn't know you did one of those.
I went out there I see bats flying around and shit. And fucking, there's a fucking something moving in the weeds, and I'm like, I got up there and I had to look around the whole time. You can see the mosquitoes were biting me and shit. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I ain't doing stand up for a while. I didn't do it for a long fucking time. And then after I got back on stage, guess what?
What?
Still didn't want to do it.
That's crazy.
Couldn't even break through like a barrier of, couldn't even break through. Couldn't think of material. Couldn't be funny. Didn't even care. Then I stopped again for like another 11 months. I'm like, I'm not getting on fucking stage. I was done, guys. And I'm done now. Like people offer me shit all the time. Movies, and I'm like, fuck it. I gotta go all the way up there and do that and listen to that nonsense. And if it's like a high-end fucking movie that I'm like the shit in the movie, yeah, because I'm learning something. But for me to do a movie for fucking people I don't know and go away for 4 days, I'm not doing that no more. I just don't. You know? If it's something exciting like Tom Cruise, I'm pushing him off a plane or something.
Right.
Fuck, I would love to Tom Cruise push that motherfucker off a plane.
Oh, yeah.
And I love him. I'm just saying that
You
that's
want to be
what I
that guy,
want to do. I don't want to do no fucking, they want me to go to Vegas to be a mobster. I'm not doing that the second week of July. It's 140 degrees. You know, and I got to shoot. Fuck you. I'm not doing that shit. I'd rather not have insurance.
Jesus Christ.
I'd rather not have insurance. I'd rather pay the money than have to put up with that. I want to do something that's cool.
Right.
You know? Stand up, same thing. If you think I'm leaving for a Thursday to Saturday, you got rocks in your fucking head. I'll tell you, but I'm going to leave Thursday night after the show.
Jesus.
Although that once I start thinking about it, I'm like, I'm not staying here Friday and Saturday. I'm catching the first flight out of here in the morning. And that's right, because I know me.
Right.
But
at least you do.
That's what changed me after the podcast. I got a little bit more patience. I wanted to be around my family a lot more. I want to be, I was out there in the wild for 23 years with those savages. And there was a lot of people that I really had a good time with in LA. And there was a lot of people who meant the world to me in LA. But there was a lot of motherfuckers I didn't like. A lot more than what I liked.
Welcome.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like, I liked a certain amount of people. I feel more comfortable now that I'm in Jersey.
Okay.
And this is the comfort I needed. There was no way I was going to pick up after
What are we
LA and move
watching?
to another state. That was not going to happen. I was not going to leave LA. The only state I considered over Jersey was
Doom,
Colorado.
tight. Dude,
Wow.
Doom is
But they
amazing.
didn't have no school the whole year. So I was like, I'm going back to Jersey. I can't take my daughter at home for another fucking year. You'll shoot yourself in the head in the computer and the back. Fuck that.
Do you think if Colorado had school, would you have gone there?
Yeah.
Single player.
Okay.
But I think I would have been here right now.
Yeah. Would have been too much?
I think I wasn't ready to go and be a
Hey,
stranger
whoop some
again.
ass.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to be a fucking
Look,
stranger in
dude,
a land and
this
start
one's
from
super
scratch.
hard already.
No, I'm 60. What am I, I'd rather go, and I love that I live here now. Where I live is a little on the boring side, but that's how I like it. The other night I heard something outside. There was a deer that crashed into my house. I'm like, what the fuck is outside the yard, And I enjoy that about it. And I enjoy my life now. I don't have much going on down there, which was a hard to go from us on Studio City
I remember
to just moving down
first
there.
time
It
I
was
played
rough.
Doom.
And I figured
Down
out,
Bob
like,
Shore's house.
ever
It
since
was
the first of the
amazing.
year, I haven't been going out at night. I used to always take a ride. Now I'm not smoking dope, so I don't even take that ride anymore. If somebody calls me from LA, and I got shit
First
going
time I
on,
ever got body on.
I'll leave here at 7, and that's 4 in LA, and I can still talk to them about whatever they call me. That's the only time I'll take a ride. But I don't really want to hang out at bars anymore. I don't want to do anything.
How do you feel not smoking?
It was time. It was time. It was, she's getting older. Kids are starting to come over the house. I smoke all day, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm one of those guys that I don't know how to do it like everybody else. I get up in the morning, I have a cup of coffee, I give it like 30 minutes, and I'm sparking at 6:45. Most people are drinking coffee and watching CNN. What's Trump doing today? And I'm already fucking out in the garage. Bang, bang, bang.
Right.
And that's what lets me know what the day is going to bring. Like, as sad as it sounds, man, I don't know what I want to do. And now I'm not smoking. And again, I know what I want to do. And sometimes I just blast off with that syringe. I was going down there and buying one a day. I went down there the other day and bought like 8 of them. I said, give me all of them, dog, because this is going to be a long week.
Jesus
Sometimes
Christ.
I put it right on the mushroom. Oh, Lord.
I love, you always act like you're sober. There's no sober.
There's no sober.
At all. Which, by the way, these are
there's a
starting to
couple,
kick in.
Saturday I was sober. And Friday night I was sober.
Nothing?
But Sunday? Shit. It's
The
the
Lord's
Lord's
Day?
Day.
Yeah.
You got to be ready on the Lord's Day. You got to be primed. I don't give a fuck about the rest of the week. But Sunday, it's just a good day to get fucked up early. Like 10 o'clock.
Do you miss smoking at all?
Yes and no. Because I'm addicted to this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the fucking getting the bong and playing with your weed. And, you know, going to get it. And it's good. And it's 38%. You fucking dry it. You know, I have systems in my house. I have like the drawer when it's wet. Then I dry it in here. Then it gets promoted to the top shelf. And then I'll smoke it. And I have like 4 kinds up here. But I have 3 kinds down there. So I had like this little game going.
Yeah, of course.
Now that the little game is over with.
Well, because you did it, I don't know, 40-something years? 50-something years you smoked? Every day? Do you ever, like, think, like, fuck it, I'm just going to smoke?
No, because I don't want to end up back in the hospital.
Right.
It doesn't make any... Listen, I don't know if that's what it was, but I know that I've been out of the hospital now for 2 weeks with no problems. I'm not fucking gagging. I'm not choking. So let's blame it on the smoke for that.
Yeah.
In 6 months, I might feel a lot different. And shit, I got to do what I got to do, you know?
Right.
But right now, but who knows? I'm the type of guy that once you're off something for a while, just go, why am I going to go back to it? I'm already off this for a month. Now I'm going to start this up again. And for me, it wasn't even fun anymore.
Right, exactly.
Because I had to go down to the weed store every 2 days and mix the weed around. And you got to find them. There's just so much weed in Jersey. So you're looking at 3 stores every day. I'm looking at 3 different websites when I wake up in the morning, looking to see who's got the best weed. I don't need that shit no more, man. I'd rather put my energy into whatever the fuck I'm doing now. Right now, I'm just trying to get healthy. I got a couple shows coming up. I want to do the best job I could do. That's it. I have nothing else on my agenda. Everybody else can suck my dick.
And how does it feel? Because I'm trying to compare you to me, or even just you 10 years into stand-up. Like, now that you have all the power and all the control.
What power and control?
Because you can say,
are you talking about?
What do you mean? Maybe not, but to me, in my head, you could call any club in the world and be like, I want to come in, boom, boom, boom. I want to come in tonight. And you would never bump anybody.
No.
But at least for stand-up, the world is open to you. That's the way I look at it. I'm sure there's some clubs that might not like you or whatever. But I
don't like them.
Exactly. But to have that control and to be able to say no, to say no to some things that I'm sure you 10 years in, what the fuck are you saying no to this for?
Here's the secret to this. Here's the secret to this. And you really got to think about this. We've always had the control. We just never wanted to impose it.
How?
And as you, like I told you, I had a rule after the 3rd year of comedy. I don't mind coming into your club and showcase. But I would make, as you ever say something, as you're saying it, you know you're fucking up. Because I was saying it, I knew I was fucking up. But at the same time, it was saving me 6 months of my life. And I would call people up and go, how you doing, Sean, Joe Diaz? Yeah, your friend. I want to come in and do a showcase. Well, I'll be there Sunday night. Sean. And I would say it just like this. 3 years in, I'm going to come down there on a Sunday night. I'm going to showcase for you like a gentleman. When I get off the stage, is there somebody going to be there to give me a week worth of comedy. Now, that's two things. You're already putting a seed in his ear that I want a booking. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is tough to say to somebody.
Yeah.
And number two, I don't want to get off the stage after I kill and you tell me some story that you're going to tell the owner.
Right.
You just a $100 a night manager.
How are
I'm not going to
you?
your fucking club. And they would hang up on me.
Holy shit.
Some people tell me to fuck myself, but I didn't give a fuck.
Saved you.
That little control thing was the whole thing that at least I got. Then they started with, you got to send a tape.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many tapes I sent in my life? One. And it was blank. Fuck you.
Yeah.
We've always had the control. It's just we don't take it.
Well,
and then we get pissed off when people walk all over us.
Right. I ran into a situation, I wanted to fucking yell at someone yesterday, but he's associated in a way maybe with a club that I want to work at.
And they're not.
Right.
They're not.
Right.
Because they're bums. And they're going to threaten you, and they're going to say, you'll never work here again. And by the time you're rocking and rolling, they're not even in the business no more. Like the people that were in the business in 1997, when I got to LA, that were laying threats, I'm a manager, I never saw them again in 2008.
Fuck.
They got into real estate, into the .com business.
Right.
Yeah, they got into the .com. Everybody left. In 99, everybody got into that business. Not .com, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, tech.
A lot of those people left. So these people are the ones that put like, oh, I don't like when you come to the club and do that. That's control. Anybody who knows a comedian knows you don't tell me what the fuck to say. Because whatever you tell me not to say, I'm going to go up there and say it first. That's why you don't put no boundaries on a comedian at all. So when I'm walking into your club and you're like, oh, excuse me, I don't want no fart jokes and no poopy jokes. Bitch, I'm going to open up with a fart joke just to piss you fucking off.
Yeah?
Okay, I saw this guy, Kevin Fitzgerald. Kevin Fitzgerald, you two guys are all young except for George. Kevin Fitzgerald had a show on the Animal Planet. He was a vet with white hair. I don't know, you guys remember. Old dude. That dude looks old. That dude will fucking take your throat out. He was in Vietnam. He's one of those crazy motherfuckers in Vietnam. Then he came back on the GI Bill and became a veterinarian. And then somewhere along the line, he became a comic. But before that veterinarian shit, he was the Stones bodyguard. He was on tour with the Stones when that shit happened. They got stabbed and Altamont and all that shit. Kevin Fitzgerald, you look at him, he looks a little weird, but that motherfucker got stories, and that motherfucker's dangerous. So, in 1993, he was at the Comedy Works, and he did a joke about this is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs. Remember, they used to be the egg?
Mm-hmm.
And when he got off stage, some big guy came up to him, and he goes, Bill Hicks is here, and you're opening for him. Mr. Hicks said not to do that joke. Next time you open, he went back, thought about it, and he goes, fuck Bill Hicks. He went up there and did the joke. The muscle guy came up to him again, and Kevin goes, I would have taken his fucking throat out. But Bill Hicks came up to him and said, hey, we told you not to do that joke, and you did it. You're on tour with me.
Fuck, I would have done the joke.
Guys, you have to somewhere as a comic say, this is what I'm going to do, and if you don't like it, I'm moving the fuck on. But that's why when they tell you, like, we can't say this at my club, well, you called me, number one. And number two, I'm saying what I'm fucking saying. And if you don't want to hire me after this, that's fine.
Right.
But don't you ever fucking tell me what I can and cannot do.
Because I've been struggling with, and I don't like feeling like this, but the feeling that I've felt in New York with stand-up is a little bit desperate. And I don't like feeling like it. But there's just no, you're just kind of out there.
You're out there, bro.
And with like, it feels like the Titanic, but when the Titanic sank and everyone's in the water,
well,
that's where I am, right? Oh, well, yeah, right now for sure. But I'm just talking, like, just even comedy-wise, you're just waiting for someone to help you do something. And, like, if someone told me I don't want to hear this joke or that, I'd be like, okay, whatever.
You know, feel desperate, but always have your fucking boundaries.
I don't like feeling desperate.
You're a man and you have your own boundaries.
Right.
You know, it's like when I stopped doing both. I was a complete different comic and a complete different individual because I didn't want to ruffle any feathers. God forbid I can't get my package tonight.
Right.
You follow me? So never mind the club or whatever. I was always concerned about that. Once I took that out of my life, it was completely different for me. And that's when my career really started because I started telling people, like, this is what I'm doing.
Fuck.
Yeah, but you got to work Sunday. Now, if you know any of the stories about me, I didn't work Sundays when I was featured.
That's
I
crazy.
told them to go fuck yourself. I'm not working. Tell your mother. Would you call your mother? That's the attitude. You got to tell people. Can I talk to you for a second? It's Sunday. Would you make your mother come in here on a Sunday? No. Then why are you making me come in here on a Sunday? Call your mother next time to work a Sunday. And they'll look at you like, it's the truth. It's like when an agent calls and says, I got an audition for you at 5:30 downtown LA. Again, would you send your mother down there at 5:30? No, I wouldn't. Then why are you sending me? Call them and get me a decent time. And they'll either say no or they'll call and get you a decent time.
Right. But like that's where I was going with it because they'll give you a decent time because they like you or they want you. And if you're just a nobody at the beginning, they're like, fuck you. If you don't want to come at 5:30, then fuck off.
When I started at the store, they used to give me 1 a.m. spots.
Right.
But it was the store.
Of course.
Okay, it wasn't Phil's Auto Garage. You know,
Right.
at midnight with a bunch of fucking, what do you call those little white kids from Brooklyn? The
hipsters, yeah.
Hipsters, whatever the fuck they call them. Little fags, whatever, sitting there with the little fucking raccoon eyes.
Right, but yeah.
It's completely different.
Of course.
But I still remember doing open mics at 2 in the morning, and one day I decided I wasn't going to fucking do it no more. And then I started doing those early ones you do, and they're fucking worse. Hamburger Harry's at 4:30. There's no reason. The only reason to go in there is to get a noose and put it up on the thing and go, here's my 5 minutes. And just hang yourself. They're rough, and I know the position you're in.
Right.
But you have to, right now they're giving you a wall.
Yeah.
You're a smart Jew. You got to figure out how to go around that wall. And they're going to give you another wall.
Right.
And you have to figure out how to go around that wall. And that's what we were discussing in the beginning when we got here tonight. We're talking about how important basics is. Like I was talking about, I could take Lee tomorrow and go, Lee, fuck my wife, fuck Mercy. I'm going on the road. You were doing every weekend. And I'll take them to 3,000 seat theaters. We'll do 2 shows a weekend. And after 5 years, Lee will be a great comic until he has to do a show in front of 20 people. He's going to lose it. Lose it. Your legs are going to start twitching because that you didn't cover the bases. And it's like that old commercial. Remember Pennzoil, George? You can either pay me now or you can pay me later.
Yeah.
But you're going to pay me, motherfucker. So get it over with now. Instead of, right now, you're a new man in LA, in New York.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to open the doors for you and give you the red carpet.
No.
You're intelligent. You already know that. You got to get there. Now, I'm going to be as honest as I can with you. I couldn't figure out New York. That's why I got the fuck out of here. Because I didn't know 4 people to bring to the shows.
Right.
Well, George didn't even disappear. I would pay him $10. I'll be right back. Damn. I went to get a lighter. Whatever the fuck. So you can't do bringer shows.
Right.
Bring fucking animals.
I got so lucky yesterday with people.
And then the spots are 2 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, the New York Comedy Club would give me a spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I would stop at 181st Street to get coke and do the coke before I had my spot, and I had to cancel my spot.
Right.
So it was always a fucking nightmare for me. So I chose to develop in Colorado.
Right.
But you're doing a great job here, considering. Now, like I said to you, I would love to walk in with you to the New York Comedy Club. Mm-hmm. And I'm doing 20, we give Lee 10. What's that going to do for you?
Nothing. And
now you're forcing my hand.
Right. And I've never asked you for that.
No,
I wouldn't.
But I wouldn't do it.
Right.
Because I know where it would end off.
Mm-hmm.
If we did it in 10 different clubs, 9 of them would hate you, and 1 of them would go, I like the fucking kid.
Right. Dude, one of my, and it's, I don't know if this is something to be proud of or not, but like one of the things I was most proud of in LA was that like I never had to call my parents and ask for money. That was one thing that I just took pride in. And, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people listening who don't, whatever they think about me being a stand-up, I know that I'm working really hard at it, and it's what I want, and I don't want to look back in 10 years and be like, oh, I only got in because Joey called X, Y, and Z. I'm having, as much as I'd love to be in at all the clubs right now, and I'd say yes if they called, I'm having fun, like, doing the bar. The only place that'll have me right now is barbershops. I do barbershops every fucking month. Someone invites. I feel like it's like they're fucking. They bring me to a barbershop, and the shows are great. But I've done like 8 barbershops.
That's okay.
And it's like, what the fuck? I'm the only guy with no hair in a barbershop. But I love it. It's been, dude. New York is, and I did. It was a weird. Like, cause yesterday I did, I think, 3 mics. 2 of the mics would have got canceled. And what I use mics for now is I really only use them to just say the words. Johnny Rock in LA gave me great advice of just like, you can't go there looking for a response. You just go there to practice. And like, that's what I'm using them for now. Is just as a, because if I hadn't have done those mics, my set last night wouldn't have gone as well. Because I changed. I'm not at a place yet where I can look at my notebook and like see if things are gonna work or see if the order's right. I have to do it, and then I'm like, oh, okay. Then that. So for me, that's what I'm using that stuff for New York. Because I have nowhere close to figuring out New York, but I'm further along today than I was in January when I really started. Because like even when I got here in September, I was gone every week. I was here in town for 2 days a week, maybe.
I was watching something the other day where, what's his name? Schultz.
Andrew
was on Club Shay Shay.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about Rogan. And he goes, Rogan has made a lot of millionaires, And I thought about it. I was sitting there going, what the fuck? Rogan didn't make millionaires. He opened up the door for people.
Mm-hmm.
And people still had to do the work.
Yeah.
I know 10 guys that Rogan was helping that they're still feature acts. I know comics that Rogan got with Dave Sussman. They're still feature acts, I still remember getting the longest shot and somebody going, must be nice for Rogan to call Adam Sandler. I'm like,
fuck off.
Do you really think that's how they do shit? So I know the feeling of people thinking
right
that they made a call for you. No, they didn't make a call. They said something on a podcast, and I had to deliver the goods every fucking night.
Right.
I still had to write the comedy. I still had to go down there. There's people, look at Last Comic Standing. Open up the door for 10 comics. Where are they today? Teaching comedy classes.
On Zoom.
These guys had opportunities. They just didn't know what to follow.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought about this. People always want to get on Rogan. When I started, it was always Letterman. It was always Johnny Cash, Johnny Carson.
Right.
Well, that's the one thing. It's what you do after you get that.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to rock it. It's not getting that. I got my job. All right, now what? You got the job. Now what the fuck are you going to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're always planning. Like, I'm always planning not what's in front of me. I'm already planning exactly how this goes down without moving a finger. I let things do it for me. I'll give you an example. I'm doing the garden next week.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Okay? No, but don't run up for me. Everybody knows this. I'm
Okay.
opening up for Tom. I'm doing 20 minutes. No, because I didn't earn it. He called me
You
and
did
said,
too earn it.
do you want it? And I took it. Now, the picture that somebody's going to take of me and post, I don't have to do the work. There's 18,000 people there. Let's pretend 100 of them take a picture and put it up at the post the next day. The next day, just people see that and they go, I'm going to go see where I could buy a ticket. But I know that. I'm using it as a workout. I'm using the garden as a 20-minute fucking workout. I got no material to do.
Yes, you do.
I'm using it as a fucking workout. But I already know where it's going to take me. Like, I'm already thinking like that. You're not going to get that from just starting comedy today. You're going to get that from over time and doing it. And you start learning different fucking things, and that's what I like about what you're doing right now. Like, don't worry about where you're at. You're doing it. That's the most important thing. I know 20 people at home right now going, I want to stand up. I'm going to say I'm going to watch the Knicks tonight because the Knicks are going to be in the play. Okay. The Knicks are more important to you than anything else. I know 100 people. Like I said, we could put a fucking sign out tomorrow. Put a building in New Brunswick by Rutgers and go, be the next Joe Rogan. Learn how to podcast. I could quit doing comedy.
Yeah.
I have a sucker in there every fucking 20 minutes. I want to be like Real Good. I shave my head. I got tattoos. I want, it's crazy. People think, gotta put the work in.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. I mean, it's nice to be a bartender. Remember, George, when we were kids? Yeah, Bruce Willis was a bartender. And somebody went in there and put him on Miami Vice. Yeah, like you bought that fucking line. No, you had to go to acting class. We didn't know a bunch of shit. Like when he got Miami Vice, he was involved in 20 things already. When he was shooting Miami Vice, he got the show on ABC.
Welcome.
But growing up, they said, oh, he was bartending. Some guy went in there and saw him bartending. Unless he's sucking dicks behind the bar, doing this shit, poor Bruce Willis. Now you don't remember. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't remember.
Right.
That's, we all think that things are going to happen from fucking influencers, these girls that are hot. And they're like, oh, if I do one profile, somebody will put me in a movie. They're not putting you in a movie, but they're going to fuck the shit out of you first. You're going to have sperm coming out of everywhere like a Harvey Weinstein milkshake. They'll put you in a movie, but I don't want you to think they're putting you in a movie because of your artistic fucking whatever. They're putting you in a movie because you got big tits. And they'll just they'll cut you out. They'll tell you a movie, they'll cut you out. You'll be the next. Who's that really hot chick that's in all the movies? And she's a fucking nightmare to work with. I just saw her acting in a movie. First off, it was the worst movie I ever saw in my life. The Expendables.
Okay.
God, that's terrible. But the Fox girl, that's her name? It's Megan Fox. She was in that. And I'm like, this is what she's going to do the rest of her life. Mm-hmm. Somebody fucked her. She's hot. And this is it. But there's no fucking great roles for her. There's no fucking pretty women for her or, whatever the fuck those roles are.
Well, let's take that out, though. So, like, because you did it in acting, too. You did the $100 a day. If someone called you for The Longest Yard when you were just in LA and you had only done a couple of things, would you have, like, been ready or, like, what?
Well, I would have got ready, bitch.
How you living,
Sometimes
Pimp?
you got to get ready. So, for me...
What?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How was swimming with your class or whatever?
Oh, that's good. We just got back from town.
Very cool. Well, post up, enjoy.
Me, listen, I have two trains of thought here. The one train of thought is you could just read a book so much. That's what we have as Americans. I want to be a writer. Let me go to fucking the place and buy 20 books on writing. Mm-hmm. You just killed yourself for 5 years reading.
Right.
The only way to get good at writing is to write. Even if you start with, I'm going to the zoo today. It improves. Over the week, I'm going to the zoo. It's going to be a sunny day. Today I'm going to kick the fucking ape in the stomach. Whatever the fuck you're going to do. We've become too booky and we think too much. Mm-hmm. Okay? When I got called for basketball, do you think I went to an acting class before that? Do you think I knew anything about acting? I knew about Bruce Lee flying through the air, and I knew about The Godfather, and I liked Marlon Brando, how he acted, but I didn't know anything. I still remember going on that set and them going, step on your mark. And I'm like, what mark? Fuck. And they're like, your marks. And then I remember going to another acting job, and they were saying the same things to me, and I had to tell them, I don't know what I'm doing.
No way, but they like
and they're like, how the fuck do I don't know what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that saved me was that girl, her father was big, Sidney Poitier.
Oh, shit.
And that was his daughter. And when I lived in Snowmass, Sidney Poitier used to come into the video store with that little black girl. And I asked her, I go, you remember going to Snowmass as a kid? She goes, yeah, all the time, my dad. I go, he used to come into Command the Video. Ask your dad next time you talk to him. She goes, I'll ask him tonight. She came back. She's like, yeah. Oh, my God. I go, yeah, your dad used to come in. So she was kind of nice to me.
Yeah.
She was like, I'll show you what to do. I go, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Bro, as soon as that movie ended, as soon as that TV show ended, I borrowed money from Josh Wolf and I got into an acting class.
Right.
Do you follow me? Because now it was getting serious. Like, I thought I was just going to fuck it, go up there but they were giving me lines and shit. Mm-hmm. So I didn't know.
How dare they?
You want me to read? Oh, yeah. So I didn't know what I was doing. So then I went to an acting class. And then it all,
Right.
as I was doing the acting class, I started booking while I was doing the acting class. And it kind of came together. But I didn't just do it. Like, there's people that'll tell you, there's schools in California that if you go to their act, they'll tell you, you can't go on auditions for 2 years.
2 years?
You know what? Fuck you. You don't even know what you're talking about because now they get to blend it together. You know, like they get to go to class.
Right.
It's like being a union plumber. If you're an apprentice, you got to go to Teterboro twice a week and learn how to fucking burn shit. You know, and then you're on the job.
Right.
And you might start as a laborer carrying pipe.
Right.
But eventually all that shit's going to mix together. So you're going to be doing pipe and then you go over there and they're going to be teaching you how to do the same pipe. That's what it all is really insane.
1,000%.
But I would never tell you, you're going to be my comedy student, but don't get on stage. No, I want you to fail.
Right.
I want you to come with questions for me every week going, I did my best material and they threw a tomato at me. All right, let's start from the videotape. Let's see the videotape. But that's what I think that people, they get too booky and then they don't end up doing anything. Or they get into something without really, so it's kind of a catch-22.
It really is. Because it's like, as someone listening to it, not mad at you or anything, but it's like, you can't, it's hard to be like, okay, get prepared, but then also don't do some of this stuff. Like it's, you know, it's like sort of like if you have to prepare doing certain things, like certain roles or certain set, like doing the open mics, doing those 4 p.m. open mics. And it's hard to know when to cut it off for yourself.
You cut it off when you think it's time to. Listen, you know what the difference between a professional and an amateur is in anything?
What's that?
A mindset. If you really fucking think about it.
But there's a lot of people who are really sure
I
they're
will hire
good.
you as a laborer to come in here every day and bang nails and shit. But you'll feel like a laborer until one day you look me in the eye and go, well, what do you think? You the only guy that can paint? Right? You know what I can do? I can do this too. I'm a fucking painter. And I want $15 more than what you're paying me. It's your decision.
Mm-hmm.
An amateur and a professional, it's you. It's not somebody else holding you back. You decide when you're going to go, I'm going to do this as a fucking professional. They want me to be here at 8, I'm going to be here at 7:45. You know, I'm going to be the best motherfucker in this room. That's the difference between an amateur and a professional. It's not, you know.
Right, but then also, and going to all these open mics and these shows, I see it. There's people who have that mentality that you have, but don't have the skill.
Well, listen, there's a lot of people who are complacent. And that's the thing that'll kill you the most. Is you got to ask questions.
Right.
The cat died 7 times because he was fucking curious. Not because he sat there, you know, looking at his window and the old lady who does the yarn every day.
Right.
The cat looks out the window and goes, look at that fucking bird. Maybe I'll kick his fucking ass today. And then he goes after the bird, fucks him up. He comes in, has a cat of tuna, and then you follow him. It's the same shit. Mm-hmm. You all right, though?
I'm great, but because there's definitely people, and you know, people could be listening, asking if it's me, but they're like, yeah, I know you've seen it. Comics who just aren't funny, and like to make the decision, like if they're listening right now, and they're like, okay, I got to do this. I'm not doing it, but then maybe they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, what's right for them. You know, isn't it kind of weird?
Let me go pee.
All right,
and then we'll talk about it. I got to talk to these people about DraftKings and BetterHelp.
Perfect.
And then I'll come back, give you time to relax. I can see that.
Yeah, everything's moving right now.
Yeah,
so
everything's moving.
I'm really trying to keep it cool, to be honest with you.
We'll be back in 30 seconds. What's happening, you beautiful people? Uncle Joey here to talk to you about March. When it comes to college basketball, nothing is for certain. You'll watch upsets, buzzer beaters, top picks going home early. Get it on full action with DraftKings Sportsbook. You understand me? Whether it's the live betting, exclusive content, promos, parlays, it's the thing to do this March. You know, the birds are chirping, the sun is out, but you need some more action, okay? Now, if you haven't put a bet in with DraftKings before, first time, here's something special for you. Ready? New DraftKings customers, new customers only. You're going to bet $5 and you're going to get 200 and bonus bets like that. Viva la France. Bet the unexpected. with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey for new customers only to get $200 in bonus bets when you just bet $5. A fin to get in. Who's better than you? Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
This episode is also brought to you by BetterHelp, one of my favorite sponsors in the world. Why? Traditional in-person therapy can cost you anywhere from $100 to $250 a session to $400. With BetterHelp's online therapy, you can save an average up to 50% per session. Listen, the summer's coming. It's that time of the year. Mental health is just as important as physical health. So it's time to give that brain a checkup. Listen, I was with BetterHelp for like 9-10 months. They helped me out a lot with anxiety. They gave me a couple tools to work for. What's the color of the wall? Blue. Okay. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. They've served over 5 million people globally. One of them has been me. If you want to switch therapists, you want it, it's done. It's easy to get started. It's easy to fit into your schedule. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/Diaz, D-I-A-Z, today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com, HELP.com/Diaz. And BetterHelp will help you out. Trust me when I'm telling you. I give you my personal fucking word on this. And that's it, guys. We're back, bitches. Don't forget, if you're hearing voices, BetterHelp will help you. And if, DraftKings, it's March, baby. It's the month you've been waiting for. Anyway, we're back to talk to you about hearing voices.
You're seeing ghosts.
He calls fucking BetterHelp once a month, this poor bastard. Anyway.
Me? I love
Lee, you were
BetterHelp.
talking about Bond. Lee, listen. Who the fuck am I or you? Have you ever had somebody come up to you and make a weird remark? Like the first 5 or 6 years you do comedy, people come up to you and make the weirdest remarks. And sometimes your feelings get hurt. Sometimes you don't know how to really handle it. You're just starting out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm from North Bergen. I still remember doing a show in the city, and your uncle and a bunch of guys driving me. And on the way back, they're like, "You suck." Right in the car. They're like, "No, you suck." Like, that guy was funny. Not you. You're not funny. And that's how we were raised. We weren't raised with, "Oh my God, that was so brave." Nah.
Yo, dog, how'd you find out about me?
I don't know. This guy, I'm like looking at this guy. I'm like, this guy's life story looks like it's actually really crazy.
Did you find out about me from Blue Sky, perhaps? Yo, did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Oh, tight. You found out about me from Twitter? That's amazing.
Get kicked. Why did I just get kicked?
I didn't kick you.
I had to find my way back.
I didn't find you. I was talking to you. Did you find out about me from Blue Sky?
Blue Sky?
Blue Sky.
I think I did, actually.
That's amazing, dog. All right. Are you ready to hear all about me?
I'm ready to hear all about you.
Excellent. Well, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you so much for coming. Apologies for my bots. I'm doing my best to promote world peace in my Discord. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, and I have been for more than 3 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I talk about some things to improve the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obamasonic 10 Inu. Very long name. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Oh, you know about it? You're amazing, dude. And we have built wells in Nigeria. I want to continue good projects like that. I'm a major advocate of the Life Shot program, but most importantly, I want to mainstream desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived than any person in global history, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you and everyone who's helped me along the way very happy and very rich. So how am I going to do it? Well, you have to understand data is more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data than any person. So what I'm going to do when I go viral, and it's going to happen with these bots, is I'm going to give you the money to be able to take care of your friends and family first off, and generationally, and then I want you to be able to start charities of your own to help the world and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. I talk about other things that are going to change the world when people get the opportunity to hear what I do. I'm essentially a real life Truman Show, if you know the movie starring Jim Carrey from the 1990s, or real life Big Brother. That's what I am. About some things that are going to revolutionize society. Things like anti-gravity.
Wait, what's your Instagram?
At Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. But I have over 200 different Instagrams. I have more data archived on Instagram than any person in global history. I talk about other things that are very important to society. Things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but in the year 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place. It was of the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. Exactly.
Did they do that?
They're working on it within the next 3 years. They already brought back the dire wolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth using African elephant surrogates. Yeah, exactly. And then they want to reintroduce the dodo bird. So we may be able to see some really exciting advancements in biological technology within the next few years, and I want people to know about it. Additionally, I want to help you, and this is all with your consent, but like when you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology with your consent. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, things like perhaps stem cells and cryogenics, things like nootropics.
The Twitter bird, isn't he like a blue bird?
The Twitter,
is it the Twitter bird? Twitter bird like a blue bird?
I don't know what you're referencing. Yeah, it was a blue bird.
It was a blue bird.
Exactly. But I want to be able.
And imagine trying to sew a blue bird.
Okay.
That'd be like making it like a little stuffed animal.
Absolutely, that could happen.
And nursing it. That'd be cool. That'd be so cool.
Hey, whatever you want to do. Essentially, though, you may be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is again.
You're 120 years old.
No. I'm 39. But you may be 120 years old someday with this life extension.
I will.
Perhaps.
Because they make everybody's lives longer.
Exactly. And then you may be able to utilize a type of technology with your consent known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer.
They're going to put me in the metaverse.
If you want, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system.
Can I buy land in the metaverse?
Perhaps. For later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, A clone of yourself?
Oh, I can have an avatar and I make my. Yeah, and I'd have land and I'd have a house.
Absolutely.
Should I buy land in the metaverse?
If you want.
I kind of want to buy land in the metaverse.
Excellent. So those are some.
Dude, it's going to become huge one day.
Absolutely. And you're on the ground floor there.
I'm on the ground floor. Everybody could be having land in the metaverse, and they have metaverse farms where they collect sun data.
That's correct.
And they have wind data farms.
Exactly.
Where they have the data, wind going through the turbines and generating electricity and dams and water everywhere.
100%.
And there's water and there's crops.
Exactly. So you found out about me from Blue Sky?
Blue Sky? Yeah, I think I heard something on Blue Sky.
Did you really or no?
I think I thought it was on Twitter, actually.
That's okay.
It was on Twitter.
Okay, very well. Well, I'm live on Twitter right now. Feel free to enjoy. We're just watching podcasts, watching our friend here play Doom. And if you have any questions, I'm here to help you. But you should know most of all, if you need anything, I'm here to be a supportive person. I'm here to be positive. I'm here to give you an optimistic view on the world and just to have hope. So if you never need anything, I'm here to help you, okay?
Okay. Are you in here every day?
24 hours a day.
Really? Forever? All the time?
For the last 3.5 years.
Really? You've always just been on this Discord call?
No, I started the Discord a year ago, so Discord for a year.
You've been on Discord for the whole time for a year?
Yeah, I've actually been in it longer than a year. I didn't start my own Discord until a year ago, but I was in other people's Discords for more than a year, for like 3 years.
Have you set like a record for how many, like the length of a Discord call?
I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord, the number one streamer in Kai Sanat's Discord, the number one streamer in I Show Speed's Discord.
I thought the number one streamer in Kai Sanat's Discord would be Kai Sanat.
Nope, he doesn't stream in his own Discord quite often. And I'm the number one streamer in Amaranth's Discord.
Like the streamer, like in Discord chat.
Yeah, in the VC. I'm the number one streamer out there all time. Yeah.
I love it. Doesn't Amaranth show pussy a lot?
She may.
And she was making that beer with her yeast.
What? Would you like that? Would you want to drink that?
She's known for being that seamstress from the Bluebird sewing blog.
What is that? What's the Bluebird sewing blog? Oh, like Bluebird, like Twitter?
No, like the Bluebird sewing blog.
No, Bluebird. No, I said Bluebird. No, I said Bluebird. That's not what I said. Bird is the word. Bird. You guys like bird? Bird.
Hey, you should get out of here. You should get out.
All right, with that, I'm going to continue watching this podcast and working on my robots. Thank you so much for being here.
Go, you know what? You suck tonight. That was god awful. And I was sitting there in the back of the car, ready to cry, just doing coke. Like, okay, I suck, and it hurts. It's not good. So who the fuck am I to tell somebody they're not funny? I think somebody rather hear their mother's on board. Yeah, somebody going to somebody going, you know, you're really not funny. You should quit this shit, because there was a time none of us were funny. And one day you just hit a fucking stage point. It's like anything else in life. You go to jiu-jitsu, you get fucking torn apart for 18 months, and one day you decide to do something, and all of a sudden it just changes. With stand-up, it's like these people get punched in the head for a living. We were talking about that before. They can be retarded after one punch, or they can be retarded after 5,000 punches. You just don't know what point she's going to make him a fucking retard. He's going to make him call better help and go, yeah.
Oh, they're going to love this.
So I can never, ever tell a comic or a human being that they're not funny. If they believe they're funny, let them go. Let them go. And you'll see these, the longer you do comedy, you'll see open micers that show up every week and talk to them and go, bro, you ever, nah, I come down here, I do this, I go home, I hear voices, I live in my grandmother's basement. They'll tell you what they are. Right. And then 8 years from now, you'll hear they killed themselves. I swear to God, when I lived in Seattle, I'm not being a joke here. You know, plenty of open mics killed them. Some guy got off stage at the Comedy Store, went to the hotel, and jumped off the top of the fucking hotel. You know, this is the shit people do when this is their whole life dream.
Right.
You know, and this happens to musicians. How many fucking idiots go on that show, The Voice? You know, do you think about that? How many people? Your mom's like one eye, she got diabetes. Ain't good in the shower. I'll go down to The Voice, okay? And you go down there, and they tell you, come back. That was great. That was great.
Yeah.
So I can never tell somebody they suck. They have a dream, and then let them go out there and pursue it.
But like, have you? And it's tough because I mean that's not obviously not a stand-up.
Now, from the other side of that, let me just tell you something. About 10 days ago,
okay,
I'm not gonna lie to you, I saw a name from LA that I had forgotten about, and the first thing in my mind was that I said this to myself. I go, she didn't shoot herself yet, because 20 years she's been trying this.
Right.
25 years. So in the back of I mean, she was there 5 years before I was there. And she's still doing it. So I forgot about her. I've been out of LA for 5 fucking years. So obviously I forgot. And I go, she didn't shoot herself yet. That was my first reaction. So I get it. Like right now, what I know, I would have left LA in 2013.
Wow.
I wasted my time for 8 years. I could have done whatever I was doing anywhere else because all it is
everyone
now,
is. Don't worry about it.
rotate. You're doing the goddamn jam, the improv, the laugh factory, the comedy stuff.
Because people spam crap in there.
And if you do get something out of that, it's like, why am I going to go see him? He's going to be at the Comedy Store tomorrow night. You're just a revolving door. You're wasting your time.
Right, but for stand-up specifically, you don't think being like at the store once a week helped?
Not as of 10 years ago.
Wow.
It helps you. But if you're already established at the store,
right,
you're established at the improv, and you're established at the Laugh Factory, why are you still there if you're not acting? You're just going around every night. I got another show. I'm not going whatever. It's just a rotating door.
Right, but you said you would have left in 2013, and I'm not talking about career.
If I knew what I knew now.
I'm not even take career out of it. I'm talking about you, because you know when you're funny, and you know when your jokes are where they're supposed to be. Do you think you would have been as funny if you left LA?
At that point, at 2013, I was doing comedy, 20-something fucking years already? I mean, 2015. I thought I saw a mouse.
I thought I seen a lot of things.
It was a little leaf. But 2015, listen, one thing about me and my comedy career, I don't base it on anything. Anybody ever want to fucking say anything to me, I just say one word. Comedy Store, 2016, the pandemic hit. Mm-hmm. That's it, bitch. You want to say something about me? Come on Tuesday and Thursday. Look at those lineups and what do you want to say? What the fuck do you can't say a word to me. You can't say a word to me. Because those lineups will never happen again. When you're following Bill Burr and bringing up fucking Rogan or bringing up Ali Wong or bringing up Whitney Cummings, you saw those lineups.
Yeah.
You saw those rooms in the main room. Forget Netflix special and all that faggotry that they got, the Howard, the Mark Twain Award for comedy. All that Mark Twain gets something like that. The only thing that counts in my world, to me, was those nights at the store.
Right.
If you ever had any fucking doubt, come on down, motherfucker, and try it. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. But you did. but you're somewhere else trying to fucking lay claim. Don't even, for me, it wasn't anything else. It was those 4 years. When you walked in there on Tuesday, most people would faint. Because I know I felt like fucking fainting. When I would come around that liquor store, when you get all Laurel Canyon, I'd go like, why am I going down there? I'm going down there to destroy my career. I'm going to the ADCC, whatever the fuck that is. If I have a bad set down here, it's going to get around. Mm-hmm. So when I would hit that fucking stage, I made sure. Like I just heard Judd Apatow went back to the store. That's because Papa's not there. Because Papa jagged him so bad, he had to go to... When you're not that funny, then you go to another club called... What's that club? Largo. That's where they call it alternative comedy. Oh my God, that's so brilliant. That's where you go. But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that kind of comedy didn't work. That comedy was never designed for the Comedy Store.
Right.
Like if you go into the club in the city, I'll take you to the club in the city now, that shit wouldn't work at the Comedy Store. Would not work. She engraved Marines. That's what she wanted. Marines. People who jump out of a plane, land, and instead of it exploding, they make you laugh. That's what Mitzi Shore trained. Mm-hmm. And I was a part of that. So everybody, all these, these people that you see on these comedy award shows, like Steve Martin with an arrow in his head, he can suck my dick.
So, like, I'm not
saying nothing disrespectful to nobody. I'm just telling you how I feel. If you have a problem with that, come on down.
Right, but you also said at the beginning, they said if you knew what you knew now, you would have left.
I would have left. But that is something that sticks out in my mind. I'm happy I didn't.
Okay.
Because I was part of those fucking lineups, and
you weren't just part of them, dude. You were fucking.
A lot of people wouldn't make those lineups today. A lot of people would walk and look at that lineup and go, "My mother's in bad shape. I gotta run home,"
Yeah.
And I saw it. For years, you couldn't be an okie doke comic and walk into the store. It was not going to work for you.
No.
And now, over the years, it's gotten softer. And, oh, my God, I love your hair. That shit did not work.
God damn it. It was someone I just was watching a really great comic talking about competition. And he was saying that it wasn't... Oh, maybe it was Bill Murray. I don't know. But it was Bill Murray. But it wasn't so much Bill Murray. I'm not in the stand-up sense, but in an acting sense. He's like, okay. And that's what the store felt like then, and I wasn't part of it, but it was all the best in the world being the best. So if you were even a step below, it would have been, noticeable. It would have been noticeable, I think.
Very noticeable.
And I think, that's. I'm glad you stayed for that too, because dude, I don't know, and I just going to shows back then, and having people whether it was the 20 minutes of the store or the hour, it was just a crazy. I've never experienced stand up like that.
No, it was hard hitting. All those people that wear hats, that take pictures of themselves smoking a cigarette, that think they're cool, they disappeared from there. Anybody with scarves, guys that wear scarves to be cool on a Tuesday night, they disappeared from there. Tattoos and piercings, that shit didn't go over. It was a stage and a microphone. And you better bring it. Just like life. You come with all disguises you want. The piercing, yeah. Mm-hmm. Come with all disguises you want. When that shit blows over, if either you got it or you don't. You can wear your little skull caps and smoke a cigarette and be cool in front of your friends. But when the shit comes down, either you got it or you don't. Those hats, those tattoos, those hairdos with the spike, I'm going to put blonde streaks. So my friends come up to me and go, oh, my God, no. That's not funny.
Right.
And that's what happened. That's why you go to some comedy clubs, people up there with a suit with sneakers on. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. This ain't a costume party.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
This ain't a costume party. And that's why I always respected the store, and I respected coming out of the store. I saw a fucking dude play the piano one night at the store, and Eddie Griffin went up there and he goes, this ain't the music store, motherfucker. This is the comedy store, bitch.
Oh, no.
And we fucking died. The guy would kill him.
Yeah.
The guy would kill with his piano. He's a black guy. Like, this ain't the music store, motherfucker. The Guitar Center's down the corner.
Mm-hmm.
You go there, play all the guitars you want, drums and pianos. It's not fucking comedy. And now what they've done, I'm not even going to get to the subject there, because I have people banding up a fucking, a thing, abandoning ship. But, right now you're in a spot leader. You have to make it. You have to be funny and figure it out on your own. That's it. You have to figure this out on your own. In time, you'll latch onto a club that gives you 7 spots a week.
That'd be great.
And then you can work your shit. And then it's going to take one person to go, hey, how come you're not at New York Comedy Club? I banged the sister. Let me call. That's what happens. For years, you're over there sending tapes, going over. And all of a sudden, it takes one guy to go, I played golf with the fucking guy. You want me to call him tomorrow? And that's what happens. But at least you're not at home. And that guy said to you, I'll talk to him tomorrow. What if you're just sitting at home with your girlfriend? Nobody gives me a spot. I can't get through New York. And all of a sudden, I get you at the New York Comedy Club. Now you're fucking.
Yeah.
You're there. You're prepared. Like when you do people think I used to go on the Rogan podcast and just get high. I love that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I love that. Everything was planned down to my shirt.
Yeah.
Everything is planned. I want you to think I'm stoned. Yeah, keep thinking that, motherfucker. That's how I rob you. And then you say, he's a thief because you thought I was not going to. You thought I was too coked up to put a gun to your fucking head. Well, I'm not, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not, okay? So it's the same thing. When I went on Rogan, I knew I was going on the Tonight Show.
Right.
So you better bring some shit to make him go back and the people at home go, what the fuck is he talking about?
What's that?
Because he's got 1,000 guests on a year.
Right.
So if you want to go on there with your okey doke story about your grandmother or some bullshit that your father got a splinter, you got to go over there and drop it. And that's the comedy scene in New York. When you get your chance, listen, look, it is to do a spot in front of Mitzi Shore when you're doing comedy for 8 years. It was scary, but I knew it was that or me going back to North Bergen to sell drugs until I got shot or OD'd or died. That's how I fucking did it.
And it's weird to think this. This is the first thing I've been confident in probably my entire life.
What, comedy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's confidence is not something I feel a lot. And I thought I did. Like I liked editing when I went to college for it. I was okay at it. But this comedy, being confident in comedy, I'm not saying for where I am. Like the last 2-3 months, I feel very confident that I didn't.
Why
before.
do you feel confident? Because you're prepared.
Okay.
Okay. Nobody likes surprises because they're not prepared.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
You're prepared, motherfucker. And getting on stage every night, and I know. Listen, man. 5, 6, 7 years of comedy, it sucks. It sucks. You're trying to give up your job. You're trying to quit your day job. You're trying to make enough money every month to keep that. There's always a club that doesn't want to talk to you. There's always, there's always an obstacle. But there's obstacles in life.
Right.
So the first obstacle you have now is getting rid of this fucking job next year. That's one obstacle. Now you got to make enough money to pay the bills and all that shit. And that stress alone will kill you. And that's why you don't go on vacation.
Right.
Because the first, you become like, I always tell people, I've loved working on commissions since I'm a kid. You know why? Because on the first, you and me are even. There's no, Joey D has been doing comedy for 30 years. There's none of that. We're even on the first. And that gets my dick hard. I never wanted why, I'm working for this. Well, you have a ceiling over your head now.
Mm-hmm.
So go for it, motherfucker. If you're on commission, you got to tell mama, we're not going to Parakeet Islands this year, and stick to it. I don't give a fuck, dump me. I'm not fucking doing it. I don't have time to lose. When I'm 60, then I'll fucking go to Parakeet Islands or whatever idea your family has or all this shit. If you want something, you got to go for it, man.
Yeah.
And that's it. You're in New York. You're in the fucking major leagues. So you better go home and think about how do you belong in the major leagues.
I know I belong.
Maybe you're looking at this differently. I want you to look at it like, what am I going to do to belong in the major leagues? It took me 7 years to realize I was in the major leagues. And I stopped snorting coke, and I go, I'm in the major leagues, motherfucker. What the fuck am I doing with my life? You're in the major leagues, not as major as LA,
Right.
but you're right there. So you have to switch your thinking and get, how am I going to get noticed? Because that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get mentioned before you get noticed. So somebody's going to have to go, man, have you seen this little fucking Julius I had? He was on fire the other night at this place, you know.
Yeah.
And it's such a fucking catch-22. And you guys think like, look, I remember going to LA, you can't get an agent. Well, why can't I get an agent? Because you got to have something. Well, the only way I can book a movie is if I have an agent. Well, figure it the fuck out.
Right.
And you walk out of the office going, what am I going to do? Okay, I got to go down to the fucking thing every Wednesday. George, remember? Every Thursday, I used to buy that stupid magazine that they used to sell at all the newsstands in New York. Well, they sell those in LA too. And you got to go in there and open up the paper and go, oh, I'm going to go do a college film that shoots at night with 3 Chinese kids that don't know how to shoot a film. They're going to shoot my feet. And that's what I did for 2 years. I just applied for all those, and I would get it on Wednesday. So the envelopes went out on Thursday, and I would hear back by Friday. There was no like, oh, well. And I would do that while I was coked out. When I get home from the comedy store, I fucking do those envelopes and write out with your hand instead of typing so they know you put the time into it. It's fucking A to Z. It's not just, it's A to Z. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. And that's why people become magicians. Because they don't want to put the work in. They don't want to put the fucking work in, please. So you got the world by the balls. You're young. You got money put away. You know, it's time to really sit down and write your goals and not overthink shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're the type of guy that you have a plan and then mid in war you change it.
Yeah.
Stick to that motherfucking plan. You haven't even really executed it, but stick to it. Put a new reel up every 33 months. But I got to see it on Facebook. I got to see it on Instagram. I got to see it on my daughter's Instagram. Like if I look at her Instagram, whatever, kid Instagram, I want to see somebody sharing it on there. Those are little things that you do. And even if nobody sees it, who's watching?
The universe.
The universe.
Yeah.
The universe is always fucking watching. And even if nobody says, well, I didn't get any of your packages, great. You'll get one when it's too fucking late, when it's the apocalypse. And the package will leave coming. But that's how you have to look at it. But you can't give up.
No.
Listen, you don't get down on yourself, bitch. I get down on myself, and I've been doing this for 33 fucking years. And I know in the beginning when I was struggling, I'd really get down on myself.
Yeah.
For a few days. It's an emotion.
Like if you bombed, you get down on yourself?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Like what? And right away, you'll know what happened. Right? Yeah. When you bomb, as soon as you get off that stage, as soon as before your girlfriend comes up to you, oh my God, you were so funny. No, it wasn't. Shut the fuck up. I already know what I did wrong. I went up there with too ego. I went up there with too much ego. I went up there with too much bravado. I didn't introduce myself properly. There's 1,000 reasons why you didn't bomb. And yeah, in my mind, all those reasons, shove them up your ass. I bombed because I sucked. And you could give yourself, oh, the wind. You know, there's comics and the microphone system. Keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that stupid excuse. You bombed because you sucked. Go home, have a roast beef sandwich, and come back tomorrow. And let's try this motherfucker again. It's the same thing when the Haitian kid beats you up. You're not going to stay in. You're going to have a roast beef sandwich. Go out there and go, let's go, Rudy the Haitian. Let's get another 3 fucking rounds. And if you get beat up, it's the same shit. You go home, have another roast beef sandwich, and go out there on Wednesday. And eventually, you're going to get a punch in, and eventually, you're going to knock the motherfucker out.
Right. And I'm definitely feeling that, man. I think
I could see right now that you're feeling that.
You know exactly what I'm feeling. Fucking the only place in the world. Let's take all these mushrooms and then have a normal conversation.
Mushrooms. What do you mean? 1 gram.
First of all, you sent pictures of 2 different mushrooms. There are 1/8. Also, you get here. a Ziploc bag, 26 different mushrooms in there.
I gave him the mushrooms.
No,
They
you
were in
did
the
not.
bag. I sweated my daughter.
Oh.
I weighed the
And
mushrooms.
even if you did,
them
that's
in
still
the
3
bag.
grams of mushrooms. I'm fucked up.
Who gives a fuck, Lee?
What do you mean, who gives a fuck? I don't give. I'm not. Did I complain in one podcast? I'm just fucking.
I eat mushrooms every week with John's Wilson. Let it go, Lee. Stop it. You're not in training. You do that pussy shit during the week, those 25 milligrams, and you play high. And then you come here and look what happens to you.
I was fine.
You can either pay me now or
I've
pay
been
me later.
paying. Was I?
This is
I
like-
didn't
this
say
is like
one weird
Penzo.
thing.
You-
I've been leaning out of space in a long fucking time.
Why are you getting all upset?
Because you keep saying.
Because you dilly-dally.
No one's dilly-dally.
You
I'm not too
dilly-dally.
fucked up.
I gave him, in fact, I gave him a smaller one.
No, you didn't.
Then I'll show you right now, motherfucker.
A smaller one. It
I'll
looked
show
like,
you.
yeah, it
I
was
gave
short,
you-
but it was
No,
thick.
I gave him a smaller one.
A smaller one.
Look, I showed you this one.
You're
that
using
was
pictures from 8
1.5
months ago. You
And
were
I
trying to
and
say
this was a
I
1.8.
forgot about this. No, last week you. I kept saying you didn't weigh it. You didn't weigh it.
Look
And
at-
then dude,
He cries.
you're like, no, I didn't cry.
No matter
You said
what.
I
Listen
weighed
to
it.
me, listen
You're
to me.
looking for pictures in October. You're like, I took them, but I waited, and I'm just looking for the picture. You were in October looking for mushrooms that you already shit out and grown another mushroom.
I don't know a word he's saying. This
Oh.
fucking
You know what I'm
Zombo.
saying.
I don't know nothing.
Yes, you do.
He's just over there getting all like, it's like Gaza, beat up your mom. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because you keep saying I'm doing shit. I'm
Yeah, you
online,
are.
and I haven't cried
It takes
once.
you 20 minutes to eat them.
I'm so
You
sorry that the
complain.
mushrooms don't taste good.
You come, well, they don't
Who
taste
cares
good.
how
Does
long it
anything
takes me
like-
to eat them?
You eat that fucking lizard meat.
What lizard meat have I
This
eaten?
shit you've been eating for 30 years. And now
You keep saying that they paid the restaurant paid Google off to take lizard meat off the review. You can't do that. There's no lizard meat. God
you've been
damn
eating
it.
lizard meat since
I
that
can't
night.
say anything about food in my entire. I'll be 60 years old saying I like this restaurant. Lizard meat.
Yeah, listen, you know why? It's like sucking a dick when you're 21. You're never going to win an argument after that. You know that. Yeah, but I would have done this.
I didn't eat lizard meat. You said
sucked
I
a
ate
dick
lizard
20
meat.
years ago. That never gets forgotten. You ate lizard meat at
I
that
did not.
restaurant on top of the French, and they told you it was carnitas.
First of all, I like carne asada, not carne. You like
That
pork.
was not carne asada, Doug.
Ugh.
This was the worst restaurant. You could see it was condemned, and he's in
It
there
was
every
not
week.
condemned.
20,000
Now
restaurants
maybe.
in North Hollywood. This
They
guy
all
would
look
pick-
condemned in North Hollywood. Have you seen
They
North
would-
Hollywood?
Yeah, and
The
you
entire
go-
city
you go
looks
eat 'em
condemned.
all that. One night I gave him and his girlfriend a gift certificate to a fucking fine dining
Morton's.
establishment. Morton's, and these guys still didn't take it. Yeah,
We saved it. You gotta say. It was also for lunch, by the way.
She
So
wanted to eat. What she wanted to eat. Some
this is a
fucking
relationship
mystery
10
meat
years
from
ago.
somewhere.
Why
Exactly.
are we in trouble for what she wanted to do when we lived in LA?
Because this falls on you.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I
It
gave
was
you
only
$100
$20.25.
gift certificate for Morton's, and instead you went and got mystery meat somewhere because she wanted to get mystery meat, and so did you.
Okay, maybe I did.
A fine
I don't know. A
restaurant.
taco sounds good
So now
sometimes.
you're gonna fucking tell me you never
So
ate
the
lizard
first
meat.
day you get the gift card, I have to use the gift card?
Exactly, immediately. It's like if I'm going
Jesus.
to Burger King
Right?
and somebody gives me a fucking card to Maestro to get a steak, there's no double thinking, Lee.
I wasn't double thinking. Dude, I don't know.
You
I don't
didn't end
remember
up
what
at the
happened last
steakhouse,
week.
did you not?
What?
You didn't end up at the steakhouse.
Probably not.
No. So that means
But
you
what
eat
does this have to
lizard
do
meat.
with today? What are you
With
talking
that-
about?
because-
The steak I didn't get right away
Look at him.
in 2016.
Listen,
Look
look
at
at
you, look at me.
Look at him. Look at him. He's losing
You're
his
just saying
mind.
this
He's
like
like
it's
a
a
battered
normal
woman. Look at him.
conversation.
He won't stop.
Oh, you won't
Look
stop.
at him. He's
This
red.
is in 2016.
I haven't seen him that upset since fucking,
You're bringing up fucking a relationship that was 2 relationships ago.
That's like I said to you. Once you suck a dick, it'll never get forgotten.
What
Once you
dick
eat
did I
lizard
suck?
meat, once you eat
I
lizard
didn't
meat.
eat lizard meat though.
Yes, you did. You kept eating it over. We used to go to a place. Delicious breakfast place. Best bacon you ever had.
It was good bacon.
Ask him. How many times you went there?
I went a
They would go
bunch.
to they would go to Denny's to eat
We
that.
would not go to Denny's. No,
Yes, they
you're
would.
lying.
They would. Denny's.
Fucking fake news.
To get
I did
that.
not go to Denny's. The thing that you get upset about is that I would get it to go. I lived 2 blocks away,
Yeah,
and
why
yeah,
would
she
you get it to
wanted
go?
to get. Yeah, but I didn't go to Denny's that had fucking
You went to
aged
Denny's
bacon.
too. You
You
went
went.
to
I've
Denny's
been to Denny's with you.
No, you didn't.
When that place was open, we would go to. You're like, I like
Look
the
how upset
milkshake
he gets
thin.
people. Look, he's been eating lizard meat
I
on French fries.
come
and
in
shit.
where I eat, motherfucker. You'll
Long
see it's not.
Beach.
Yeah,
Now-
carne asada fries is good.
Listen, I know carne asada fries, but the problem was there was no carne asada on those fries. It was lizard meat or pigeon, because you love those restaurants.
Well, the pigeon tastes good, motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
and now
about.
You want to say that with your little Jew feet. You want to say that. You don't know
Oh.
Anyway, guys, it was a great show. This poor bastard.
I'm fine.
2
You'll be
hours.
fired up. You're talking about
We're going to start
2016.
documenting how long it is to eat one.
I'm still not done with the
0.5.
mushroom.
All right, let's say the mushroom was 1.5 grams. It still took him 22 minutes.
Who timed someone?
He looks at it, and if I gave him a fucking egg roll, it would be done.
Yeah, because it's a
in
much
3
more
seconds.
enjoyable
It could be 2
experience.
days old, and he would eat it in 3 seconds. A mushroom, but they don't taste good. What about the lizard meat he ate?
I didn't eat lizard meat.
Yes,
and
you
if I
did.
did eat it, was good.
Yeah, because they creamed it up.
Thank God.
They put cream on it, or they came on it, whatever the fuck you ate.
Oh, now they're coming on it?
Yeah, because you like it. Anything but fucking straight up. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the show today. Sorry about this fucking mutage.
What did I do?
Never ate the mushroom. Never wants to be in training.
I'm in.
We're soldiers here. Look at the shape. Last week, he looked like he was doing coke. Every time you called him Lee. What? What? That wasn't me. But anyway, Lee, where you at this weekend?
This weekend, I'm at Off Cabot, Friday and Saturday. The 29th, I'm at Broadway Comedy Club.
That's next week.
I know.
I didn't ask you about next week.
I told you.
I asked you about this week.
I know, and I told you where it was.
All right, but don't mention next week.
All right.
This week, we're at the dojo on Wednesday night. That's it. Doing a couple sets. I owe you people a shot just before the hospital stays. And that's it, motherfuckers. I love you. Tip Top Magoo. I want to thank DraftKings. I want to thank BetterHelp, Lee's people, and Blue Chew. And I want to thank you guys for watching. Stay black. Have a great week, cocksuckers. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's going to get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast, and it seriously lasts. And if that's not enough, Blue Chew's online service sends your ED meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor. He approves it in 2 days. And listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with a new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting started is easy and totally online. You chat with the licensed medical provider, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days, guys. And listen, whether you don't have ED or you do have ED, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. You follow me? She's not going to want it. She's going to call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And there's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're going to get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about, okay? It's March. What is it? March, April? Forget it. You start now in March. By July, you'll be a savage. You understand me? So do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Chew and press in promo code JOEY, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand me? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down when you get through with her with that Blue Chew pill. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause then you'll really fucking knock people out. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happened, you bad motherfuckers? We're back! Like herpes. It's March the 11th, Tuesday. A beautiful day to be alive. I know I wasn't here last week. Shit happened. I was in county jail. But we're about to start this motherfucker right now. The church is in session, bitches. Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's time to make feeling good nice and easy. Ditch all the boring guided meditations. All you need is Via. Via is changing the game in natural wellness, combining high-quality, hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create serious results. Whether you want more focus, better sleep, or a boost in your love life, Via has you covered. Listen, Uncle Joey, you guys know my tolerance is off the chain. I eat like 2 of these daytime. They call them daytime 100 milligrams. I'm ready to go. Last night I ate 8 pieces of toast with butter last night. Who does that? You understand me? That's what Via does. So customize your Via experience by choosing the type of relaxation you're looking for, along with the level of THC you want. With products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels, they'll have something for everyone. So if you're 21 and older, treat yourself to 15% off and get a free gift on your first order. Use our exclusive code JOEY, Joey, at viahemp.com. Again, Joey at viahemp.com. Please enjoy the free shipping on orders over $100. That's viahemp.com, code word Joey. Thank you for supporting the podcast.
Welcome back to church!
What's up, dog? We're back. We have the beautiful and talented Miss Rachel Feinstein here today. We got my man Lee Sayad, who didn't want to eat a mushroom. You know that.
You're
You always
a
eat a
liar.
mushroom
You're
back
a liar.
and forth, looking
Listen,
at
we
it.
need
You
security
got to put it
cameras.
in a meatball
First of
sandwich.
all, it wasn't a gram.
Unbelievable.
But you'll see by the end of this episode what wasn't a gram,
It's a
motherfucker.
gram.
It
It's
wasn't
a
a gram.
gram.
And then they gave me 2 of them. Each one had 8 different caps on it. It was bigger than any mushroom I've ever seen, and it wasn't even blue. It was already fuzzing over the blue.
I slept between my toes that night.
I know
So
you
got a
did.
nice and ready
I
for
took
you.
like 7 grams. I'm gonna be fucking on the floor.
That's
by the end
okay.
of this
We got a
episode.
couch for you here.
Yeah, mushrooms are not like a Jew's drug. They
No, they're
encourage-
not. Jews don't do well with
They
drugs. That's why we have
encourage
Manischewitz, the most disgusting wine in the world.
No.
Jews don't get fucked up.
We can. I feel like we can drink, but like if I do mushrooms, like it just accentuates every quality I've been trying to erase my entire life. I'm just gonna be like shivering in a corner.
Jews
I ask
love
everyone, are you mad at me? Are you mad at me?
Jews love to party.
Nope.
Epstein, Netanyahu, they
Epstein,
love to
come on.
party.
Is that the first Jew you have to
Lead
bring
with
up?
our best, please.
Who?
That's like, what if we say, you bring up Cuba, we bring up Castro? Why do you bring up the worst Jew?
Who? He's the worst
Epstein
Jew.
is a great opening, Jew.
Well, he's Jewish, but that's just, he knows how to throw a party. He just fucking left the list on. Netanyahu, on the other hand, ain't that stupid. When he fucks you, he kills you afterward. You ain't telling no stories. There's no list. There's no plane manifest. There's nothing. That's a real fucking Jew. You understand me? Anyway, how's it going?
Welcome to
Rachel?
the podcast, Rachel.
Oh my god, I don't know. I'm dressed like a district attorney. I realize for this. I should announce that I really overdressed today.
No, you look fantastic.
Thanks,
That's great. You
guys.
got class. Not like these fucking
Shit.
wenches.
I just.
They come in here with their titties sticking out, trying to get fucking spots at the Comedy Cellar. These dirty bitches. You know what I'm saying?
So
you came, you hold your own like a woman. Fuck yeah.
Thank you. My Colombian friend, gay friend, did my makeup at Pico's. I was like, hey, do you think I look okay at Pico's? Yeah, that Colombian did a good job on you.
So she did your makeup or something? You look great.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, the Colombians did a good job on you. That was his way of phoning in a compliment. That was like the best he was going to do.
Is he gay too?
Yes.
Oh boy. Gay Spaniards are the best, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody could be gay. Meet a Latino guy, that's a fucking
They
fag.
run a fucking
Those motherfuckers are old school fags. They get the training in the Bronx from the bodegas. You ever see the movie Crooklyn?
No, Brooklyn.
Crooklyn.
Crooklyn.
It's a
Spike Lee
Spike
movie.
Lee
Yes,
movie.
I saw that. Yeah, a long time ago.
The best scene in that movie is when the kid goes into the bodega and the Puerto Rican tranny's in there with a wig tipped over. He got like a black eye from the night before. I grew up around those guys in the Bronx.
Right.
Like when I used to go to my mother's dry cleaner, I always saw a Puerto Rican tranny, and they push it. This is way before. This is 40 years ago. They were the heels. The fucking makeup, the wig was always tight.
What was it called?
I feel like a lot of like gay guys, I feel like they know more about being a woman than women do sometimes. Like they'll give me notes where I wouldn't even have occurred to me because they've been thinking about it. Especially if you kind of want to be a woman, like you've been thinking about it your whole life. Like I don't know the difference between like a pencil skirt and a regular skirt, but like like gay guy would be like they'll fucking notice you, and they clean me too. They notice I have debris on me because still a comic. I'm like an animal. Yeah, well, they teach me how to be a woman.
You were saying that in San Francisco when you were there were like these Cuban dudes who had a girlfriend.
Yeah, in Cuba, in the old days, you could have a boyfriend that was really your girlfriend. You dressed them up in prison. They get backhands. It's hysterical. It's hysterical. They give them backhands. Shut up. Cállate. You know, fucking tremendous.
I feel like since I've got here, I have so many questions. I feel like this is the oldest reference ever, but I feel like Sandy from Greece. I'm like, what do you mean a backhand? Like I need everything explained to me now. Like I came here looking like a fucking paralegal, and I'm like, can you understand? Tell me about the dark days and what the bad boys did. No, I don't understand.
Did that break that little gay fucking friend of yours and tell him, say, what do you do on Tuesday night? What happens in your world? Because that's when they're wizards. They're fucking wizards. And I've said this before. Men, the fireman, all of us in this room, we just live until we die. Gay guys get their money's worth every fucking night. And it's all the dirty shit we dreamed of as men. We just don't have the balls to do it. But gay guys, like we said, that in LA on Tuesdays, it was a place that had a tent in it.
Right.
Because our friend was gay at the comedy store.
Still is.
And he still is.
That's great.
And he said he would walk in the tent and you had to fuck somebody or suck his dick. And unless you knew who the person was, you had to go back in the tent. Like, it's torture. That's real fucking abuse. But you never see a gay guy going, I was on Epstein's list. He did bad things. No, only we get in trouble for that shit. Straight guys.
So wait, you're saying that the list, I mean, I think we could establish that we could probably establish that Epstein is not a good guy. Like I'd like to distance myself.
Epstein? Yeah, no, it was just a joke, but
no, I'm being absurd.
He's not a good guy at all.
No, he's not. No, he's not a class act. But no, I'm just being an asshole.
Gay guys are class acts, but they do dirty things. Like Eric used to have a kid come over every Monday, rub his feet, then jerk off on his feet and leave. And give him like $100. Who does that? I would do that every night. Come over, cut my toenails, and you want to jerk off on him? That's a party. I won't tell if you won't tell. You know what I'm saying? Like,
wait, what did you say about the toenails?
He would cut his toenails and come on his feet, jerk off, and come on his feet. That's it. The guy
oh my goodness! Now your grandma didn't tell you about fellas like that, did she?
No.
I know a classic.
Nano would have
if you really want to get sucked off proper, I know a classic. It'll cut your toenails for you too.
This motherfucker.
That was your bar mitzvah gift, right?
This motherfucker told me he was meeting a gay guy one night. Because they just meet. I mean, what other country can you get on that and go,
what's wrong with that?
I want to suck my dick or whatever, and some gay guy go, I'm 3 blocks away. Like, we can't do that.
Yeah.
They'll throw us in jail for doing that. If we just put out on, what's that app that people go on? Grindr. No, the one for women too.
And Tinder.
You go on Tinder, I'm just looking for somebody to suck my dick. Some chick isn't going to raise her hand. I'm in Cliffside. Come over. But gay guys are like, well, who told me that? They were looking at somebody's phone.
I just, the other, coming here, too, because Eric, we started, he was before me, but we were doing open mics together. Showed me Grindr. I was on the bus the other day. Coming here, this dude had Grindr open on the bus, which is crazy. And the message said, I can't make it, but my boyfriend will be home in an hour and a half if you can make it here before then.
Oh my!
They live like doctors.
Oh my God! I just started sounding like the lady from Greece again. I'm like, oh my stars! I've never heard of someone getting sucked off that briskly. That is also like one of my other friends. Another, I can't remember who it was a comic, but he was telling me that like they have like a Planet Fitness that they meet in like Midtown, and like they write on the back of the guy's ass. Like there's just an ass waiting, like just in some sort of Planet Fitness bathroom. Also, you get a lot of time off if you have like 8 hours to get spent getting slammed into Planet Fitness, and they just write like a line. You know what I mean? Like each person that fucks them gets like a Sharpie or something. They just write a leather. Yeah.
Them motherfuckers are crazy. You go to jail for that.
Yeah.
But they get away with it. They leave there happy.
They just put a little tip on like some website, just like, yeah, you know, I don't know if it's Grindr or something, the next level of filth website. I don't know if they, and they're just like, yeah, there's a waiting ass in the Planet Fitness.
But that's the thing about, like, it's not a big deal to them. Like, Eric used to do it between open mics.
Wait, what would he do exactly?
What do they do?
No, not they. I mean, not all gay men collectively, but Eric.
Eric was my favorite. He used to call it taking a walk with his grinder. He would drive me home once. He would drive me home after I got too fucked up with Joey. And I'd be like, do you want me to call you an Uber? Thanks for driving me home. He'd go, no, I'm going to go take a walk. And he would just text me at 6 a.m. that he had been out. Because it tells you literally, like, on every other app,
right.
It's like, hey, so-and-so's a few miles away or lives in New York. Grinder's like, hey, there's someone 18 feet away from you.
Oh, my God.
And you can just message them right away. It's amazing.
And that's it. There's like...
Well, they have to say yes. But.
Yeah. But no, Norman has a joke about this, about there's no guardrails. Like, yeah, so men can there's just two disgraceful people operating very quickly so they can get right to it. Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. It's a different world.
I can imagine.
He told me that he would take his victims to eat hot dogs. And I'm like, why hot dogs? He goes, you gotta get them ready.
Wait,
he goes,
I don't even call them victims, though.
Subconsciously, you gotta get them ready. They're sucking on a dog, and then you...
So the hot dogs are like prepping them for the dick?
Yeah,
that's
hilarious. After that, I'm like, I wish I was
No one would ever come up with it. No one would ever be like, I take them to have hamantaschen first.
Nah.
Then they can go down on me.
Right,
yeah, no woman would ever...
I'm taking all my dates to hot dog stands.
Now I'm just trying to think of what would be the prep food for
Jewish food?
No, for going down or for pussy.
A nice brisket would be nice before.
Brisket,
yeah, brisket would get them in the movie. If you're black and they see that brown meat, you know.
Oh, I keep wanting to do my grandma's voice again. Whenever I would want a man to eat me out, I would say, go have a taco first so we'd get used to the shape. All right, I'm going to stop being so disgusting.
You're looking nervous over there.
Well, yeah, it's already fucking kicking in. I'm looking nervous. Man. I'm looking fucked up.
You're not getting nothing.
Are you really fucked up right now?
It's about to. Yeah.
It's about to is amazing. You can barely form that sentence. It's about to. It's great.
That's pretty much, I'm feeling fine right now, but it's definitely kicking in.
All right, relax.
My ass.
Lay back, relax.
Lay back.
Yeah.
It's going to be all right.
Everything's going to be fine.
How long have you been doing stand-up now?
I think you're going to be a star in show business.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Oh my God, at least 20 years, 20-something years. Yeah, forever.
And you started in the city?
I moved to New York, like right after I graduated high school, and I started stand-up pretty soon after. I moved with this guy in his band called Dick Sister, and then Dick Sister dumped me. I was like the Yoko Ono to Dick Sister. They really didn't want me around. I was on tour with them, which consisted of like 2 dive bars in Michigan or something. And he was like, yeah, you're bringing the band down. You got to beat it, kid. Yeah. So I think I was just cock blocking him. He knew he could get a wider stream of puss. So he kind of shed me. But then I was in New York. So I was like, and I never went to college or anything. So I was like, I'm going to try stand up. I moved from Bethesda, Maryland.
Oh, yeah. Shit. So you're from Maryland?
Yeah, Maryland.
I'm surprised you didn't bump into Ari down there.
Oh, yeah. Ari's from Maryland. I always forget that. Yeah.
I used to do comedy in Bethesda.
What's that? You did?
Yeah.
Where did you do comedy in
Tyson's
Bethesda?
Corner.
Oh, yeah, I know Tyson's Corner. We used to go to the mall there when I was a kid.
There was a comic from New York that moved there and ran a room on the weekends. Mm-hmm. For years. I forget what his name was. They finally closed it down. Mm-hmm. It was a hotel.
Right.
And then after we do the set there on Fridays, we would shoot headliners.
Was it a Holiday Inn? I feel like I might have heard about that.
That was the Holiday Inn.
Yes, I think it was one of the first times I ever did stand-up. It just bombed in front of my entire family. Yeah,
that's the place.
When all my aunts was there. Like, you know when you accidentally make eye contact with one of your parents when you're bombing and it's just so horrifying.
And they're looking at you like, Jesus, you should have stuck with the piano.
It's even worse because like my parents are really open. So then if I do something sexual in front of them, it's particularly humiliating because it's like they're so encouraging. Like I think I was doing some joke about like a mediocre hand job when I accidentally made eye contact with my father and he was like, "So very good. Do your best." I'd almost rather is disgusted that he's gently encouraging my terrible hand job joke.
Hand jobs are never good anyway.
Yeah.
After you're 10, who wants a hand job?
Nobody needs that. You're right. It's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. Some guy was telling me he's like old. He goes, I still go to this massage place. They give great massages. It's a knock and tuck, whatever. I'm like, that's disgusting. They come up with that sticky hand, with that little stick, that little Chinese hand. You have no idea. That's disgusting.
Handies were never your thing.
Well, they tried to give me a hand job in 1995, and I ran out of this place in Michigan.
Who was they?
They did the switch. I went to Michigan, and my shoulder was hurting. So I saw massage. Go in there. The chick at the door was fucking tremendous. I'm like, massage, yeah, $60. Okay, 1 hour. Okay, I go in there, and all of a sudden they throw the D team. This chick looked like she got shot in Vietnam and fucking hit with a missile. It was fucking not good. And she came in like, hand job, $40. Why would I give you another $40 on top of this? So first of all, I didn't have it. I didn't really have the $40, so I started arguing with him. $2, $3. But no, I just didn't want a hand job.
Yeah.
I'm not move for a fucking hand job. Do your thing.
Yeah. It does seem like an unnecessary step. Yeah. I mean, just to either go all the way or what's the point of that kind of, it's a fool's errand.
Who wants a fucking hand job when you're 30? You want it all, bitch. It's like going to a strip club. That's why I don't go to strip clubs.
Yeah.
Because they stop at one point. You go to Toronto, those fucking strippers are crazy. And then there's other places you could go to, but usually the girls that do that, you don't want them. It's like going to a nude beach.
Right.
You go to a nude beach, nobody's there that you want to see naked.
Yeah, there's a real supply and demand issue with the tits at a nude beach.
And they're like, look at me, I'm at a nude beach. Well, nobody wants to see it.
Yeah, they're never the ones you're searching for at all.
The guys are skinny. They got no muscles. Their ass is dragging.
Sure.
Why would you take your pants off? I wouldn't take my pants off anywhere. I know what my little Cuban ass looks like.
I had a cousin that would always breastfeed, and she would breastfeed like in front of everybody, and like it's like, but it wasn't the tits you wanted to see. Like again,
those women.
And also, and she would have both out. Like you don't need the second tits. It feels very unnecessary.
Have you seen they do that on Instagram? Every once in a while, that's how I know I'm scrolling for too long. There's people who breastfeed on Instagram and they don't take it down for some reason.
No.
It's disgusting.
I mean, at least one little...
But why does the nipple have to be out on Instagram?
Oh, those chicks are hookers. They're showing you your tits. Yeah, if you go on the back pages, they're always milking some of it, but they got pretty nice titties. You can't argue that. But who wants, listen, we got a lot of people like pregnant women. People love that shit.
Really?
Yeah.
With another guy's baby inside?
A lot of guys have a thing for pregnant women.
I don't fucking know.
That is disgusting.
I'll tell you what, when you see a woman who's pregnant, she's a lot fucking prettier.
Oh, she's beautiful.
It does. Cleans your skin up real nice, ladies.
Yeah,
it's true.
Fucking ankles are a little thick, but that's okay. You know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect.
I was covering it the entire time. Like I was dressing like B. Arthur the whole time I was pregnant, and then just trying not to dress it on stage. But then everybody knew when I told them. Yeah, it was like kind of the last. But I always felt like, I don't know, it's weird to do stand-up when pregnant. You know what I mean? It's a strange feeling because people just are distracted, and you can't be as much of an animal as usual. It's just a weird thing.
I liked Ali Wong's special. The first
she was brilliant. Yeah.
She was really good on the first one. Done a bunch of women.
I do feel like Ali was incredible and Rosebud, because they addressed it head on. Rosebud's special was really, really funny. I feel like they addressed it head on. And I think at the time it had been uncharted territory for me. So I really didn't know how to,
Well, I've never seen a special.
But Ali's was brilliant. Now I kind of wish I could go back and not hide it, because I'm like, oh, now that they cracked it open, why not?
Why did you feel like you had to hide it?
Well, at the time I had a pilot, and they told me that they were going to be shooting the pilot. They basically had like a verbal agreement to buy the pilot, and they were like, we're going to shoot. And then of course I got pregnant as soon as we sold the pilot. So I didn't think they were going to want to shoot me pregnant. And so I tried to hide it and just wore a lot of loose kind of menopausal capes, and I looked ridiculous. And then I told them, and they were like, oh no, we'll shoot. We don't want to shoot you when you're pregnant, but we'll still buy it. I had a script deal, but I didn't have the pilot. They're like, we'll still buy the pilot. We'll just buy it after you have the baby, because we don't want to shoot you holding groceries or whatever, a box of laundry or something. And then COVID happened. And so then the pilot never happened.
Was it for a network?
It was for Fox. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But I was like, I as the moment I sold it, I just like went into, it was like in the Fox building or whatever, and I just went to the bathroom and puked, and I was like, I'm telling you I'm pregnant. But we had just gone to like check, like we went to like a fertility person to see if I could get pregnant, and they just said I couldn't. So the doctor said something like, oh, you know, a lot of women when they really want to be pregnant, they can sometimes imagine that they're, and I'm like, no, I'm pregnant, like, because I'd already had a miscarriage at that point, so I knew what it felt like, and I was like, no, I'm pregnant. But he just kept being like, oh, wouldn't that be nice, sugar tits? It's not an option for you, you're a little too old for that. But I could tell I was, yeah.
It's so crazy what, like when you first start comedy, you hear people get deals and they come up with a sitcom, and you say to yourself, maybe that'll happen for me. Then it does. And then you realize what a pain in the ass it is, and how the stars really have to be aligned.
Yeah.
Like if not, it's not going nowhere.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Dog, I had 2 of those fucking deals.
True.
And one were almost ready, and they were like, well, nah. Everything has to be aligned, because then they make you get a show creator. And everybody's got to like each other.
Yeah.
You know, usually they give you a deal for a year. You got to find the writer. That alone is 6 months. That alone took 5 months. You got to talk to different people, and you got to see what the fuck they've written. And you know, you don't want to. If you're a dirty comic, I don't want to get it written by, you know, what's a good show on? I don't know, some fag show on CBS. The one with the ghost. You ever see that show? CBS. Yeah, a show about ghosts. The show's been on for like 4 years. The worst show I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I would love to see you on a ghost show. I would love to be like in some kind of reality haunted house with you. Wouldn't that be so fun? Joey Diaz with ghosts?
No, I don't like.
I think you'd be funny with ghosts.
I don't like ghosts. I don't like midgets.
You don't care for that?
I'm not believing.
The fact that you put midget after ghost is fascinating.
They're in the same world for him. They're not real.
When I was in the hospital.
Wait, do you believe in ghosts, or do you just not like them?
I believe in them.
Yeah.
I fucking believe them. I see them.
Yeah, because we had a weird thing, because we bought this house. So this is my first house. My husband bought it with Bitcoin. And so we live in this Bitcoin house, and it's like 100 years old. It was the only place we could buy a house, because it was the only place that they would take it. Like, it's all cops and Foy is my neighborhood. Not a Jew for miles. It's like if the 9/11 Memorial gift shop were a neighborhood. That's where I live. But they were like, it's the only place that they would take Bitcoin, because there was like a bank there that would do it or whatever, you know. So we live in this like 200-year, I don't know, it was a really old house. And when we first came to the house, they had the Victorian outfits were laid on the ground, like when we went to go look at the house, and it was like a little baby's Victorian dress. It was disturbing. A weird thing to leave out, right?
Yeah, that's a terrifying thing. That's like a voodoo thing.
Yeah, and they were kind of these Victorian nightgown, and I was like, wasn't that strange, you know? And then and I just kept thinking about it. But then we got the house, and then later on, I don't know if I should be talking about this, but fuck it, I'm talking about it. But later on, so one day I was out doing a club, and I looked on the cameras in the backyard, and Pete was grilling in the backyard, and my daughter was playing next to him. And then it's a live feed, and next to her, I saw this little girl. I don't want to sound like insane, but I saw a little girl with long braids who was like really pale. And so I called Pete, and I'm like, but I didn't see it like, oh, I saw a vision. I just saw it clear as day. So I called Pete. I was like, who's the little pale girl next to Frankie who's playing with Frankie? And he's like, there's nobody there. And I was like, what do you mean? There's a little girl there, you know? I see her. And then I went back in the footage later, and I didn't see her. I wasn't high. I wasn't on anything. And then later on, when he was at the firehouse, I'd hear these really loud sounds at night. And the lady that owned the house told me, if you ever hear anything weird, call me, you know. So I called her, and I was like, oh, I hear these loud sounds. And she was like, I was thinking you were going to call. It was like an old horror movie. You know? She's like, my brother died on the way back to the house, and he was hit by a car. And ever since then, he used to play with his dog in the kitchen, and there would be loud banging sounds. And then she said her sister, also who passed in the house, but I guess after a certain period of time, you don't have to tell anybody, you know, it's like a certain amount of time goes by. What's that? How many years
do you have to hold it a secret that somebody died in your basement?
I think there's like,
why is there a statute of limitations on this? I want to know.
What is it?
Listen, Shroomy boy, relax.
He doesn't know anything. He has no idea what planet he's on. He's just rocking. I love that he's just kind of like rocking back and forth.
Well, this fucking pillows getting in my way, but I don't want to. Yeah, why is there a statute of limitations? I'd want to know if someone died in my house.
No, so do I. But my mother bought a house in '73, and the people didn't tell us that the husband fucking hung himself in the garage 4 or 5 years earlier. So it was the same shit. I used to hear that motherfucker come up the stairs at night.
It was terrifying me because he'd be at the firehouse and I could hear things on the stairs. And like
in the 6th grade, I moved out of my house. I told my mother, I'm not living with these fucking spirits. You kill.
What would your mom do with the spirits? Did she try to clean them out? Because I was like,
they burn
sage and stuff.
Fuck, they lived there.
Because I asked somebody for what I should do, and they said holy water. So I was like, I don't know. I'm like a Jew. I don't know how you get holy water. But so I had to ask a Catholic to get me holy water. Will they give holy water to a Jew? Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
They will? Okay.
You just go to church.
You just be like, I am Rachel O'Feinstein.
Holy water. You just go to church, put the cup in the water, and put the lid on. They don't know what the fuck.
Really? Oh, so there's just like a little bath there?
Yeah,
I know nothing.
The priest blesses it every day. That's bullshit, too. I gotta know holy water. That's fucking...
Really, it's just anything.
I mean, these fucking priests.
That's where they get it. You just dip your
Steve Simone
punch or something. I didn't know
freaking
that.
out right now, yelling stuff at it. You don't just dip
when you go to church, you have to do it and then the sign of the cross.
This one I always mess up and I try.
Yeah,
but
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nobody
cares. Such an idiot.
But
there's a second one, right? Isn't there this one?
Yeah. Down in
that one's cool looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a quick one.
Yeah.
That's for like Catholics in a rush.
Yeah.
We ain't got time to fucking,
I wanted to be Catholic so bad when I was a girl.
Overrated.
It just seems so cool.
It does
really?
seem cool.
Yeah,
Doesn't it seem
they're
cool?
overrated.
Being Christian, being all like
Yeah.
Christian is so much better than Jewish. It looks better, but A, Christmas is better. B, did you ever have to go to the high holidays when everyone else had the day off from school?
Yes, it was.
The microphone's gone.
Sorry. I love how many times you've had to do it for me. I just look like such a dumb hole right now. Like all the men have to help me with the microphone. I'm like, how does it work?
But no, it's not fun being Jewish. And now it's fucking people get
now
mad
it's
at
getting
you
a
for
little
being
dicey.
Jewish,
But I will say, Catholics. Yeah, they give you a hard time. I get the craziest DMs. I'll be like, I swear to God, I'll just be promoting a show and somebody called me an oven magnet. I'm like, can a Jew promote a show in Tampa? Not being called a goddamn oven magnet? Also, oven magnet is, I guess it's just some derogatory term for Jews, but it's particularly hilarious because it's like this person's obviously not a Holocaust denier because they acknowledge that we went to the ovens, but by calling us oven magnets, they're kind of acting like we just couldn't get enough of the ovens, like we just gravitated towards them or something. Oven magnet is the dumbest thing I've ever.
We were eating dinner the first night Saturday, and we were talking about something, and the Jews came out. I told my daughter, I go, listen, in my world, when I read that, I still remember being in the 5th grade, 6th grade, when you hear about the Holocaust, and it bothered me. It just bothered me. Then I think about the American Indian, what they did to them. And that's why I told my daughter, I go, listen, in my world, the Indians could do whatever the fuck they want, and the Jews could do whatever the fuck they want. They could shoot as many people, Hamas, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, go. Because they got thrown through walls. And for years, I was like, nobody stuck up for them. Nobody went over there with a fucking missile and dropped it on fucking Germany. What the fuck was going on?
Oh, yeah, nobody did go.
Did
nobody drop a missile?
I've never done I'll torture him with Auschwitz jokes and shit. But on stage, I won't make an Auschwitz joke and I won't make an abortion joke.
Right.
Two things.
Why abortion? What is it about abortion that makes you just think you don't want to do it?
Women.
Yeah.
You're gonna cringe a woman, Maybe she had an abortion. She hooked up with a Chinese guy with one leg, and she's,
I was so touched, and that was a hilarious thing to follow up with. I was like, I have a sensitivity.
That was just for me. That was
sure. That was your line of what you felt uncomfortable with.
Not gonna do an abortion joke. I make fun of the Catholics all day. No abortion jokes and no Holocaust jokes. It just.
Do you know what I was jealous of with Catholics confessing? I was just like, it seems so satisfying to just go and confess everything and then you're just done with it. Did you like confessing, or was it
Yeah, but if I knew what I knew now, I'd go in there and make up shit. You know what I'm saying? To really get them going. I killed 2 people at the fucking 7th grade last week just to make them read the paper and shit. You gotta lie to the motherfucker. As I got older, I'm like, I never did that as a kid because I was always very. When I was a kid, I believed in it.
Yeah.
When I go in there and tell them, I shoplift. You didn't listen to your mother. You looked at a Playboy magazine or something.
Would you have like your worst thing you did, but then you would just say, like,
no, I didn't.
Would you say the real things that you did, or would you have like, I heard that Catholics have like they have like the foil thing they say and not the real stuff. Like, yeah. Instead of saying I killed a prostitute, they're just like, I didn't listen to my mom or something.
No, I was pretty honest with the guy.
Yeah.
And then one day I'm like, fuck him. What I got to tell him my shit for? You better tell me some fucking stories the way you did. And then I'll tell you where the fuck I'm coming
That's
from.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, after a while, I was like, why am I? And then now I'm like, fuck, I wish I'd go in there now and tell him, like, listen, I'm the one that's killing all the women in New York City.
That is the funniest idea ever. And that would be a great sketch to just go in and start admitting to different murders.
That would be a great
podcast. I killed a few prostitutes, killed a few co-eds, but besides that, it's been a solid week.
Yeah, just tell him. And let's test his moral fucking whatever. Let's see if he fucking watches and calls 911.
But it just seemed like a very cleansing and neat thing. And I hear a lot of Catholics, they have bad memories associated with confessing, but for me it was like I used to make my brother hold up the sheet and stuff, and so I would confess in between. It just seemed like very satisfying. You just get rid of everything bad you did and start all over again with more filth the following week, right?
Well, that's what I did, yeah, but there wasn't that much shit to tell at that age. There wasn't much when I was really into it.
But aren't you supposed to say, like, I took the Lord's name in vain? Like, that's... And now you're talking about murders?
That's every day. That's why, like goddamn or something like that. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
No, I was never really. I just took it as I was raised really Catholic. Mm-hmm. Like that's what. To a certain age, it still fucks with me.
Like the guilt.
Still fucks with me to a certain age.
Yeah.
And then Cuba is a Catholic fucking country. Mm-hmm. So like Thursday nights when most kids, what's that week? Holy Week. My week ended on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Thursday, there's no music, there's no TV. Friday, there's no music, there's no TV till fucking Saturday.
Wait, this is just like the Jews. Yeah.
No TV, no music, though. That's torture when you're ready. You're like, fuck Jesus.
No,
you know what I'm saying? I'm missing Batman like a motherfucker because Jesus died. That's nothing to do with me.
Well, you went to boarding school.
Yeah. I went to
boarding school.
Yeah.
Was that traumatizing?
Traumatizing.
Like the boarding school sounds terrifying to me.
If it was just regular boarding school, like military or something, it wouldn't have been so bad.
Do you think that if you didn't go to boarding school, I mean, obviously you're a great, incredible comic, but do you think if you didn't go to boarding school, you would have been traumatized enough to be a comic?
I would have been traumatized by just the life we were living. That's why my mom put me in boarding school, so I have to see the shit that those animals were fucking living through.
So she did it to protect you.
Yeah, because there was a lot of shit going on then. So when I came out, then I still stuck to the rules. But once I smoked pot, I'm like, sorry, God, it ain't gonna work. I think that, I listened to your book, I read it. I'm the type of guy that if I go to church, even now, and I look at the 12 Stations of the Cross, I get really sad. Like I'll cry in church. Mm-hmm. And I'll like wipe a tear. That's why I couldn't get high and go to church, because I get so fucking depressed.
Yeah.
In church, just seeing the 12 signs. Lee, stop yawning, goddamn.
I'm not yawning, I'm about to puke.
Are you?
Are you really?
No, I'm okay.
There was 2 little grams of mushrooms.
That's not in the middle of the damn.
No, I won't make
it. Give a little bucket.
Yeah, have some water. Here, have some water. No, you need a drink. You're not drinking enough. Have some water and have like an Advil or something. And you need a little snack, like a bar or something. I don't know. You need a little something.
Bullshit. He was happy, meatball jumping up and down. No, it's really weird how it was just traumatizing how the nuns treated us. Mm-hmm. Like that wouldn't have been accepted today. But it was the 70s.
Yeah.
That's what your parents wanted. The nun to bat you in the head and make sure you ate all your string beans. I fucking hated string beans. So they would beat me for that, for not eating string beans. Like, what the fuck?
Can you imagine?
Like,
what level of heightened twat do you have to be to beat a kid for not eating string beans?
And they fucking turn that ring around and give you backhands and shit.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it was not fucking. Now I go to church and it's like, it ain't even the same church that I grew up in. They got a gay singer. What the fuck? 8 in the morning with a scarf around his neck.
When you
the fuck is he doing singing?
Wait, you don't want the gay guy to sing?
I don't mind if he's singing, but what's he doing here at 7 in the morning? He should be somewhere stitching up his asshole from the night before. If he's a real gay guy, he should be there with the St. Bernard.
If he's real, it's amazing. But what are the stations? I know I should know these things, but what are the stations?
Are like It's like what happened on Thursday. They came to get him, and then they take him. Then Pontius judged him.
Oh, I thought it was like levels of sin. How
No,
dumb is that? I thought it was like, oh, if you get a hand job, that's like the first station.
Well, they don't tell us. Like I was telling Joey last week, it was what's the before Easter with the on the forehead?
Palm Sunday.
Yeah,
Ash Wednesday.
Ash Wednesday. I grew up in Massachusetts and around a lot of Catholics, but they didn't take off from school to do it. And I'm Jewish. I went to school in Boston. I was 19 years old before I was walking around being like, why does everyone have dirty stuff on their head?
I would think that too. I didn't know. One time I got a babysitter and she was very religious and she was like, oh, do you mind if I give your kid she was going to bring my kid to church and it was Ash Wednesday and I was like, oh, and then she smeared my kid. Of course, she put the schmutz on my girl.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for you. You ready? All right. How many we playing? What are you saying? It's about 2 o'clock? Oh, you have thunderstorm. Well, we got to protect you.
Yes, we got to protect you.
Absolutely.
We're my protector. Right?
Yes, ma'am. All right. How about this? We play until you win one and I win one.
Okay, let's go.
Excellent.
Right, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi, you got it straight.
Get something. All right. Get it. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Come on. Oh. Get it. Oh, I got him. Very fortunate. Very fortunate. All but one.
No. Come on, Rabbi, get it, straight.
All but one. Get it.
Yes.
Thank you. Ooh. All but two. You got them. Good spares.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi. Great.
Ooh.
Hey.
Get him. Oh, blue.
I see that. Now we get 3.
Yes, ma'am. Nice strike. Big comeback.
Thank you.
Get another one. 2 in a row. Unstoppable. Get another one. 3 in a row. Miss Aquarius. That's known as a turkey. Well, no one's touching you today.
And you got the win.
No, you got the win.
Okay.
Nice
but
job.
you got him in the next one. We said
That's right. That's right. That was the best finish you could have had. That's right. That was wonderful. That was a privilege just to watch.
That was my record, right? 3 strikes.
Absolutely. Probably would have more.
You gotta get this now, okay?
Get it. Wow, you're playing lights out.
I knew it. Come on, Rabbi. You gotta get it now. You gotta think now. Come on.
There we go.
Yes.
Get these.
All right. Let's go. Okay, now. Come on, Rabbi. Come on.
Get it. 2 in a row.
Yes. Let's go.
Get it. Get them.
Come on, Rabbi. Rescue.
Oh, bad.
Oh.
Can't believe I did so badly. 2 strikes and then a gutter ball. Whoa. Get it. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Whoa. Get it.
All right, here go to 30. They have 30 times.
Get it.
No. Oh, it's okay. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
All but one.
Let's skip now. What in the world don't skip me like that? Yay! You won, Rabbi.
Absolutely. Alrighty, Miss Aquarius, that was fun. I'm here to protect you from all the lightning and thunder, so feel free to get comfortable. And if you need anything, I'm here for you, okay?
Alrighty, I see you later. Love you. Not to get too
Love you
much,
too.
Yeah, I'll be there, okay?
Sounds like a plan, Stan. Sweet dreams.
Alright. Great dreams.
Yeah. She was like, I didn't, but also I kind of feel like that's a second question. I was like, sure, you could bring her to church, but she didn't ask if she could schmutz or put schmutz on her. But she did. But it's okay because I like Catholics.
That's the whole fucking deal.
Yeah.
I believed. I really do. And today I really believe because who else would give me a fucking baby at 50 years old?
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just to get everything out. Like, when I sit there and look at it, I go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This just didn't come from the...
Well,
somebody knew I was hurting.
Yeah.
So, boom.
And then did you feel like you started over when you had the baby? Like your life
No,
started
I go
over?
to church now and I'm like, I ain't doing this shit. Fuck you.
Look at me,
Because that
Diane
bothers me
Sawyer
too.
over here with my dumb question.
You know what that
And
bothers
did you feel like that was a turning over? Like, shut up! Look at me. I was like, I didn't go to college, and look at me interviewing him. Like,
But
and
you
was
know
that
what?
your
There's-
pivotal?
There's so many things that bother me about churches because it's not even real.
Yeah.
And my wife said something. She goes, one day your daughter got sick at church. Nobody turned to help her. And I'm like, fuck that place. I'm not going back there again.
Yeah, no, that's
But she even
unacceptable.
tried her religion, that country shit. You know, they stand
What's
around.
the
I don't
country
fucking
shit?
know. And she was like, those people are fucking weird too. It's not
Wait,
the same.
like Quaker? What country shit?
Nah,
Oh, like
you know,
baptism
they
as heaven.
fucking
Oh, like the
clap
talking in tongues and all
this
that.
lady
Yeah.
gets a heart attack, like,
Yeah.
whatever.
No, that is hilarious. The talking in tongues stuff is ridiculous.
really
That's crazy.
Do you think that when people are doing that, like that they're fully experiencing it, like that, or that they think they are, or do you think people go in there and just like fake it to get people off their backs?
They fake it. It's like
Right.
when you see people healed, and all of a sudden the guy's playing the drums. He's been in all 8 years in a coma, and all of a sudden this fucking charlatan comes over, hits him with the Bible, and the guy gets up, and he's singing dance tunes and shit.
It also just seems like exhausting. Like it's exhausting enough to have to get up and sit down. I don't know if that's true in church and temple,
Yeah.
right? We always have to stand up and sit down. That
They have to
enough
kneel
is
in
annoying
church.
enough. Imagine if you had to just go around like chirping and screaming and all
how is this
manner of
church?
nonsense.
What Jesus would want a fucking fat nun to smack a kid?
Yeah,
That's
no.
what, I started thinking like that. Like, what Jesus? Jesus told you could smack me, you little fat fucking...
No, that's insane. Is your wife religious?
She was.
Also, I feel like there's a difference between church and religion. Like, I feel like there is, I mean, I do think a lot of the evil shit
I was
happens
a little
in the name
turned
of...
off at the church, and I got to be honest with you. I was like, you know what am I going to do? And I go, you know what? I don't know if you know this. You're Catholic, right? If you don't go to church on Sundays, it's a mortal sin.
Mm.
And if you kill your wife, it's a mortal sin. And I'm even like, there were so many gaps in it that I didn't like. Like, we got to rewrite this motherfucker.
Yeah, and it's the same level of sin as missing
it's
church
like,
and
we
killing
gotta
your
rewrite
wife.
This motherfucker. Like, now the church says you don't have to eat fish on Friday. I don't give a shit up for Lent because I don't know how I'm going to feel tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I won't eat fish the whole Lent. How's that? We'll make a deal. I'll eat fish on Fridays. I'll make sure I'll just eat fish on Fridays. That's the most I can give you. But
Yeah.
for me to say, I'm giving up chocolate, I'm giving up espresso martinis. Nah. I don't even drink espresso martinis.
I was gonna say.
You want to keep your options open.
Yeah, you want to keep your options open,
But that's
These
crazy
ladies
that
who
it's
said,
the
"We're
same.
gonna fuck during Trump." Good. Let's see how that works out for you, fucking. Nobody ever wanted to fuck you anyway. Now you just make it easier for yourself now.
It is funny when a woman will take herself off the table and everyone's like, we were set. Yeah.
It's just, religion is great to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to ask the people, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
So religion is me coming in here and giving you half of my salary? What fucking religion is that?
Right.
You're supposed to give me something. I know you want me to keep the light turned on, and I agree to that with you.
Mm-hmm.
But meanwhile, you're driving a Cadillac or a BMW. No, that's why I don't donate to causes. I'd rather give somebody the cash.
Directly, so you actually know where it's going.
I give it to American Heart Association. The two people are driving fucking cigarettes, whatever. The two presidents are driving Bentleys, and everybody else gets. When you donate,
Right.
if you read the fine print, they're only supposed to get like 17%. And the rest is what do they call it? Administrative. Well, fuck, how many administrators you got?
Yeah, I'm a little suspicious about that too.
Phil
Yeah.
donated $20. Bah. It's all that. That's the shit that pissed me off. So something happens, like with the fires. Let me tell you something. They've had so many benefits for these LA fires, and the best is with 3 comics that don't draw, and the proceeds go to the fucking fire. Listen, they're never going to build a house if you keep doing shows.
Well, also, I don't understand why they don't go. I feel like people should put them right to the victims and their GoFundMe's in there. But then, like, some stuff where they're like, "Oh, we've got free skincare." I'm like, they need a fucking house, bitch. They don't need powder. Yeah, like I'll be like, "Oh, free spray cans for anyone that was affected by the fires."
And prove me wrong. New Orleans, Katrina, that mayor went to jail for 10 fucking years for dipping into all that money. It's just, guys, they steal everything.
You can always tell all by like how pretentious somebody is by what they decided to give during the fires.
The worst
Because
is when people
sometimes,
have like a benefit to come over their homes, like to support it. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. My wife said that to me one time. Maybe you should do it. No. Get them out of here.
Wait, like in the home?
Yeah, like what do those people do? Not presentations. When they come over and
sell Tupperware?
No, that stupid shit. Like, even the mayor this year, the fucking guy wants 2,000 to go to his party. Like, who the fuck are you? 2,000?
Fuck come on.
2,000? You know what 5 Chinese women will do to me? With a sticky hand? Do you have any idea what I could do for $5,000 for $2,000?
I don't. I want you to explain it.
Well, it's a nice time. Trust me.
How many hand jobs can you get for $5,000, Papa?
I don't want a hand job. And we take a
You would
break.
be great giving bedtime story, just like.
I'm dying to do, but I love all that shit. I love all that shit. Let's take a minute here. Lee has to pee or throw up. And we're going to talk to you about boats.
I know he is unwell.
Yeah, look at that.
Do you have any idea what state you're in right now?
You should have had this. You should have had Maryland. We want to talk to you about a few sponsors. We'll be right back, cocksmokers. What's happening, beautiful people? The church is brought to you by Nicotine Pouches. They've taken nicotine pouches to a whole new level. They use the best ingredients, not none of that cheap stuff. You know what I'm saying? These pouches are made with natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp. So you're getting a smoother experience that won't hurt your gums. Thank God for that. I love this strawberry watermelon. Just do me a favor, Nick. Make it a little bigger over here so I can see what flavors I got. Every week I got to look into these things. Nick, this is gigantic. This is all. I love the strawberry watermelon. So you can hit the sweet spot, whether it's 3 milligrams, 6 milligrams, or 12 milligrams. If you want to see the devil, go with 12. With a range of flavored and unflavored options, you can choose your own adventure. You know what I'm saying? It's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like your Uncle Joey. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through our exclusive URL. That's nickpouches.com/church, CHURCH. If you're not Chinese, you didn't win the spelling bee contest, so I know you're going to have time with that. So it's nickpouches.com/church, and you can use this code for up to 3 times. That's how good of a company Nick is. Don't wait. Get 35% off now. nickpouches.com/church, and check out the church bundle with my favorite flavors, all right? Nick products are only for adults at legal age, and every order is age verified. Don't even think about it, you little sneaky bastard. This product contains nicotine, and nicotine is a very addictive chemical. 2025 is off to a busy start. You don't have time to worry about nutrition. You need Factor. Factor makes mealtime simple with fresh, fully prepared meals that you just heat and eat up like a savage. Whether you want to pop them in the microwave for 2 minutes or heat them up on a skillet, you're saving tons of time. I love the ravioli, and then they have this one with 4 chicken legs that have like broccoli cream on them. Delicious. Listen, Factor has 8 dietary preferences, so no matter what your lifestyle looks like, they have something for you. It was easy. I went on the site. They asked me what I wanted, high protein, blah, blah, blah. It's easy to get started. Factormeals.com/Factor Podcast and use code Factor Podcast to get 50% off your first box plus shipping. You ready? That's code Factor Podcast at factormeals.com/Factor Podcast to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. I ain't saying Flash Podcast no more. Enough. I don't know. Factor Podcast. What's going on here? Anyway, I feel good when I eat the food. The chicken legs are tremendous, and you'll enjoy them too. So, back to the show. Thank you for supporting the church, New Testament. What's happening, beautiful people? We're back. A little bathroom break. Now we're back with the beautiful Rachel Feinstein. What else?
Thank you.
What else
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, always.
Oh, God, it's good to be here. I bombed so bad once near here. In the middle of my show, this guy just stood up. I think it was at a high school. I don't remember the name of it. This guy stood up. I was wearing overalls, and he just goes, "Get off the stage, Super Mario Brothers." And I threw those overalls in a trash after. You know, you're just like, ugh.
You were talking about in your special, someone threw a piece of pizza at you?
Yes, I've had snacks thrown at me. I've had bottles. Somebody threw me a note that told me to go back to the kitchen. I feel like at that time, if they had seen me in the kitchen, they wouldn't have wanted me to return there. But yeah, I've had a lot of things hurled at me on stage.
Someone threw a pepperoni at me once, and that's about it. Yeah.
On stage?
Pepperoni?
Yeah, it was at the dojo in LA. I made a bad joke about her being transgender. But she was, if you know the LA comedy scene at the time, she's the one. She's beautiful. She came to all the to every Kill
Was
Tony.
she really a woman, or was she?
No, originally she was born a man, but she was hot, and I made it. The other comics were fucking with her. I was like a year in the stand-up, and I said, like, you ladies are fucking up. The hottest girl in here has a dick, and the audience loved it. She didn't think it was that funny. She threw a piece of pepperoni. Yeah.
She threw pepperoni.
Yeah, she called me. I was about 100 plus pounds heavier too, so she called me. What's the guy from Always Sunny?
Somebody threw a soft taco at me.
Yeah, Danny DeVito.
It was a taco that wasn't pizza. It was a soft taco, but
oh, okay, that's not bad.
There's kind of a sadness to the way a taco sort of falls off your tittage, though. It's sort of a dumb moment. But I definitely had a lot of things hurled at me before.
I can't believe that people would throw shit at a woman on stage. I can't believe that shit. You know, that, and since I started comedy, I thought women were funny. I've always thought women were funny. I mean, I grew up on Lucille fucking Ball.
Yeah.
And the other chick. I've always thought women are funny. And for years, people kept saying that idiot that got fired from Letterman for saying women aren't funny.
Who said that? Yeah. People do still say that. Even when you get a compliment after a show, they'll be like, and honestly, a lot of women say it too. They'll be like, I usually hate female comedians, but you're good. And you're like, yeah, usually. And then whenever they have like a female comic tour, they would always make it be called like Pumps and Punchlines or like Bleeding Across America or something. Like it could never just be, it was always like they have tits, but then they also do comedy. And there was just some asshole with like a you do the math expression. I'm like, we just do stand up. Why do you have to keep, and like, what, tits and God, how did it possibly work? Yeah, well, I don't know why that always happens.
Like, what are they getting so upset about? Like, what? Like, because I just saw your special on Netflix.